Hello and welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Kastegasira, but all my friends call me Kat, and you can too. Today, we are back to Umineko, of course, and I'm still joined by Mal here,
Hey there.
who's doing the bulk of the narration, which is good because I'm still fucking eating.
Yeah.
So, today's reason why I'm still eating on like early on stream is actually kind of fucked up. So, I woke up, and then I had to, go help, get groceries out of the car and everything. Like 5 minutes afterwards, and then, my dogs or not my dogs, but my housemate's dogs, just started fighting. So I was trying to get them to stop fighting, and then I jammed my fucking wrist while doing so. My bad one. Uh, After I got everything in, I went to come back to my room to get ready for a shower, and my hand slipped off the fucking door handle, and I broke 3 nails on my right hand.
You've had a day
So
today already.
yeah, that's not even the end of it. I haven't even had my fucking allergy meds yet. That's how bad it is right now.
Yeah.
So I went. I Of course I had to go take a shower, right? But I have long hair, and 3 of my nails are broken and cracked. And then of course, yesterday I burned my fucking finger on my left hand that you were there for.
Mhm.
So I have between both hands 4 or 5 fingers to scrub my head with.
Jeez.
So taking a shower took twice as long as usual. And by the time I got out of the shower, it was already 20 minutes before the stream, and then I had to put food in the fucking oven so I could eat. And that's what I'm doing now.
Yeah, for me, I just kind of had a late start to the day, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I did wake up a little late as well, but not by so much that it would do this, right?
Yeah.
Ugh. All right. I have milk today, so instead of tea, I'm going to have a glass of strawberry milk because I've been craving that for a week.
Excellent.
Oh no, I've only got one package of strawberry milk left. Shit. Oh well. Let's get some more someone. All right.
どこに行っちまったんだろうな。
So, how have you been since the last stream?
I've been alright.
I know you've been playing fucking games with me occasionally, but
Yeah.
aside from that,
Yeah, it's
this is for the benefit of the stream, not me for the most part.
yeah, it's mostly been that. Probably will eventually start working in RPG Maker to make something. I know the
Yeah. Once I
group.
have some more free time, I want to start doing that again.
Yeah, I know the person that makes the extensions I use a lot, Viju Stella, released another pack of extension or plugins rather that one of them is basically kind of the title system from things like the Tales of series.
Oh hell yeah!
So that'll be nice because those will be basically kind of custom equipment that can also upgrade.
See, I don't know why titles fell out of favor, but I fucking love the title systems in JRPGs and shit. I love that shit so much.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, title systems are very interesting, especially just because they are a unique reward as well.
Mm-hmm.
Without
Even if you only equip a couple at a time, I think it's still a really cool idea, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It gives you an option of stuff to rotate out and add something to what you're doing. It can be kind of an effect without having it tied to a piece of literal equipment.
Mm. I do personally prefer the ones where you don't have to equip them at all. It's once you get them, you have them. But I still like the equip version as well. Just like for whatever, like to me, like it doesn't make any sense that you have to equip a title, right?
Yeah, that's
It's a
fair enough.
title. It's an epithet, like and like the stats that you get from it, or the skills or whatever, the abilities. That's from like actually doing the thing to get the title in the first place. The title is just like the representative of that thing,
Yeah, that's true.
generally speaking.
Yeah, like it doesn't make any literal sense, but I get it from a gameplay standpoint.
Yeah, fucking gameplay concessions.
All right, so last time, we saw the
Oh yeah,
initial
strawberry
murders,
milk.
uh, which was a very grotesque Halloween party. It basically looked like and we'll probably describe this again when Battler sees it, but uh, basically the couples out of the existing
Siblings.
existing siblings got stuffed like turkeys but full of candy, and then their stomachs cut, or at least made to look like that.
Yep. Which of course, like Paige Ricci is using magic and demons and shit like that. So like, you can. They could have just like died instantly. Then she just like fucks around with the corpses or whatever. But who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just settling into the kids eventually figuring it out.
All right, I am now sad that I have no more strawberry milk.
Big sad.
Yep. Fucking chopped steak is pretty good though.
Excellent.
There's that at least.
They aren't here. Where'd they go?
使用人室も厨房も空っぽだぜ。
The servant room and the kitchen are both empty.
一体どうしちまったってんだ。
What in the world happened? Oh, also, I will put the content warnings up now that I'm thinking about it.
That's a good idea. But also, Maria, why are you crying now? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's right. Okay.
Yeah, her mom's not where she expects her to be. So,
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
Same thing as happened last time.
Mama, where's Mama? Oh, and yeah, Rosa took the letter, which had the key to the church in it. My letter. The letter I got from Beto. Give it back. Give it back.
弱ったね。バトラ君、本当にローザおばさんだったのかい？
Oh, yeah, that's right, because Battler woke up part way.
Mm.
But kind of just rolled over afterwards. Perplexing. Battler, are you sure it was Aunt Rosa?
まあ、俺も寝ぼけてたから自信はねえんだが。
Well, even I was half asleep, so I'm not too sure.
明け方にローザおばさんが入ってきて、マリアの手提げカバンを漁ってるような気がしたんだよ。
But I get the feeling that in the early morning, Aunt Rosa came in and fished around in Maria's handbag. Also, Battler
You get
is...
the feeling, or you kind of saw, like,
Yeah.
Dick.
Though it might be this weird thing where he's kind of getting half the perspective from his more omniscient version.
Oh, that could be true, actually. Yeah.
So, like, he doesn't know the game's being played, but he gets this weird feeling every now and then.
I would not be surprised if that's the case, actually. Yeah. Now that I think about it. Because otherwise, if they're selves down on like in the actual world itself, did not have at least like something different about them, then each loop would turn out exactly the same every time.
Yeah, or pretty close to the same either way.
Yeah.
俺はてっきりマリアの手提げに歯磨きのチューブでも入ってるんじゃないかなんて思って寝ぼけてて。
figured there was probably
Like-
a tube of toothpaste or something in there.
Assuming all other conditions in a time loop are exactly the same, you would also always roll a die in the exact same way and get the same result, right? So,
Yeah, so there
like, there is such a thing as quantum randomness, but that sort of like quantum randomness doesn't actually like affect anything on a higher scale that quickly. Like, it takes a long time for it to build up.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, them moving their pieces has to do something in the loops.
Right? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying there. Like, it has to do something there.
Yeah, like, at the very least, like, the introduction of Beto just fucking being here is a major thing.
Mm-hmm. Like,
なんで歯磨きのチューブがマリアの手
if
先
you
に入ってる
fucking
んだ
like
よ
had quantum randomness at the beginning of like the entire ass universe, yeah, then like every time loop of an entire universe will be incredibly different. But when you have quantum time loop or quantum randomness on the scale of like 2 days, nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's gonna change because of that shit. It's
Yeah.
gonna be like a couple of atoms will be knocked out of place, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, and even if we assume like a couple years, that's still not a lot of changes on that big of a scale.
Yeah, well, in that case, like electronics can like fuck up a lot more easily, right?
Oh yeah.
Due to like electronics being like much or electricity in general actually being based on electrons and being like subatomic particles and shit like that makes it like way more likely for something to fuck up from a quantum randomness. So that could happen, but it's still not very likely much is going to change
Yeah,
because
exactly.
like quantum randomness is randomness at the quantum level. So
Yeah. Because at the very least, we could potentially assume that some of these things are going to change within the first couple years, maybe, just because I don't know if they had that exact same interaction.
I think if it was like a time loop on the scale of the entire world, it might change some things pretty reliably in a couple of years, but not like on the island itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think it's probably something of you can probably change anything up until she was tied to the island, because obviously she wouldn't get tied to the island otherwise if she could avoid it.
Yeah,
And she can affect anything people experience while on the island.
that makes sense. Yeah.
As long as they're not like Battler, who ultimately projects her existence. Because we even talked about it last time. It's probably something on the scale of as long as you are open to her existence, she can probably affect something.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, generally speaking, humans are not very like evidence-based creatures. We're mostly feeling-based. But that doesn't mean that people won't change their minds if they see like overwhelming evidence, because obviously they do. That's what happens.
Yep.
Of course, sometimes they just double down instead, but it's neither here nor there. That's what Battler's doing, actually. But everyone else is like, yeah, we saw proof. It's, you know,
Yep.
and it's like sort of like the right proportion, I think, is like out of 18 like to 20 people, like one person will double down hardcore when they get like overwhelming proof, and like, but the rest will be like, yeah, all right. And then like, you know, one or two will be like, yeah, I believe it's fucking whatever, like Maria does.
Yeah.
Although Maria also like actually has conversations with the woman, so
Yeah. And at the very least, she was kind of open to that belief because, of course, she was. She was a child. So, you know, no pre-established beliefs as far as what is possible in the world.
yeah, I would say that the loop probably begins the day that everyone is going to the island in the first place. So we haven't seen any changes that are happening further back than that. But with Maria, at least, like, she didn't get the scorpion charms this time.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, she didn't do the. At the very least, she didn't give anybody the scorpion charms.
I
She,
don't think she had the candy in the first one, did she?
nope, did not have the candy, did not emphasize Halloween as much, if at all.
Yeah, the conversation probably didn't go that way the first time. So yeah, that's where I'm assuming the loop is starting, is on the day that everyone arrives on the island, at the beginning of that day.
Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, because it definitely depends on how much of that conversation happened between Beatrice and Shannon and Cannon.
Mm.
Anyway, why
I
would
think that one's like definitely like set in stone, because in all the loops, like George and Shannon are going to be dating, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that's so like at the very least that, and then like Kenan and Jessica aren't going to be in any of the loops.
In a relationship, yeah.
Yeah. So like I think that's probably set in stone,
Yeah, that makes sense.
because the whole purpose of this like game for her is to convince Battler, and Battler, you know,
Yeah, like,
he's only going to be here for like this set period of time.
yeah, she would have to set the loop back fucking 6 years to try and do some shit.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, she wasn't powerful enough to show up to someone like Battler.
Yeah. Because that fucking shrine was still around.
Yeah, the shrine was still around, and she couldn't appear to anybody who really vehemently denied her existence, which Natsuhi and Kraus were like that for a bit.
Yeah. All right. We've established our thoughts on this. We can go now.
How would there be a tube of toothpaste in Maria's
寝
handbag?
ぼけて夢でも見たに決まってんぜ。
Looks like you were a little more than half asleep. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, seems like that would be in, like, a suitcase,
Ah, you never know.
I suppose. But yeah,
Especially with kids, like sometimes they'll be like, "Hey, I want to carry this." It's like we should put this in the suitcase. No, I want to carry it.
fair enough, yeah. Battler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin's room. Also, when Maria woke up before the rest of them, she started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting two and two together, they figured that Rosa had probably come and opened the envelope.
黄金の魔女様の封筒か。中に何が入ってたんだろ
A letter from the Golden Witch. I wonder what was inside.
わからないね。でも、あの封筒はおじい様が新書に使う後ろ宮家の家紋の入ったものだった。
I don't know, but that envelope was for grandfather's personal use, and it had the Ushiromiya family crest on it.
親族会議と無関係なものが入っていたとは考えがたいね。
Whatever was inside it must have had some connection to the family conference. She hadn't let anyone touch it, but yesterday, Maria had shown that envelope off to Battler and the rest a whole lot. So they remembered it well. Mama, give it back! Mama, give it back!
ジョージの兄貴の言う通りなら、相当重要なものらしいが。
Well, if you're right, it'd have to be pretty important.
しかし、そんな大事なものを、どうして魔女様はマリアに渡したんだろうな。
Why would this mighty witch give something that important to Maria? Well,
Because she's her apprentice.
yeah. Like, apprenticeship aside, she's also the one who respects Beatrice the most.
さっぱりだぜ。
I don't get it. Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. Only natural. Since the moment they'd woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. Felt like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk.
おー
Hey, anyone there? Answer me. Jessica called out into the hallway, and eventually an answer came back. It came from the entrance hall.
聞こえますとも。何かありましたか？
Was Nanjo just like sleeping in a fucking chair or something?
Either that or
I doubt it. Like he's a doctor and he's old, so he's probably gotten into a guest room. But still,
yeah,
it's kind of funny to imagine him sleeping in a reclining chair.
yeah, a little bit. Probably he's kind of wandered in afterwards, because I remember he was chatting with everybody over dessert at the guest house, so he probably slept somewhere in the guest house and then kind of plodded back to the mansion. I can hear you.
Yeah, he's probably got a room in the guest house or something.
Has something happened?
南條先生だ。よかった。
Dr. Nanjo, thank goodness.
この島から僕たち以外が消えてしまったわけではないようだよ。
Looks like everyone but us hasn't disappeared from this island after all. Be a bit fucked up.
Yeah, it would be. But also, how would they?
I mean, yeah, how would they? But, you know, how would anything that happens in this happen?
It's true.
南條先生、おはようございます。
Dr. Nanjo, good morning.
すみませんが、うちの親たちとかどこに行ったか知りませんか？
Sorry, but do you know where our parents went?
はて、私も今起きてこちらに来たばかりですからな。
Yeah, exactly what I thought. Dear me, I only just woke up and came here, you see.
Like, I want to know why he's still wearing a lab coat. Like, outside of work.
Well, I guess he's technically been working, and they didn't want to make a second character model.
I don't think I would have put him in a fucking lab coat in the first place, just have him in a suit, you know?
True enough, but he has been examining Kinzo during his stay.
Not wrong.
So he's kind of working in his capacity as a doctor still. Dear me, I only woke up and came here, you see. I have no way of knowing for sure, but let's see. It's only natural. Nanjo was a guest just like the rest of them. He'd come just now to pass the time in the parlor until breakfast. Dr. Nanjo, Mama took it. Mama took my letter.
Paddling to the doctor on your mug.
Yeah, well, I mean, like we've talked about, he's kind of just Grandpa.
Yeah.
Give it back. Give it back. You know, honestly...
Opening a box of tea with, like, fucking shattered nails is kind of difficult.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, fucking get Dr. Nanjo to adopt Maria.
Yeah, could work.
Get her as far away from this family as possible. Maria buried her face in Nanjo's plump stomach, sobbing and crying. Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning.
Does Nanjo have kids?
Yes. He
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, wait, yeah, because he mentioned his daughter.
Yep, he's got children and grandchildren. He considers them a blessing, but Kinzo obviously does not.
Yeah, because he's Kenzo.
Yeah. And, like, I understand his children, even though that's his fault, but some of his grandkids are actually pretty alright. Maria literally shares his hobby. Even though
And
it's...
Jessica's, like, doing whatever the fuck she wants with no regard for anyone else.
Yeah. And George is, while kind of a fuckboy, also doing pretty good in business.
Yeah, like, on the surface, he's alright. It's one of those people that if you only know him for a week, he seems like a great guy, but like once you know him a little longer, you're like, you guys have issues, buddy.
A little bit.
誰かかけてくるぜ。
Ah, someone's running this way.
ジェシカ、誰か来るぞ。
Jessica, someone's coming.
You said it like he's in a fucking shonen action thing. It's like,
Yeah.
oh shit, someone's coming.
Oh, that reminds me. Something someone told me. In the dub of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the Japanese dub, tunes are called animes.
Fair enough. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally, like, anime is any animated work in anywhere that actually speaks Japanese.
That there dang old loan word.
Yep. From down the hall, they could sense people running hurriedly. They saw Goda and Cannon coming towards them. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion, and yet Battler and the rest didn't even think to question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable they wanted to ask someone, anyone, where Rosa was. But the two servants seemed to have bigger things on their minds than Jessica, who was waving at them. Goda flew into the servant room, and when Cannon noticed that Nanjo was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering something into his ear.
なんですって。ローザさんが。
What did you say? Rosa did.
はい、ご案内いたしますので、どうかご同行お願いいたします。
Yes, I will guide you, so please accompany me.
わかりました。
Understood.
Oh,
こ
fucking.
ちらへ。
I saw on like Twitter, like apparently there's some hullabaloo about Finster, the dude that like cross dresses all the time for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like apparently, like some people are like saying that like no, this guy's trans, blah blah blah. It's like what? Hold on. And there was one point where people were like posting pictures of him and like him wearing like a tube top, and they were just like, oh, then look at that chest. That's definitely like a HRT chest and everything. I was just like, what? No, my chest is bigger than that, and I'm not on HRT yet. Like, what the fuck? This is like a dude's chest. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't think people understand that, like men's chests aren't, like, flat. I've measured myself. I'm an A cup, alright? I'm not overweight either. I'm just, like, that big. I don't understand people, like, especially, like, when they're trying to, like, these are supposedly, like, trans allies and trans people doing this, too, and it's just like, hold on. What are you talking about? Why are you like this? This is not what this is supposed to be. Like, you're just, like, doing the binary thing all over again. Stop it.
Yeah.
Which, like, honestly, for, like, anyone that's trying to be more androgynous or feminine, like, Finster is, like, absolutely transition goals, but he doesn't actually take any hormones, according to him, and I'm inclined to trust the person who's, like, talking about it.
Yeah.
Who it concerns, you know?
Yeah, and I'm looking at the ones that are obviously not just literally stuffing something into the chest compartment here. And yeah, no, that's just how a dude's
just a chest.
Yeah, that's just a dude's chest. It's just, if you wear something that shows off your chest, you'll notice, as somebody that is AMAB, you have a chest.
Yeah, like, I don't even need to wear a tight shirt for my chest to look like his does. Like, I'm wearing, like, a pretty loose t-shirt right now, and it's just sort of, like, very obvious that there's a chest here. It's like, come on, what do you... Like, I know I'm not rail thin or anything. Like, I'm kind of muscular, for sort of, you know? It's like, not as much as I used to be, but definitely still kind of muscular. Like, I'm not, like, one of those very thin, skeletal, almost people. But, like... It's just a normal chest. Especially like, for someone who doesn't work out a lot like Finster, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like, in some of the photos, absolutely, there, you know, he's wearing something to, you know, make his chest look bigger underneath the dress or shirt or whatever. But otherwise, no, that's just a chest.
Yeah. Like it's mostly just like having clear skin, wearing a tight shirt, and then like setting up the picture at the right angle, in the right pose, and boom, there you go. It looks, chesty.
Yeah. I've never heard of this person until now, but I was looking at some photos and
I'm
like,
surprised
no.
you haven't, because he's a pretty famous like cross-dressing streamer.
Yeah, just for some reason, the people I follow don't talk about him.
I mean, fair enough. Like I don't really follow people who talk about him either. I just occasionally, like, very rarely see like pictures of him or information about him somewhere, like in a stream or like on Reddit or whatever.
Yeah, I think part of it is I haven't engaged very much with social medias as far as like browsing them in a while.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Other than like occasionally some art stuff on like Blue Sky or stuff.
Yeah.
Without saying anything more than that, Cannon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her, but he wasn't calm. He dashed back down the corridor by which he had come, followed by Nanjo. Looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that, yes, something bad really had happened. They saw Goda through the door to the servants' room, which had been flung open, holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized that he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred.
行ってみようぜ。
Let's have a look.
You really don't wanna.
You're not gonna want to. Also, a warning again, because we're probably gonna get into it. Jessica has some fucking lungs on her, so prepare your ears.
Yep. Thankfully, I have the Discord stream set to like half volume, so I'm fine. But for everyone else, just in case.
Yeah, exactly. Mama, give it back. Give back my letter. It's an invitation to the Golden Land. He didn't know what, but something was happening. Battler and the rest...
Stay out of the recycling bag.
Battler and the rest chased after Cannon and Nanjo. And then we realized Cannon had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. So we shouldn't have gone with them. Wonder if Alice regretted her excessive curiosity when she chased after that rabbit holding a clock.
Probably not. Alice had a pretty good fucking ending to her story.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, she did have to like go through some shit to get there, but eventually she got a pretty good ending.
Yeah, she had something of an adventure and everything was fine.
She also got to like tell her fucking like restrictive parents off at the end.
Oh yeah, I did forget about that.
Like that's the good ending part. I was thinking. I was like, she's just like absolutely told everyone that was like trying to restrict her like to go fuck themselves.
No, you mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Jessica! No!
Very sharp, that voice.
父さん何があったの
Mother, father, what happened?
Just like get that fucking like action heavy dark techno in the background.
Yeah, absolutely.
What
Okay.
you'd expect from a fucking like a cyberpunk action game or something.
Yeah, again, visual novel music often goes hard.
なんだよこりゃ。趣味が悪いにも程があるじゃねえかよ。
What the hell is this? This goes way beyond bad taste.
命を奪うならそれで十分事足りただろうがよ。
Isn't taking someone's life bad enough?
なんだよこりゃ。
What the hell is this?
わざわざ殺した後に椅子に座らせて腹裂いて。
Going to all the trouble after they died of sitting them on chairs, slicing their stomachs, and pulling their entrails out?
This is gonna be a thing, like every loop, where like the first 6 people to die have Battler just like narrating the whole thing to everyone around him for no fucking reason.
Yep, I'm almost certain that it's gonna end up like that.
歌詞をわざわざ中に詰め込んだってのかよ。
Went to all the trouble of stuffing their stomachs full of sweets?
なんだってなんだってそんな悪趣味なことをしやがるんだよ。
Why? Why the hell would you do something so fucked up?
I'm actually really glad that this doesn't shy away from the swears as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, that's just how people talk. And
Yeah,
especially,
like there's a lot of Japanese media that like have some really fucked up, gory bullshit happen, and then they just like shy away from even the most gentle of swears. And it's like, what are you doing?
yeah, absolutely. It's like, Persona 5 it shies away from letting the kid who dyes his hair blonde and acts like a punk from saying fuck when something is fucked up.
For context, for people who aren't familiar with Japanese culture at all, dyeing your hair blonde is like dyeing it like fucking like bright blue
Yeah,
in high school. You know, like it's very much like a sign of like delinquency.
yeah, it's kind of a delinquent / rebellion thing. Though I think Ryuji does it in part because one of his friends from middle school and into today, into the current day of the game, is mixed race, so she has blonde hair naturally.
And I'm assuming she gets like pestered for it a lot.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens in Japanese high schools.
Yep.
It's like, I mean, the same thing happens in American high schools too, just like with somewhat less visible things.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where they're so used to a conformist look with appearances.
Like everyone with black or very dark brown hair.
Yeah, black, dark brown hair, maybe some light brown hair.
Even with like light brown hair, I'd say that's probably, like, at least in Japan, that's probably still mixed race.
Oh, yeah, probably. Or at least some, depending, some distant ancestry.
Yeah. Not like first generation, probably. Well, I mean, it could be, but,
Yeah, you get what we're saying, audience.
Yes. It's like the most common hair color type and like all that in Japan is black and straight. So anything that doesn't conform to that gets, like, even if it's like 6 generations ago they got passed down, yeah, you still get like bothered about it.
Yep, absolutely.
It's like the only reason this sort of thing doesn't happen in the U.S. and it still does kind of, just not to the same extent, is because like we already have like a much wider variety of hair colors and styles. So.
Exactly. So it's more about racial stereotypes than anything to do with specific characteristics of appearance.
That's like hating like nonconformism.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the thing is Japan can be very conscious of the community, which can be good, but then it turns around and we have a lot of like conformism, especially conservatism that can be very bad.
It's kind of funny because like the most popular media in like the most popular kinds of media in Japan like call out these things, and then like nothing ever changes as far as I can tell over there. Like I do occasionally like look up news, like talk to like Japanese people and everything just to like see what's like going on over there, and like nothing seems to actually change.
Yeah. Yep, slow changes, like how Tokyo did go ahead and basically legalize civil unions, but still.
Yeah. It's still not like good enough.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. But unfortunately, Japan is very conservative in its government still, so it's gonna take large cultural changes, just like it's gonna take large cultural changes here in the US.
Mm-hmm. Different ones, of course, but still large cultural changes.
Yeah, exactly. Also, welcome in, Bedwards.
Yes. Hello, Bedwards. We're just talking about like culture and shit. So,
Yeah.
you know, we're doing the thing that we do all the time, where we just like interrupt like very serious scenes and just talk for like 10 minutes about something else.
Yeah, specifically, we were talking about letting characters in fucked up situations say fuck.
Yeah. Which is like I was saying, like a lot of anime and JRPGs and shit like that, like will shy away from people swearing, like even just like a little bit. It's like why? Why? They are like this person is literally killing people on the front lines of a war. Let them say fuck.
Yep.
Let them say damn it. You know, like come on.
やってくれやがるぜ最高だよ最高だよ
Nice job, you bastard. Just great. Just great. Yeah, and sometimes it is the translations that screw with this rather than the original stuff.
Yeah.
Because, like, Naruto says damn it a lot and calls people bastard a lot. But you wouldn't know that from the English dub.
Okay.
It would be best
Oh.
if everyone went outside.
こんな姿を皆さんに見せたいなどと彼らが思うわけがありません
They certainly wouldn't want you all to see them like this. Nanjo told the children to go outside, but no one listened.
ローザさん皆さんに言ってくださいこんなもの見続けては毒になる
Rosa, please tell them. If they keep looking at something like this, it will do nothing but harm.
You know, I know it's just me. Like, this is just a me thing specifically. It's probably not even like a neurodivergence thing, but just like me specifically. But like, when people say they want you to see them like this, I'm just like, huh? What? No, if I get like absolutely just fucking wrecked by some machine, display my body for the entire world to see. Fuck them. I don't care. Do it.
I mean, fair enough. I think partially it is you wouldn't necessarily want someone's memories, like the good memories and stuff, to be replaced with an image of your corpse.
I don't know. Like that. Okay, that might be a neurodivergence thing because I don't get that either. Like when I think of like the people that I know that have died, like it's not me holding their like cold hand, you know, or anything like that.
Yeah, though then again, it really does have to do specifically with like bodies that have been fucked up.
I might, yeah, I literally am built different on that, Bedwards. I have a neurodivergence that I'm not gonna name because people always like,
Assume
say
bad things.
like, dumb
yeah.
shit about it. But like, I don't have the same emotional capacity as everyone else does, especially not with like connections and like empathy and stuff like that. So yeah, for at least for this, I am built different.
Yep. But yeah,
I'm a
it's,
weird fucking mutant. All right.
but yeah, specifically, it has a lot to do more with like very mutilated bodies because we can just assume, you know, like our brains just kind of fill in. Oh, they just look like they're sleeping, so we don't overwrite memories like that, or we don't think about that. But if a body is fucked up, but still has the face, we can get kind of fucked up with our memories of people.
No, it's just what looks like ground meat to me, but you know. Maybe people don't like thinking of their friends and family as ground meat. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean a little bit, yeah. But specifically, it is like seeing like I don't know, someone who got really fucked up in a car crash and looking them in the face for long enough.
Like the only thing that like bothers me about like fucked up bodies is like when joints don't like when joints specifically are like going the wrong way, you know?
Okay, yeah, then you get into like the uncanny with that.
Yeah,
In a
it's
way
only
that-
the uncanny part that like bothers me at all.
Fair enough. But yeah.
Like the actual gore just doesn't nothing.
And it's not even necessarily the gore in that. I mean, yes, it is the gore, but it's specifically realizing that it's a person, and you think about that being a person.
Yeah, like I think I get what you're trying to say, but I don't think that will ever work on me. Like it'll not. Oh, hello, Sunkatsu.
Yes, hello, welcome in.
Welcome in. I don't think that'll ever like actually affect me at all because like
Yeah. Specific
no connection to
neurodivergence.
people, you know.
Yeah.
I have to try very, very hard to like actually make connections.
Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She should have realized that the children would eventually come here. She should have quickly locked up instead of standing around stunned. The children
Honestly,
had
though,
come
Rosa,
here.
like I think it's forgivable because like you just saw like you 3 older siblings and all of their spouses like fucked up like that. So, like, I think even I would be a little not like
Not
disgusted.
okay.
I wouldn't be nauseous like her, but I would definitely be like, "Yo, what, huh?
Yeah.
What is going on here?"
Yeah, that's a
I
little,
definitely would not be thinking about like hiding it from the kids.
yeah, like it'd be a lot of, okay, who the fuck did this? Where the fuck are they? And just holy fuck, this situation is
For me, I think it'd
interesting.
be like, well, like, how did they even manage that? Because the way it's described, just
Yeah,
like
like
how would you do that without dislocating their jaws, right?
yeah, the only thing I could think is do the cut first and then stuff them with the candy to make it look like that.
Yeah.
Rather than actually do it that way. Surely at this
I'm sure that'll come up later. We can talk about it then.
surely at this very moment they were having a sight burned into their eyes. That was far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth.
Like
Yeah,
the description of the shocking meal of Rose's youth is just like what? It's just rice. Stop.
yeah, but also like cutting into a turkey and then not expecting that. Yeah, I can see why the brain for like 2 seconds would go, is that fucking maggots?
Maybe. I think this is like another one of those things where I'm just like not bothered by stuff.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, that might be, that might not even be a neurodivergence, that just might be,
Like me.
yeah.
Because I am still bothered by like things crawling on me, just like everyone else is.
Oh yeah.
I don't want things crawling on me, but I don't mind like looking at them or anything. Doesn't
Yeah.
bother me.
While she hugged Maria, who seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion at this gruesome scene, Rosa cried for them and their parents. Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's just a survival instinct for like not liking things crawling on you. You know, it's. I do still have that. I may be missing a lot of things, but I still do have that. That's definitely still there.
For groaning and crying voices, their sadness continued to echo in a place that should have known God's love.
Like that thing that people get like when they see a spider, but then they don't know where it went, but it's like right before bedtime. Yeah, I still get that too.
Piece of crap. Again, another one of these murders?
今度もやたらと凝った最高にふざけた殺し方をしやがって。
And this time
He's saying this in world too, right? Like, this isn't in the. Well, maybe it is because it's got the border, so it might be.
Yeah, I think this is the game board. So he's talking specifically to Beatrice. And this time he made it all elaborate, killing them like it's a total joke.
わらわはそんな嘆きより感謝の言葉が聞きたかったぞ。
Fucked up, Beatrice. I was rather hoping you'd thank me, not cry out in grief.
感謝感謝と言ったがこのクソババア
Thank you. Did you say I
You
should
old
thank
bitch.
you? You old bitch?
てめえ耳がいかれてやがるってんなら俺が両の耳を引き裂いてよく聞こえるようにしてやるぜ
Damn it, if there's something wrong with your ears, I'll cut them both off so you can hear better.
なんで俺がこの最高にいかれた殺し方にありがとうございますベアトリーチェ様なんて言わなければならねえんだ
Why should I have...
殺してやる
Why should I have to see that insane way of killing and say, oh, thank you very much, Lady Beatrice. I'll beat your brains out.
前回の
I
ゲ
do,
ーム
I do like him in this scene at least. Like he's very like that's good, that's some good sarcasm. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
お前は自分の親の死に顔が見られないと嘆いたな。
Oh fuck! In the last game, you lamented the fact you couldn't see your parents' faces after they died. Yes.
だから残したぞ。
So this time, I left them.
しっかり残した。
Didn't touch them.
よく拝んでおけ。間違いなく父親たちが殺されたことを。
Take a good look, for without a doubt, your father and the rest have been killed.
そうかよそいつはサービス満点だぜ気に入った
Moral of the story, blondes have no soul.
Does that mean I have half a soul?
Really, what a nice treat. I'm so fucking happy.
俺はてめえの息の根を止めたら顔面耕してやろうと誓ってたがそいつは取り消してやるぜ
Okay.
てめえの腹渡を引きずり出してやる
I don't know if this was the case, you know, like 15 years ago when this was first translated, or
But
yeah,
plow
like
your
15, 16 years
face.
ago.
Phrasing.
Yeah, that's not that's not quite what that means in English anymore, buddy.
I think it was at least a little bit more ambiguous then, but maybe I'm wrong? I swore I'd plow your
It
face
probably
after
was,
I
yeah.
choked the life out of you, but I'll take that back now. I'll rip your guts out instead.
Damn.
感情に任せ
Necrophilia
て
and
思考を止めるな。
Never mind, I'm not gonna get into that. Battler freak for real, yeah. Don't give in to emotion. Don't stop thinking.
Love her expressions, by the way.
すでにわらわのゲームは始まっておるのだぞ。
My game has already begun, right?
わらわは今回は綺麗に死体を残すことに決めた。
Beatrice, I think we have different definitions of neat and tidy. I decided to leave you neat and tidy corpses this time.
なぜだかわかるか
Do you know why?
前回のゲームでそなたがわらわの存在を否定するときこう考えて否定したであろう
When you denied my existence in the last game, you used this line of thinking.
顔面が潰され遺体の身元が確認できない
Their faces were crushed, so the identity of the corpses can't be confirmed.
だから身代わりの死体を用意してアリバイを作った可能性が否定できない
Therefore, we can't eliminate the possibility that fake corpses were prepared to create an alibi. I also talked about that being a possibility. And I don't think it is in the first loop, personally, just because, like, the amount of effort and work it would take to do that. But you could do it, technically.
Yep.
Technically possible.
Yep, exactly. So now that's not a possibility at all.
その可能性が排除できない限り人間犯人説は維持できる
Unless that possibility is denied, a human culprit theory can still be built.
なんだと
You say?
さあバトラー、南條に検視を任せてよいのか？
No, Battler, is it okay to leave the examination of the corpses to Nanjo?
ミステリーの古典では検視の医者がグルというのが伝統なのだろう。
Isn't it traditional in mystery novels for the doctor to perform such examinations to be an accomplice?
なら南條に検視を任せるな。そなたが自らするがよい。
Then don't leave the examination to him. Do it yourself.
間違いなく6人の死体が当人で死んだふりな
Love you,
ので
Beatrice.
な
I love you so
本当の
much.
本当に死んでいることを十分に確認するがいい。
Fix her. Fuck it, I can make her worse. Make completely sure that without a doubt the 6 corpses are the 6 people they're supposed to be, that they really, really are dead, not just pretending.
お前の父親が母親が腹を裂かれて臓物を引きずり出されて殺されていることを。
If you wish to confirm that your father and mother have been killed by having their stomachs cut open and their entrails pulled out,
腹に手を入れてその手触りで確認するがいい。
you'd better stick your hand inside their stomachs and feel around. Damn! Yeah!
She's excellent.
Yeah. They died of tummy ache. Oh man.
Too much candy.
チキショーチキショー開かねえぞ俺は。
You're already crying, Battler?
I won't cry. Damn it. Damn it. I won't cry. Battler suddenly yelled. His tears were still dripping down, but as though scolding himself for being a sissy, he slapped his face hard several times with both hands. Don't do that to yourself. That's just misogynistic bullshit for a start.
Yeah, this is like toxic masculinity. Don't do that. You can cry. You're allowed to cry.
Even so, the tears still wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both of his eyes.
That's the veins in your eyes. Inflaming. You're crying too much.
Whoever's responsible for this piece of work, I'll make them pay back their debt completely.
なら泣く時じゃねえ。自分のすべきことを考えろ。
So this isn't the time to cry. I gotta think about what to do.
ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
It's useless. It's all useless.
涙を流す暇があったら考えろ。
You've got enough time to cry, then think.
涙腺なんかひるませる時じゃねえ。
There's no time to let yourself cry. Rather than genuine anger, maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who'd been crushed by the sadness.
そうだね。僕たちが泣いても起こってしまった現実は
That's right. Even if we cry, it won't change the reality
変わらない。
of what has happened. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
じゃあどうすりゃいいんだ。
What should we do?
私は父さんと母さんのために何をすればいいんだよ。
What should I do for mom and dad's sakes?
Okay, I've got a repeat of yesterday where I'm like 98% sure that I turned the oven off, but I need to go check because I'm not 100% sure.
Fair enough. You go
I
do
just-
that.
Yeah. So I have accidentally left it on one time, and one of the dogs came over to the back door and was jumping on it repeatedly to get my attention to get me to turn the fucking oven off. Very smart dog.
Yeah.
Little monster, but very smart.
A very smart dog. Very good dog.
戻りました。
Lady Rosa, I have returned.
郷田さん、警察はどうでしたか。
Goda, what happened with the police?
対応の指示を
What did they say to do?
いつ頃来られそうだと言っていましたか。
Did they say when they think they'll be able to get here?
それが電話が故障のようでして
As to that, it seems the phones have broken down.
非常用の無線機も試してはみたのですが、その天候のせいでしょうか、こちらも通じず。
I also tried the emergency wireless, but maybe it's the weather, but that isn't working either.
なんですって。
What did you say?
じゃあ警察に連絡がつかないということなの？
So we can't contact the police?
あいつだ。あいつが電話線とかに細工して警察に電話ができないようにしたんだ。
It's that person. They did something to the phone line, made it so we can't reach the cops. When she heard that the phones had broken down, Jessica immediately decided that it was the work of that mysterious guest. Her eyes were bright red after so much crying, and they began to grow even redder with rage.
Or, Jessica, it might be because there's a fucking typhoon and you're in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair. But also, you know...
I mean, yeah, like, Beatrice would absolutely do that if she had to.
Yeah, I mean, first up, would do that if they had to. But granted, I wouldn't be surprised if Kinzo had ordered it done.
Yeah, that's true as well. Like, he could have done it.
Yeah, because he wants the island isolated to accomplish the ritual, because it requires that there's no outside contact.
So the oven was in fact off. I was just worried that it had clicked onto like boil or something like it did last time.
Fair enough. There's no need to talk about it, right?
全てが分かってる。そうだと分かる。
Understand everything. That's right, I get it.
父さんと母さんを殺したのは誰だ？
Who killed Dad and Mom?
決まってるぜ。あいつだ。
It's obviously her.
昨日来たとかいう魔女様に決まってる。
It's gotta be that witch or whatever who came yesterday.
襟首ひねり上げてやるぜ。
I'll grab her by the collar.
ちくしょうちくしょうちくしょう。
Damn it, damn it.
I get the feeling that Jessica's gonna die this loop.
Hmm?
I get the feeling that Jessica's gonna die this loop.
Quite possible, considering she's probably about to go confront Beatrice.
Yep.
Jessica, wait.
ゴーダさん、カノ君、行って。
Goda, Cannon, go.
はい。
Yes, ma'am.
お嬢様お待ちを。
Hey, I'm back. You don't have to read for me anymore.
Oh, sorry. My lady, wait. Covering her uncontrollable sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mystery guest who'd arrived yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest, no more, no less. So Rosa, making an adult decision, was forced to stop Jessica in her rash rampage. Goda and Cannon picked up on this immediately and chased after her.
誰にも招かれなかった客人ベアトリーチェが犯人なんだろうか。
Could the guest that no one invited, Beatrice, be the culprit?
ジェシカの気持ちもわかる。
Support. Yes.
I understand how Jessica feels.
そう思い込みたい気持ちは
I wish I could think that too.
誰でもいいから犯人ってことにして横っ面をぶっ飛ばしてやりたい気持ちがある。
Doesn't matter who, I want someone to be the culprit so I can bash them right in the face.
だがその前にはっきりと理解する必要がある。
But before that, we need a clear understanding of what's going on.
ベアトリーチェって何
Sorry,
者
my cat's just like pushing and like being very pushy about attention.
Fair enough. Who is this Beatrice?
俺は顔すら見てねえぜ。
I haven't even seen her face.
顔ならお屋敷に大きな肖像画で飾られてたよ。
If you're looking for her face, it decorates the big portrait in the mansion.
あれだけ見てまだ覚えられないのかな。
You still don't remember after looking at it for so long. I don't think that's what he meant, Maria.
Yeah.
I think he means that he hasn't actually seen her like in person. Just because he knows what she looks like in a portrait doesn't mean he knows what she looks like, you know?
Yeah. Come on, Maria. What's so funny in a situation like this?
ベアトリーチェは魔女なんだよ。
Hi, Amber. Do you mind?
そして
Beatrice is a
黄金鏡の
witch.
扉を開くための儀式がいよいよ始まったの。
And the ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land has finally begun.
この6人はその生
Hey,
贄なん
what
だ
did you
よ。
knock over? Oh, you knocked fucking sunglasses on my desk. Don't do that. I don't need these breaking too. Those 6 people are sacrifices.
さあさあ始まるよ魔女の宴が
Let's begin the witch's banquet. I think that line sounds better in Japanese than it does in English. Which, like, that's what actually one of the few full sentences in this like visual novel that I've actually been able to understand completely in Japanese, and I think it sounds better in Japanese.
Fair enough.
I think it's actually the sa, like the come part of the, not that kind of come, the come part of the sentence. Ow, my back. Tonight is Halloween, so now the witches will gather to celebrate. Sorry, I was grabbing some snacks.
Fair enough.
マリアその気持ち悪い声で笑うのをやめなさいっていつも言ってるでしょ
Maria, don't I always tell you not to laugh with that creepy voice? The crisp sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high-ceilinged chapel.
High-ceilinged chapel. That's a mistake right there.
Yeah, that's not really a good way to put that.
I would have said it like the vaulted ceilings of the chapel or something like that.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if it's actually a vaulted, because the vaulted ceiling in architectural stuff is a specific kind of ceiling.
Yeah, but something to that effect where it's a little bit more dramatic sounding.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since it started raining yesterday. No, ever since the island was swallowed by the typhoon, I felt as though something was wrong.
I think the chapel here has a vaulted ceiling. I think I recall that. I need another, like, image of it, but I'm pretty sure it's a vaulted ceiling in there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Text message. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just like an automated message from my network provider saying, like, put your tax refund to work, blah, blah, blah. I was like, bitch, I don't make enough money to pay taxes, so I don't get a tax refund.
It was bright and sunny when I arrived on Rokkenjima, but since I'd gotten up early and was sleepy, I took a nap.
Yeah, just for everyone's reference, I have been so poor my entire life that I've literally never had to file my taxes. It is not legally required for me.
Yeah. If you,
I don't know how to do it, actually. I'm 28 and I've never had to do my taxes.
Yeah. If you're...
Nate had something similar happen to him. He only had to start doing his taxes like last year.
Oh, jeez.
So, it's real bad. It's real bad over here.
Yeah. If you work for a company, it's actually super easy. It's when you work for yourself that it's a bitch.
Yeah, they give you, like a W-2 and like other tax forms and shit like that.
Yeah.
To just like make it happen real quick.
Yeah, exactly. So you can just kind of plug the details in, and if that's the only place you're making money, then that's easy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you work for yourself, then you have to get all that information, and you have to get all that information correct. Otherwise, you know.
Another cable. The cat is trying to do like the flop thing where he flops over, but he keeps flopping onto the cable.
Fair enough. Granted, if you make a mistake on your taxes, and it's not within the thousands or millions of dollars, they just want you to correct it and pay.
Yeah,
anything.
they'll just send you like a letter or whatever and be like, hey, you kind of fucked up that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is sort of, I don't like that in a lot of ways, because like they already know how much you owe for the most part, right? That's how they can like send you the letter. They already have all that information, and yet you still have to file the fucking taxes, which is just fucking weird and bizarre.
Yeah, absolutely, because
most European countries like just have it done automatically. You just get like a tax return in the mail or whatever, or just like a thing in the mail saying, hey, you need to pay this much, and that's it. Like you don't actually have to file your taxes.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a problem because they collect all that information just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But because of when we started doing that, and because of our tax industry, they perpetuate making it difficult for us. So there is that niche.
Like H&R Block and all that, lobbyists, bastards.
Yeah. And that is also the pain in the ass because they are the easiest way to do it. Any of those companies, not specifically H&R Block, but any of those companies are the easiest
Just like
way
having
to
a tax
file.
person.
Yeah. It's the easiest way to file your taxes.
And like they did it on purpose so they can make a lot of money.
Yep.
But like, fuck them all.
No.
I'll just fucking move to Ireland or something if I have to.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
When I woke up, it had already started raining. And ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling herself the Golden Witch Beatrice arrived, and it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. What the heck happened while I was napping? Supposed to believe this island was sealed off inside a different world, where common sense doesn't apply? Yes!
Yes, you are. That is exactly what you're supposed to believe, in fact.
Who is this person called Beatrice? Is some unknown person trying to involve themselves with the inheritance problem, just like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of the Gold, just like Maria said? Even if we set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say that this visitor person is the most suspicious. We mustn't make up our minds based on that alone. It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless.
Oh, neat. Obsidian updated.
Wow, neat. Smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brains before they overloaded. Even though it might have been a wasted effort.
これはおじい様の封筒。
This is one of Grandfather's envelopes. On the tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George found a Western envelope that had the Ushiromiya family crest done on it in gold leaf. It was unopened.
ってことはそれは俺たち宛てってことじゃねえのか
Which means it's probably meant for us, right?
親父たちが読んだものだったなら開封されてるはずだぜ
If it was something Dad and the others read, it should be open.
その推理は正解のようだよ。書いてある。
Seems your reasoning is correct. It's written right here.
残されし者たちへって書いてあるよ。
Someone wrote, to those who remain.
それは犯人が残した手紙なの。中身。
Is that the letter the culprit left? What's inside?
兄貴開けようぜ
George, let's open it. After nodding silently, George broke the seal. Folded letter came out.
読むよ。
I'll read it.
六軒島へようこそ。後ろ宮家の皆様方。
Welcome to Rokenjima, members of the Ushiromiya family.
私は金蔵様にお仕えしております当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します
I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family employed by Kinzo himself. That letter really was a joke. Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, announced that she was collecting the gold she lent grandfather, along with interest. So the letter from last time. But it was... Last time it was before the murders. Now we're getting it after the murders.
Yeah. What's the letter that Rosa had then?
Yeah?
I guess we'll find out, but...
Maybe the one that Rosa had was the one that said chapel on it, and that's what led them to go to the chapel themselves, and they just left the note there?
Could be. I don't know.
And that interest was everything grandfather
Because Rosa
had
did
created.
say that it wasn't like Ava's or Krause's handwriting, right? The note that said chapel on it?
Yeah, that's correct. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was being read aloud, it clearly wasn't referring just to the wealth that grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that grandfather had created. In other words, all of grandfather's descendants were included in the interest.
ふざけやがって
You bastard.
なんてめちゃくちゃな契約だ
What a screwed up contract.
黄金の利子は命だってのかよ。
Lives as interest for gold, you say?
そんなのまるで悪魔の契約じゃねえかよ。
That's almost like a contract with the devil, isn't it?
Yes.
それで
Yes, it is that way.
ってわけか。
You think that makes you look more like a witch?
笑わせやがるぜ。
Don't make me laugh.
特別条項。ただし隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、
Special
ベアトリーチェはこの権利を全て永遠に放棄しなければならない。
special clause. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time.
黄金の隠し場所についてはすでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。
Kinzo has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait.
つまりこういうことだね。
In other words, it's something like
もし
this.
この殺人が利子の回収行為だというなら、それを止める条件としておじい様に与えた隠し黄金を探し出してみろとこう言ってるんだよ。
If these murders represent her collecting interest, then she's telling us to try and find the gold she gave grandfather if we want her to stop.
そしてその秘密は例の肖像画の碑文に隠されているとも言ってる。
And she's also saying that the secret pointing to the gold is hidden in the portrait epitaph.
つまりこいつは魔女様の挑戦状ってわけか。
So basically, this is a letter of challenge from the witch.
黄金の隠し場所を記した
I mean, not really, but yeah, you can think of it like that if you want to.
She's telling us to try and solve the code that points to the hidden gold if we can.
そしてそれができなきゃ
She's probably contractually obligated by the deal to do it like this, so.
そう言ってやがるわけか。
Possibly, but she does like her competitions.
Oh yeah, of course.
And if we can't, she'll keep collecting the interest as planned.
ぶっ殺してやる上等だ。
I'll beat you to death. Bring it on.
Like, by necessity, Battler has to survive to the end of each of the loops, right? Like, unless, like, some random person kills him, but not, like, Beatrice.
Yeah, that would...
Like, by necessity, like, he has to survive because, like, otherwise he's not going to see all the proof of that turn.
Yeah, that would make the most sense to me.
バトラ君、これ
That, look. Table was covered with sweets. So even though those things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. I mean, come on, you see them a lot, right? You know, those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots.
We don't have those in the States, but we do have, coins.
Yeah, chocolate
お菓子の
coins.
箱じゃねえぞ。
Which I actually quite like them. They're like really like shit tier chocolate, but yeah, for whatever reason I like them a lot.
本物だ。
This is no box of candy, it's the real
こり
thing.
ゃ本物の金塊だ。
This is a real gold bar.
片翼のわしの紋章が刻印されてる。
It's inscribed with the crest of the one-winged eagle.
前に母さんが
No,
話
it's
してた
not
のを聞い
inscribed
た
with it. It's stamped with it, George. That's not what inscription means. This is a stamp.
I heard Mother talking about this earlier.
おじい様の黄金伝説の金塊だよ。
This is a gold bar from Grandfather's Legend of the Gold. Gold ingots weighing a full 10 kilograms. A whole 3 of them were piled up in the very center of the table. 3 of them, rather than just the one that Kraus had. So, Kinzo probably pulled the let's show them an ingot thing more than once to get, you know, the collateral, basically.
That is $195,000 USD modern day sitting on the table right now.
Nice.
That's a lot of fucking money.
Very much so.
Like, I made $10,000 stretch like 3 or 4 years. I can make 200,000 stretch like over a decade easily and be comfortable the entire time.
It was where a cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference.
これが本当に純度49のインゴットだったなら
These are really 4/9's quality ingots.
6000万円くらいの価値はある
It's worth about 60 million yen.
バカ野郎安すぎる
Dumbass, that's too
俺
cheap.
たちの親が6人も殺されてそこに積まれ
It's
た
$400,000
たったの
in USD, but like, of course, they're not talking about like modern yen or modern USD or modern gold prices.
Yep.
Gold was more expensive in the past because like we weren't as good at like purifying it as we
Yeah.
are now. So
That's too
it's
cheap.
actually like way cheaper now.
Our
So
parents, our parents have been killed, and all you've got in this pile is just 60 million yen in gold.
バカにするんじゃね
Don't take us
Oh,
for
no, I'll
fools,
take it.
damn it.
I'd take $400,000 were like both my parents dead.
さあ始まったね
Okay.
ベアトリー
I even like my dad, but I mean, I don't like him that much. Sorry, so it's give his old ass, like old stressed ass, like a fucking break finally. So
One way to look
he's
at
not a
it.
bad person or anything. I'm just not very close to him. I've chipped in my mouth. Sorry.
No problem.
I will narrate as soon as I'm done with this chip. So it has begun, Beatrice. Beatrice.
どうせこの謎は誰にも解けないよ
It's not like anyone can solve this riddle anyway.
だから絶対にベアトの勝ち
So Beato will definitely win.
早く黄金鏡への扉を開いて
Quickly open the door to the Golden Land.
そしてマリアを連れてって
And take me with you.
My
lady, please calm yourself.
誰が犯人かはまだわかりませんぞ
We still don't know who the culprit is.
それにベアトリーチェ様親方様の大切な賓客です
And Lady Beatrice is an important honored guest of the Masters.
だからなんだってんだ本人の胸ぐらひねり上げてやれば白状するに決まってるぜ
So what? If we grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess.
目を見ればわかるんだよ
If I can just look her in the eye, I'll know.
私が見破ってやる
I'll see through her.
何が魔女だベアトリーチェだ
A witch? Beatrice? Yeah, right.
化けの皮を剥いでやる
I'll expose her. Jessica never stopped moving. Godin and Cannon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop, but Jessica never lent them an ear.
Okay, a pro tip for anyone who is, if you are ever in a situation like this, don't try to convince the person to stop, just grab them and drag them off. Because what she's about to do is, A, get herself killed, and even if she wasn't about to get herself killed, B, she's about to, like,
Assault
harass,
somebody.
assault, and,
Yeah.
like, accuse an innocent person. Or at least someone that you don't know is guilty of murder. And she's in the kind of mood where she won't stop until, like, something violent happens. So, like, you just gotta stop the person no matter what you gotta do.
Yeah, and like, Goda is not a great person, but he is, you know, kind of fucking built like a shitbrick house.
Mm-hmm. Just, like, pick her up and carry her off if you have to.
Yep.
Like, normally I would not advocate for, like, touching people without their consent or whatever, but, like, in this case, just, like, grab the person and drag them away.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the least harm principle kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually,
sometimes there are no good choices. You just have to fucking do a thing.
Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kenzo wouldn't let them in there. And yet, the servants were always made to clean this room so that it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room after their second faithless master. Jessica knew about this too. She couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter
This is what I'm talking about, right there. Like it's gonna get violent no matter what if you let her go into that room.
No matter how hard she pretends to be witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. Jessica yelled with all of her strength. She hit the door to the VIP room. Definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't opened. Open up, Beatrice. Come out. You hear me, right? Open up. There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. Turned around to look at the two servants and spoke. Master key will unlock this, right? Use it.
お嬢様、それは大変な失礼に当たります。
My lady, that would be horribly rude. Although Godo was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Cannon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket.
Damn it, Cannon. Damn it, you know what's gonna happen if you do this.
Cannon, are you sure?
もしおられたなら無礼になるのは承知です。
Yes, I'm fully aware it would be rude if she happens to be in there.
それにもしベアトリーチェ様が何の関係もないというならそれを僕たちに釈明して納得させ
And
る
then you know what's gonna happen if you open this fucking door for Jessica. You know what's gonna happen already. Dude, don't do it. At any rate, if Beatrice had nothing to do with that incident, all she has to do is give us a satisfying explanation.
そうだぜ、その通りだ。借りるぜ。
That's right, exactly. Let me borrow that. Jessica snatched the master key from Cannon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately there was a small sound and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open.
ベアトリーチェ、どこだ？
Beatrice, where are you?
出てこい！
Come out. Jessica rudely stepped into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen.
くそったれ、いねえぜ。
Bitch, she's not here.
どこ行きやがった？
Where the hell did she go?
お姿がありませんね。
Yes, she doesn't
Godo
seem
like,
to be
oh
here.
fuck, thank the fucking gods.
Yep. Goda doesn't even necessarily believe she's a witch.
Yeah.
Jessica, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains and under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. However, there was definitely...
like Beatrice hiding under the bed.
That would be kind of amazing.
That'd be pretty funny, yeah.
However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used. And though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people like the chapel. Definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room. But she could not be seen. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They'd only been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait. So they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. However, Cannon alone had met her, understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had. We knew that forcing their way in here in search for her definitely wouldn't work out. He must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. He's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Cannon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person, so they didn't notice. Your water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message,
Yeah,
and
another
nearby
letter.
was
Okay.
a fountain pen, which had probably been used to write it.
Gone fishing.
And it had already come to understand the witch. For finding the corpses, they've been overcome by rage and barged in here only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. Can't mock someone unless they know they're being mocked. In other words, that's what this must be.
お嬢様、ここに何か書かれています。
Of course, he starts talking as soon as I shove a chip in my mouth, right?
Of course.
For every fucking time. My lady, there's something written here.
書かれてるってなんだ。
Something written? What? Jessica dashed over and violently snatched the piece of paper away. Probably wasn't trying to be violent. Just couldn't control her strength right now.
だと。
What the?
なめやがって。
Don't fuck with me. As soon as she read the message,
Too late.
Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled the paper up and threw it. Then she grabbed a light stand by the bedside and violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. The light bulbs all shattered at once. The fragments were scattered around across the room.
お嬢様、気をお沈めください。
My lady, please calm
お
down.
怪我をなさいます。
You'll hurt yourself.
離せよ。ちくしょう。ちくしょう。
Let go. Damn it. Damn it.
出てきやがれベアトリーチェ。
Come out, Beatrice.
よくも父さんと母さんを。
How could you do that to Mom and Dad?
そんなに私が怖いかよ。
You think you scare me?
殺してやる。殺してやる。
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
殺してやるから。
You fucking should be scared of her, like, cause like, even if you don't believe she's a witch, she somehow managed to kill 6 people.
Yeah.
6. Regardless of how she did it, that's 6 dead bodies.
Yeah, like,
Either she's skilled enough and quick enough to have killed each of them like one by herself and dragged them over to the chapel, or she killed all 6 of them at the same time, or she has a weapon capable of doing that. Something. She has ways. You should be scared of her, Jessica.
yeah.
Oh yeah, like Jessica also probably should be coughing right about now. Like her
Her ass,
her
right?
asthma should be like kicking in right now.
I'll beat you to death, so show yourself.
だから離せって言ってんだろ。
Oh, told you to let go of me, damn it. This was written on the paper.
私がぬくぬくとここであなたが飛び込んでくるのを待ちぼうけるとでも
Did you think I'd be that senile to just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in?
知的な夜に粗暴なるあなたは似合わない
You're way too inelegant for this intellectual night.
こんな間抜けに育てた親はどんな顔
I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like.
見たよ本当にそっくりな間抜け面
Oh right, I saw them, and they look just as moronic as you.
今はお菓子の国でお腹いっぱい
Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. It's a little too on the nose for my style of mocking, but like, it's still pretty good.
Yeah. It was the sort of thing that witch would write. It meant she'd predicted that one of the children who'd lost their parents would come running in here. He's hiding somewhere in this room. He must be rolling around laughing now.
You're probably just invisible and just like chortling in the corner.
Yeah. The witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years.
これはお渡しください。お怪我をなさいますと申し上げております。
Hand it over. I'm telling you, you'll hurt yourself.
離せって言ってんだよ。
Told you to let go.
くそ
Damn it. Damn it.
Fucking go over here wrestling with this girl over this fucking like broken lamppost.
Go to
Or
snatch away.
lampstand, rather. There we go.
Yeah, go to snatch away the light stand Jessica had been holding. After all, if she kept swinging it around, she might end up smashing it against something, which could cause serious injury. In Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger. Cannon's eyes saw it differently. Those eyes were probably tears of sadness hidden by rage. So,
It can be both. Like, you can be angry and sad at the same time. People are capable of feeling more than one emotion at once.
yep. When the light stand was taken from Jessica, and she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet almost as though she was groveling. Goda was surprised, but Cannon was not. Of course, she had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage.
Again, like, I keep saying this like every fucking stream, but like the voice actors really did their jobs on this like really well.
Yeah, there's absolutely a reason I had to make sure that the voices from the console version were modded into here.
They did some good shit here. Some real good shit.
Absolutely. Considering that she
Like,
was...
I think it's been a while since I've heard like this good of like voice acting in like commonly. Like, of course, like Freeren's got this kind of thing going on as well, but like, fuck, dude, this is it's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering that she was the daughter of the Oshiromiya family head, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched the carpet with her fingernails when even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard. As if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Don't you call them morons. Both dad and mom were smart. Unlike me, they were really smart. Jessica, I mean, I know you're just grieving, but you were actually fairly fucking smart. Like,
yeah, and also your father was not that.
yeah, I mean, there's also that, but also, like, you learned things. You just learned things within your field of interest, which was music.
Yeah, which is like what most people do anyway. Like, most people don't like go out of their way to learn shit that they have no like interest in.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's like the whole point of having a society in the first place, is so we can specialize like this. Like, it's literally like the function of society.
Don't you call them morons. Take it back. Take it back. Oh, right, I saw them, and they looked just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets.
I wonder if she actually wrote like 2 exclamation marks on the page. I think that would be very funny if Paige Ricci did that.
I have a feeling she did. Damn it, I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll slice open her stomach and see how she likes it. There we go.
There it goes. Which, like, I don't have asthma, but I do have, like, very severe allergies. It is easy to trigger, like, a fucking, like, coughing fit.
Yeah. As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. The servants watching over her hurriedly ran up to her and rubbed her back. That only provoked Jessica's wrath. Hell, if you've got the time to do that, search for that bastard. Find him and bring him here. You won't go, I will. And I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll slice open her stomach. Don't touch me. Damn it.
Yeah, some of
Damn
that
it.
Nazi attitude towards the servants. Well, I don't think it's quite like that for her. I think she's just like really upset, you know,
Yeah.
and she's neglecting her own health because of her anger is what's going on.
Jessica got up unsteadily, and as her asthma continued, she went out into the hallway.
お嬢様、お薬を至急。
My lady, your medicine,
南
quickly.
條先生をお呼びします。
Call Dr. Nanjo.
ゴーダさん、僕に任せてくれませんか？
Goda, would you leave this to me?
Kennen had noticed. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart.
I don't think that's an age thing. I think that's just Goda being like Goda.
Kennen, who had noticed, had to be the one to support her.
観音さん、いいのですか？
Kennen, are you sure?
今のお嬢様には涙を流す時間も必要なのだと思います。
Yeah, well, she's gonna fucking pass out if you don't give her fucking inhaler. I believe my lady needs some time to cry right now.
ご両親のあんな死に方を目の当たりにしては。
That's true, bad words. But I can also see just like average people doing the same thing in this sort of situation. Not even like even towards servants, but like towards anyone really. Like, why are you paying attention to me when the murderer's still out there? Blah blah blah. You know, I've seen it quite a lot, in fact. Not specifically with murder, but like, you know. I would hesitate to say that like she's quite like that. She might still be like that. That might be like another reason why she's doing that. But I can see the average person also saying something like this to the people around them in this sort of situation. You had that, Mel?
Yeah, it's, there's just
Okay.
another line.
I know. It's just you weren't saying anything at all to anything I was saying there.
Oh, yeah, no, I just agree and didn't have much to add.
Okay, fair enough. Considering that she saw her parents killed like that.
そうですね。
You're right. Goda also understood. He knew that Jessica and Kennen had shared a vague relationship with each other. So he understood everything and left it to Kennen.
わかりました。
See, it's definitely not like an age thing for this canon. It's just that Goda is trying to look after her health first, all right? Because that's what he's expected to do, and also what she actually literally needs right now, physically.
Yeah,
She physically needs that inhaler.
very well. I will go back to Rosa.
お嬢
For
様、
Lady Rosa.
くれぐれもよろしくお願いしますよ。
Please take care of my lady.
はい、お任せを。
Yes, leave it to me.
Kennen's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life, and he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possessed self-control. He had surely seen that in Cannon's eyes, though he would leave this to Cannon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Cannon and relied on him for a job. Jessica, still suffering from her
And it
asthma-
just, like, you know, took 6 fucking horrific murders for that to happen. But hey,
Yeah.
progress, I guess.
Progress, kind of. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall, and had followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her. Until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to her rescue at any time. When people feel their hearts about to explode from sadness, want to have someone by their sides. I bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around, find someone in the place Cannon now stood, who watched over Jessica from behind. Then finally she doubled over in front of the door to her room. Some attack had stolen all her strength. And her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible even to stand up again.
I tried to scratch my fucking foot, and, like, the broken nail bent back.
Ah.
Ah.
Right then, Jessica didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. And if someone had offered her a hand with good intentions, Jessica would have wanted to tear it right off then. Knew how unfair that would be, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica had probably lost the willpower even to call for help. Cannon heard it. Definitely heard it. And it definitely heard that voiceless call for help, unshared by miserable grievers the world around. An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear. Cannon quietly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it. Unlocked the door to her room and entered.
こちらへ。今、お薬をご用意します。
This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. Honestly, I should carry my inhaler around just in case, but I don't because I'm lazy and I forget about it all the time.
Yeah, it still would be a good idea.
Yeah. It's usually only like getting very animated or laughing a lot or what have you that sends me into a coughing fit, so I don't normally have to worry about it that much.
Fair enough. Still probably better for that one edge case.
Yeah.
Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad that it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach. Her face was pale and her gaze wavered. And yet the coughing continued, and so her sadness was probably even stronger. After having her sit on the bed, Cannon took a bronchodilator from a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to have happened, Cannon would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. Scolded
For
himself.
obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Like, I think you were a little distracted on that one, buddy.
He scolded himself as though wondering how he could call himself furniture after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. And he remembered the day when he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings. It jarred Cannon's heart, but he felt it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jessica felt now. Locked it up inside the depths of his heart. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit. She was finally able to regain her composure. She lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed.
Yeah, after having heavy coughing fit, that's usually how it is. Well, you use up so much fucking energy just like coughing and struggling to breathe and like flailing around for your inhaler or your fucking nebulizer or whatever the hell you use. And then like you just sort of sit there for a couple of minutes going Are you alright, my lady?
私は大丈夫だぜ。父さんと母さんはダメだけど。
I'm alright. I'm all messed up over Mom and Dad.
私は
But
もうちょっと泣きゃ
after I cry a bit more,
大丈夫だぜ。
I'll be alright. Cannon regretted his poor choice of words. Did he really say, "Are you alright" to her? Is he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This was what made him furniture.
Cannon, that's just like a poor choice of words, buddy. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's like everyone does that. Everyone.
Yep.
Even the smoothest of people like will still fuck up occasionally. That's
Yeah, that's just how things work.
It's like getting upset over yourself for like choosing your words poorly is like being surprised at an animal when they fucking trip. It's like, yeah, that happens. Everyone trips occasionally. Everything trips. Like anything that walks can trip. It's okay. Anyone that can talk will fuck up occasionally.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just what happens.
But also what happens, unfortunately, is when you're abused or otherwise, indoctrinated into a way of thinking about yourself, you use everything to then reinforce that. Every bad decision you make, everything you do poorly, just becomes another reason why it's okay. Why what happened to you is okay. when
Yeah,
it really
this is
isn't.
for everyone who might be listening right now. That's what this is for. Because like I've also gone through this. I know what Canon's going through right now. I've never been like treated like furniture or anything, but I definitely had some shit, and it took me quite a while to break free of it. I need another captioner link, sadly.
One moment. It hung on for quite some time, though.
Not 2 hours. A little less, but close enough. Let's see. Testing. Goody. No, I'm not talking to you. I said testing, and then my cat just like cranes his head like all the way backwards because he's laying away from me and goes at me. Hi, Ember. Hi, buddy. Yes. You little fucking monster.
This was why he couldn't become human.
廊下におります。ご用がありましたら、すぐにお呼びください。
I will be in the corridor. If you need anything, please call me immediately.
Kenan understood
And
that
also,
she...
like, I think he was asking, like, more rather than, are you alright in the general sense, but more like, can you breathe? Are you going to die?
Kenan understood that she still needed some time to cry alone. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room.
何か
You need something.
Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop, so Kenan had stopped. He asks it, I'll do anything I can do to help her. Right now I'd become even a cane or a chair that would help ease the pain in her heart. By doing that, I can make up for the pain I dealt to her heart on that day. For a while, Jessica stared into Kanan's eyes, as though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words.
Open your arms for a hug, nerd. That's how you... God damn it, the captioner already died again.
Oh, jeez. Alrighty then.
Just like do the Dark Souls welcome pose and just like stretch your arms all the way out. Like, come on, let's go. It's time. Microphone testing, or captioner testing rather, not microphone. No, that's close enough.
For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence. A small voice.
ごめん。なんでもないぜ。しばらく一人になりたいって。
I'm sorry.
お父さんおばさんに
It's nothing.
くれるかな。
Could you tell Aunt Rosa that I wanted to be alone for a while?
一人にはしません。
I won't let you be alone.
Huh?
あなたを僕は一人にしない。
I won't let you be alone.
だから廊下にいます。
So, I will be in the corridor.
いつでも
Please call for me
呼んでください。
at any time.
For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had glittered into Jessica's eyes. It was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river.
ありがとな。しばらくだけ。
Thanks. Let me cry alone for just a bit.
はい。失礼します。
Yes, excuse me.
Kenan bowed once again and closed the door. He thought those words of his would give her some courage. Now it felt as though they'd actually hurt her for some reason. Why? Didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture.
No, it's because you're a 17-year-old kid and you don't know what the fuck you're doing with interpersonal relationships.
Yeah, you're a 17-year-old
it is.
kid and purposefully taught not to interact with others.
Yeah, like you just don't have any experience in this sort of thing. You'll get it. You just gotta do it occasionally. Look, even I figured this shit out. Like, you can do it too.
Yeah, you got this, Kenan. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now.
like you say that, but I'm pretty sure you're also quite sad
As
because like people you care about are sad.
yeah. As Cannon repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down the
That's how that
corridor.
works.
He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him.
僕はやっぱり家具でしかないのか。
In the end, am I nothing more than furniture
Wait.
after all? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Didn't even give me a chance that time.
Yeah, no, that was just me, like, bad braining. Still pouring outside, a dark gray world. And on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. To my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see gray. Well, I can understand the blue of the ocean. I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person.
本当に女
I think you're
心
just
のわからぬ
depressed.
やつよ。
I think that's all it is. You're just depressed. Canon. You really don't understand a woman's heart, do you?
ああ
How
いう
could
時
he,
は
Beatrice?
黙ってそばにいるのが正解だ。
At times like that, you ought to silently remain by her side.
だからゆえに貴様は家具なのよ。
That's why you're furniture.
貴様
Yay! Time to talk to myself. You!
There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air. Those scoffing words approached Cannon from behind. When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her with rage bordering on madness, and who had left that sneering letter to toy with Jessica.
女の傷つけ方は3つある。
There are 3 ways to hurt a woman.
特別にわらわが教えてやろう。
Let me teach you them. Pulls out a knife.
一つは刃物で傷つける。
Hey! Excellent. One is to hurt them with a blade.
一つは心で傷つける。
Another is to hurt them in their heart.
そして最後が一番難しく、一番効果的に傷つけられる。
The last way is the most difficult and most effective method of hurting them.
なのに意識せずして傷つけられる。
And yet, it can hurt them without you even realizing it.
わかるか？
Do you know what I mean?
わかるわけもないし知りたくもない。
How could I know? I don't even want to know. Are you sure about that?
期待を裏切る。だ。
It's to betray their expectations. Yeah, I think that applies to literally everyone, Beatrice.
Internalized misogyny.
I mean, I kind of would expect it from Beatrice just because, like, 1,000-year-old witch, etc., etc. Like, she's lived through, like, quite a bit of misogynistic times and cultures.
Yep.
No living thing is more of a dreamer than a woman. Ugh, I fucking loathe that.
Yeah.
勝手に夢を見、勝手に傷つく。
That just sounds like something that people do, Beatrice. Like, people just do that. Everyone does that.
Yeah.
They make up dreams all on their own and end up hurting their own selves.
お前のような距離の男が一番女を傷つける。
A distant man like you hurts women the most.
わかるまいな、貴様には。
You couldn't understand.
どれほどジェシカを傷つけてきたか、全く考えが及んでいまい。
You have no idea how deeply you've wounded Jessica.
家具だから。
After all, you're furniture.
お前のたわごとに付き合う気は毛頭ない。
I have no intention of playing along with your nonsense.
僕を嘲笑うためだけに姿を現したというのか。
Yes, you did. Did you appear only to sneer at me?
うぬぼれるな家具。
Don't be so full of yourself, furniture.
貴様ごとき、 嘲笑うにも足りぬわ。
And yet you're doing it, Beatrice. You aren't worth sneering at.
しかしそなたも一人ではそれに値しなくても二人揃えば十分に足りる。
Still, though you may not be worth my time on your own, if the two of you are gathered, that's all I need.
若々しき男女の悲運を笑う喜びは何度繰り返しても飽きぬのでな。
The pleasure that comes from laughing at the fates of young couples never tires me.
なんだと。まさか貴様、
What did you say? You don't mean
お嬢様を。
my lady is going to be... Yes. Yes, she is.
第二の晩の生贄に寄り添う二人が必要なのでな。
I need two who are close for the sacrifices of the second twilight.
お前たち二人は実に都合が良い。
The two of you truly are convenient. Yeah, she's only got like two options here. It's Cannon and Jessica or Shannon and George.
勘違いするな。僕はお
Wait,
嬢
don't
様。
misunderstand. My lady and I
そういう関係じゃない。
don't have that kind of
第二
relationship.
の晩の生贄にはならない。
We can't become the sacrifices for the second twilight. I don't think you get to decide that, buddy.
だからお前はジェシカを傷つける。
That's why you hurt Jessica.
だからお前は人間になれぬ。
That's why you cannot become human.
ならばよいだろう。貴様がジェシカを思い人と認めぬならば、それを受け入れてもよい。
Then there should be no problem. If you won't admit that you have feelings for Jessica, I can accept that.
だがジェシカは殺す。
But I will kill her.
なぜ？
Why?
このバカが。
You idiot.
決まっておろうが。
Isn't it obvious?
殺したらそなたが歪めるだろう。その表情が楽しいからの他に何の理由が必要なのか。
It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else?
Beatrice really just has some great expressions.
儀式に従い、わらわは気まぐれに13人を生贄とする。
I feel like there like a lot of the expressions are a little like cartoonish for my taste. I would have gone like full on inhuman horror shit with it. Like Junji Ito style, like faces twisting and in extreme emotion kind of thing. That's what I would have done.
Fair
But
enough.
That's me. That's just like my personal preference. Following the rules of the ceremony, 13 people will be sacrificed on my whims.
だが、それ以上殺してはならないとの決まりはない。
However, there's no rule that says I can't kill more.
わらわが楽しければ幾人でも殺す。
If it amuses me, I can kill any number of people.
だから殺す。
So I will.
わらわを思いっきり笑わせてみせろよ。カグ、カヌ
Make me laugh as hard as I can, cannon the furniture.
At that time, Kenan definitely heard Jessica scream. And he blinked and looked down the corridor, the which he'd supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. That moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor, doing nothing. And the person he wanted to protect was asking for help from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical, it was an electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect, and she was asking for help. At that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by your side to be him.
I feel like he should have been standing outside her door instead of down the corridor a ways, you know?
Yeah, but he did feel like the window was drawing him to it, probably for that conversation with the witch.
That's true.
When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. Hey, just because I know what's coming up, if any of you folks have photosensitivity, there will be some flashing lights during this sequence. You can just use our
Yay,
descriptions.
flashbang!
Yeah, you can use our verbal descriptions if you need it. And when the scene is over, then there won't be so much flashing. I won't be able to warn for this after we do episode 3, but just kind of discretion that interactions with the witch can involve flashing. Any interactions with any witch, honestly.
True, yeah. And not even the same kind of flashing. I know a couple spicy witches, okay?
I mean, true. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. Countless golden butterflies be Trichet's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away.
お嬢様
My lady.
カノン君助けて
Cannon, help! Cannon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed the clouds of butterflies away. Butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose.
Brutal.
Yeah, just thinking of that. Jessica choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. When Cannon ran towards her, the butterflies stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair.
カノン君カノン君
大丈夫僕の目の黒いうちはあなたに誰の指一本触れさせたりするものか
It's okay. While there's still life in me, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you.
出てこいベアトリーチェ
Come out, Beatrice.
これで満足か
Are you happy now?
He stood guard in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain. Cannon yelled into the empty air. When he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. And she showed herself.
Aww. It's the dress again. Damn it.
Yeah. It wasn't in response to Cannon's demand. It was obviously because appearing and sneering would bring them even more humiliation, and plus it was more fun.
これで全ては筋書き通りよ。
Now everything fits to the plot.
今やそなたは相乗の恋よな。
Now you're carp on the chopping board. She managed to get him to do something or somehow admit that he had feelings there. So Oop. Now they get to be the second Twilight. No, since we've got a pair of you, should I call it Duck with Green Onions?
お前ベアトリーチェ
お下がりください
Please stand back.
お嬢様僕が守る
I'll protect you, my lady.
姫に騎士が揃わば魔女が現れるのは必然よ。
When the princess and knight come together, it's inevitable that the witch will appear.
どれ金蔵の家具がどの程度の力を持つか見せてもらおうではないか。
Yes, why don't you show me how much power Kinzo's furniture can muster?
She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. When she did, a blizzard of golden butterflies was stirred up, and they began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. It's just like the swirling of a cold, wintry wind. It builds up a mountain of leaves. From that mound of gold, a hand
Oh, hell yeah.
sprouted, and it appeared, as though a resident of the world below was crawling up from beneath the ground.
This demon, and I know it's a demon for sure, because that's just this kind of story. But like, look at the fucking burly shit this dude's got going on a suit jacket. Like, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll get a better look here shortly.
I'm sure we will.
What is this?
I'm not gonna recognize which demon it is because like the demons always like change forms and all that. They're never
yeah.
like shown in their original like Lesher Q Solomon forms, but
Yeah, and I think this is more like one of the members of one of their legions, not one of the named ones.
fair enough.
What is this? What the hell is this? Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed. It was the bite of wisdom, seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible.
That's an interesting term for it. Look at this dude. Holy fuck. I mean, that could be Baphomet, just from like, or Baphomet type demon, just like, but from like how his face is, that could very well be a Baphomet type. But Baphomet is usually depicted as being like androgynous or somewhere in between somehow, aspects of both, or just like neither. So being this burly probably isn't a Baphomet.
Yeah. That thing crawling up was probably an attendant who served the witch. It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for one who served. But its face was wrong. It looked strange. Covered with pitch black hair. Breathed rotten breath. Its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And to symbolize its non-human status, it had 2 horns. It was the figure of a goat-faced attendant who served the witch. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense. She couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't realized. She had realized that this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world. There were some things even she could understand. The goat attendant served the witch. It was after her life. Apparently the witch had already given it the order. He was looking at Cannon with an expectant gaze. He looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. Though the attendant
All right, Ryohishi, you literally do not need to say it twice, one after the other. Like, you didn't even say it in a different way. It's just like the same thing. Please.
Though the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet, you could see in the way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. You could tell that it was overflowing with joy of furniture wanting to meet its master's expectations.
見せてもらおうではないか。
This is why you need like an iron or silver knife on you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like when your workplace is said to be the home of a witch. Like if you live and work in a place where like it's said that the other master of the land is a very powerful ancient witch, maybe you should probably keep a couple things on you just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a silver knife, or like some charms, something. Not gonna say it'll guaranteed work for you, but hey, something is better than nothing.
Yeah, like it's that.
Well then,
it's like that scene from The Mummy, just having all the symbols of different religions.
yeah, something like that. Just have something, man. Well then, why don't you show me?
金蔵の家具の力を。
Let's see the power of Kinzo's furniture.
今度は間違えるな。
This time, don't get the wrong idea, okay?
家具であることを忘れるな。
Don't forget that you're furniture. Got it?
この後に及んで人間のふりを続けるのなら、死ぬのはお前だけでは済まぬぞ。
If you try to continue playing the human even now, this won't be settled by your death alone.
Yeah, so I think basically, if she's in the dress, she remembers. Like she's the meta Beatrice.
Yeah.
She's referring back to Cannon's first time he fought against her and said, I'm not a furniture anymore. The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master, or was it offered to Cannon, its opponent? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. What the hell is that? Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. All she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. Right now, that was enough. And it spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back.
お嬢様、壁に下がっていてください。
My lady, please stay back against the wall.
背中は決して壁から離さないように。
Never let your back leave the wall. It'd be kind of cool if, like, Cannon did whip out some, like, good martial arts here or something. it would be kind of nice. It's not gonna happen, but it'd be kind of nice.
姫君はおとなしく騎士殿の背中に隠れているがいい。
It's only right for the maiden to obediently hide behind the great knight's back.
自らの命を男に守らせる醍醐味でも存分に味わえばよい。
I do hope you enjoy the pleasure of having your life protected by a man. Hey, Trichi, please.
さあ、
Please, stop.
お前の刃を見せてみよ。
Now, Cannon, let's have a look at your blade.
Oh my.
So he does have one. Cool.
美しい。
So he has been getting taught by, or at least magic.
わらわの足元に及ぶやもしれぬ。
By Kinzo. That's kind of nice. I theorized as much in the first loop that the servants were being taught magic by Kinzo, at least to some extent, but I didn't know they'd be far along enough to actually like make magic blades. That's kind of cool. I like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Beautiful. At least when it comes to giving birth to furniture, Kinzo might even reach up as far as my feet.
こんなもの、
And apparently it's a good one too.
バラの手入れにも使えない。
A thing like this can't even be used to trim the roses.
カノン君、それは。
Cannon, what?
見せたくなかった。
I didn't want to show you. Why didn't he use this in the first loop either, by the way? Like he grabbed a fucking hatchet off the wall instead?
I don't know. My theory is things are getting more magical as we continue the loops, as if the worlds are bleeding together.
That would make sense. But you'd think he'd at least try, even if he knew how to do it, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, a magical blade like this is guaranteed to do more damage than a fucking hatchet, at least to a witch like this, right?
It's true. Then, yeah, I don't know. Again, I think it might be that the logic of the real world, so to speak, is breaking down as it's introduced to the world of witches.
Might be. Or he could have been, like, conscious of the fact that he was absolutely going to sacrifice himself, so he didn't actually, like, really try to fight for that one. That could also be a thing, because, like, I'm pretty sure he knew he wasn't going to be able to kill Beatrice with that hatchet, or, like, with any weapon, really. He was just like, alright, fuck you, I'm going to do this thing and fuck up your ceremony. Turns out it didn't fuck up the ceremony, but he tried.
Yeah.
So you've taken it out.
思いを寄せる女の前で己が人間以下の存在であることを晒した気分はどんなもの
So how does it feel to expose your subhumanity in front of the girl you care for?
黙れ。
Be silent.
憤怒で己を焦がしているくせに冷静を装うか
So you'll act composed even though you're really burning with wrath.
なるほど真に熱き炎は青く静かだという
Yes, they do say that truly hot flames burn a cool blue.
今のそなたがそうだというのか
Is that how you are now?
僕の力でお前を殺すことなどできるわけもない。
There's no way I can kill you with my
お
power.
前は月。
You are the moon.
石つぶてを投げたとて月を砕くことなどできるわけもない。
That could also be why he didn't even try. Like, he knew he wasn't going to be able to, so he just went like, nah, fuck it. But here, he's like, I could maybe kind of kill a demon. That might be possible. I'll try it. I could never smash the moon by throwing a rock.
だがお前は権限するために水面にその姿を映す。
However, in order to manifest yourself, you had to reflect your image off the surface of the water.
水面に石つぶてを投じれば一時
Why was there a quote at the end
月
of
を
that
乱す
if
こ
it's
と
just
が
going
で
to
き
keep
るかも
going?
しれない。
If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time.
しかし月を砕くことなど至らない。
But that doesn't mean the moon has been smashed.
だから僕は
So,
この命尽きるまでお前の映る水面を叩き続けてやる。
until this life of mine is over, I'll keep on striking your reflection.
気に入ったぞカノン。始めろ家具ども。
I like it, Cannon. Begin furniture.
And this is where, like, the multiple flashings are going to come in as they strike at each other.
I figured as much. Because I'm sure there isn't, like, full-on animation here. Yeah, it's sliding. That's pretty good. Just Cannon sliding over. What a beautiful curve. I guess he's actually, like, practiced, like, the strike to make it, like, a smooth curve.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Which is what you should do.
Which is words of admiration broke the silence. For just an instant, they broke Jessica's paralysis.
私は夢を見てるの？
Am I dreaming?
He's sitting here like, this is some shonen anime bullshit. What the fuck?
魔女の家具め。
Ow! Sorry, I just popped my knee.
Ouch.
Ah. Come, furniture of the witch.
元来た地獄へ叩き落としてやる。
I'll beat you down to the hell you came from.
Nice growls there.
That's definitely a human growl as well. That's what human growling sounds like.
Yep.
It's the fucking slide again. Oh, that's so good.
A strand of red had been left on Cannon's cheek. Witch saw this and grinned broadly.
勘が戻らぬことを言い訳につぶやいてもよいぞ。
Feel free to mutter excuses about how your instincts still haven't returned quite yet. What is she talking about?
カノン君、しっかり。
Cannon, stay strong.
大丈夫。僕はまだ死
Fucking Jessica in the back with like a thing of popcorn. So fuck him up! It's okay. I won't die just yet. He dies on the next strike. Yep.
The curve drawn by the goat attendant's blade through a large arc and empty space. Cannon wasn't there. He was behind it.
Okay, fair enough.
先に帰りて主の帰りを待つがいい。
Okay, you say that after you stab him, alright? Like, This is something that bothers me in a lot of like action stuff is they'll always say something before the strike and tip the thing off that they're behind it. It's like, don't do that. Stab them, then say it. Like, if you really need to say something, stab them and then say it, right? Like, that way they, like, while you're talking, they don't turn around and cut your fucking head off or something.
Yeah.
Go back and await your master's return. Die.
This battle of drawing sparkle curves was chess, and Kennen coming from behind was check. And press and press and press and press. For 7 more moves and make it mate. Perhaps the go-to-tenant had even been granted the ability to go into death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of gold butterflies with a pop.
There'll be a very funny death in like a Souls game or something like that, like a very hard fight, and then it just falls over and goes pop, like a balloon. I think I would laugh my ass off for hours over that.
Oh, absolutely. So there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even those unable to understand this battle would surely realize that Kennen had been that magnificent.
So I see why you didn't say anything when I said like it would be funny if you busted out some martial art moves.
Yep.
Because he actually did.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I can't really say anything right now.
So it couldn't win against the handmade piece.
そこまで見下げたものではないらしい。
It seems you weren't quite that pathetic.
次はお前だ。ベアトリーチェ
You're next, Beatrice.
The instant Kennen's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form like a knife through butter. He turned gold and burst. He scattered into several thousand butterflies, and for just an instant, the room was filled with the color of twilight. It was just as Kennen himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form, with an ordinary expression on its face as though she'd been there the whole time, right behind Kennen.
You've provided quite an entertaining show.
それに免じ、見逃してやろうかと思ったが、今の無礼で気が変わった。
Out of respect for that, I thought about letting you off the hook, but your rudeness now has made me change my mind.
嘘をつくな。お前にお嬢様を殺させはしない。
I won't let you kill my lady.
たとえそれが無理でも、僕より先に殺させはしない。
Even if that's impossible, I won't let you kill her while I still live.
お前にはそれす
And then
ら
she's just
で
like
きぬわ。
dead over there. You can't even do that much.
喋るな、家具が。
Do not speak, furniture.
無口であれ、家具が。
Be silent, furniture.
身の程を知れ、家具が。
Know your place, furniture.
カノン君は家具なんかじゃない。
Kennen isn't furniture.
ほう、なぜそう言えるのか。
What makes you think that? I don't know. The fact that he's like shaped like a person, bleeds like a person, talks like a person, etc.
うん、本当の名前は別にあるけれど、それでも名前は家具じゃない。
I don't need a reason. Kennen is Kennen. No, his real name's different, but a name doesn't make him
カノン
furniture.
君にはカノン君の生き方がある。
Kennen has his own way of
それ
living.
はとても高潔なもので、自らが決めるもの。
That's a noble thing, and it's something he gets to decide for himself.
家具だから意見しちゃいけないとか、家具だから自分の人生を持っちゃいけないとか、そんなのないよ。
You say he can't have an opinion because he's furniture, that he can't live his own life
Oh, yeah.
because he's furniture. That's wrong.
お嬢様、あいつを挑発してはいけません。
My lady, you mustn't provoke her. You can't get your fucking tail out of my
はっ
mouth.
きり言っておくぜ。カノン君
Little
は家具
fucker.
じゃない。
No, I've got to make this clear. Kennen isn't
人
furniture.
間だよ。
He's human.
どうして？カノン君は自分の意志で私を助けに駆けつけてくれた。
Why? Cannon rushed to save me of his own free
そし
will.
て恐ろしい魔女であるあんたの前に立ちはだかってくれた。
And he stood in the path of a fearsome witch like you.
私を見捨てることなんていくらでもできてたのに、そうしなかった。
Had so many chances to just let me go, but he didn't.
自己犠牲は人間だけが持つ高潔な精神だ。
Self-sacrifice is part of the noble spirit that only humans have.
だからカノン君は人間なんだ。
That means Cannon's human.
だから訂正しろ。
So take it back.
カノン君を角だなんて呼ぶな。
Don't you call Cannon furniture again.
お嬢様。
I think this is exactly what Beatrice wanted out of all this, though. What Band 3211 wanted out of this. Okay, sure, Captioner, that works too, I guess.
I guess.
語るな人間が。
Be silent, human.
とっとと終わらせよう。何しろまだまだ第二の番。
Let's end this quickly, since this is still just the second Twilight after all.
互いの尊厳を認め合う。寄り添いし二人を今こそ生贄に捧げ。
Called it! Now I shall sacrifice the two who are close, who have acknowledged each other's dignity.
さあさあおいでなさい。罪を許しなさい。煉獄の七杭が一つ。色欲
Is lust gonna be for Jessica? Or is it for Canon? Well then, arise, forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, lust.
Which summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face.
色欲のアスモデウス。ここに。
Okay, so they waifuified Asmodeus. Alright.
Yeah.
Asmodeus of lust, right here.
I was wondering if you should do the demons or not, but yeah, if you want to do the demons, go right ahead.
I'll do the demons. I'll do the demons and the witches. We got it.
茶番は飽きた。第二の番を速やかに遂行せよ。
I've had enough of this farce. Quickly, execute the second Twilight.
わらわに瞬きを3つも許すな。
Don't keep me waiting. Got it. What does Asmodeus' like outfit look like? It's like I can't see beyond the thing. Oh, of course. Yeah, fair enough. Skin tight on the belly, of course. Asmodeus probably isn't going to be in the character list, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. As you command.
また妙なのが出やがったぜ。
Another weirdo's shown up.
Yeah, I don't think you can beat a one of the princes or lords of hell. I don't remember which Asmodeus is in this Lesser Key of Solomon.
Took Canon less than an instant to understand that goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value.
Asmodeus is a king. Yeah, you're not winning against that one.
幸運なのかしら。
Wow, I must be lucky to be given such wonderful prey.
怯えてる？
You scared?
かわいい。
How cute.
来い。魔女の家具。お前には
Come,
殺されない
furniture。of the witch. I won't be killed by you.
私の姿を追うこともできないノロマのくせに生きがって。
Of course, the classic. But I'm already over here. You're acting pretty smart for a dunce who can't even follow me with his eyes.
行くわよ。
Here I go, okay?
ねえねえ、どこがいい？
Hey, hey, where do you want it?
どこを貫いてほしい？
Where do you want me to pierce you?
お答えなさいよ、かわいい子。
Answer me, cutie.
あなたの好きなところを思い切り貫いてあげる。
I'll pierce you good wherever you want.
さあさあ、お答えなさいよ、かわいい子。
So the word she's using there for cutie is a cute child, actually, or child cute, whatever. Like, because the ko is like a suffix that means like child.
Yeah.
Just for people
Yeah, though that
maybe
can
watching.
also be like a diminutive in other languages.
Yeah. Like the example I always use for this is the child of a Yuki Onna is called a Yukinko. It's the ko part specifically that means child. So otherwise it's just like, Yuki no ko that's been like compressed into Yukinko. As happens with words over time.
But like, just for clarification, it can be, the name of a grown-ass person.
Oh yeah, of course. Like, just like in other languages, just because that's the meaning of the suffix on its own doesn't mean that's the meaning of it when it's part of another word.
Yep, exactly. I just wanted to clarify that for the audience.
Yeah, because it's just a syllable most times. So
yeah, I'm trying to think of a good. What's a good name that people know, and then a diminutive of the same name.
Like in English?
Yes.
Like an English name?
Yeah.
Like Richard and Richie?
Okay, yeah, Richard and Richie. I just couldn't think of one on the spot.
Yeah. Happens. Come on, answer me, cutie.
僕を可愛いと言うな
Don't call me cutie.
行くわよノル
Here I go, you dunce.
マさあ追ってごらんその節穴で
Come on, try and follow me, you blind idiot. You talk way too much, Asmodeus. Like, just fucking stab him. Stop it. Oh, Jessica got the lust. Womp womp. My lady.
目では追えなかったけどよ
Couldn't follow it with my eyes,
読みは当てたぜ
but my guess was spot on.
さま見やがれ
Serves you right. Cannon's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She predicted that the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. She had no way to block it. She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. She just couldn't think of any other way to protect Cannon's back. Though she could do nothing but block it with her own back. Furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon's stake, was buried deep into Jessica's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh. As it hit where the witch had predicted, everything was as the witch had predicted.
どうしたカノン
What's wrong, Cannon?
ジェシカお嬢様はお前より先には殺されなかったんじゃないのか
My lady Jessica just got killed while she still lived, didn't she?
そうそうそれその顔よお前のその顔が見たかった
Yes, that's it. That face, that look on your face is what I wanted to see. Most of the time, her cackles aren't very, like, witchy. They're just, like, normal laughs, but sometimes they got the witchy in there.
Yeah, it's got the sauce.
How truly enjoyable.
もうよい死ね死ね笑わせろ
That's enough. Die, make me laugh.
さあさあおいでなさい
Again, fuck fixing her. I can make her worse. She's not evil and hot. She's hot because she's evil.
煉獄の七杭が一つ
Come, arise, forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory.
ふんど
Pride. Nope, wrath. Okay. Wrath. Yeah, that also makes sense. I would have assumed pride, though, because of, like, he was proud enough to say that he could do this when he really couldn't. Satan of wrath.
ここに
Right here.
その獲物はお前のものだ。
Okay, so like all the like the 7
こやつの部隊に幕を下ろ
sins
して
have
や
the
る
same outfit, I assume.
Yeah.
Are any of them men?
n-
Just like, please spoil me. Are any of the 7 sins men?
None of the 7 sins are men, but we will get introduced to a male named demon.
I think you did tell me that demon's name at one point in DMs,
I did.
but I don't remember the name. It's probably not Belphegor. But
No.
Barbaros, Bale.
It is not one of the more popular ones.
Well, I mean, there's 72 of them, so I'm
Yeah.
just like running in my brain trying to figure out which one. Yeah, Belphegor and Bale are very common. Did you know that Bale actually just means Lord?
Huh. Fair enough.
Yeah, like Bale is just a shortening of several gods' original names because they would be called like Lord, whatever their name was.
Yeah.
Which is why when I was doing my demon thing, or I still am, I suppose, but the Demon Lord X Hero thing, that's why one of the Demon Lords is named Baal Abagor. It's because Baal is the well, that's the common form of it now, but it used to be Baal Abagor.
Yeah, and
His actual name is Abagor. He's Lord Abagor.
yeah, and that makes total sense. Because, of course, you know, even Christians call their God the Lord.
Mm-hmm. Which, like, it's pretty common to call a god like Lord of the Mountain, Lord of that, blah 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 blah, right? Like,
Yeah,
of course.
absolutely. Yeah, because that's how you understand society at that period of time, and even today.
Yeah, like even now, I think like you would call a god Lord of something, you know?
Yeah. You might call
Or
them
like Master of the Mountain, what have you.
Yeah, like you might change it from Lord because we don't, most countries don't have lordships anymore. You might use Master instead, but still, you would use something to that effect.
Let's see. I don't know how long ago it was that you told me the name, so I can't actually like look up what the name was. Because I know I recognized it when you said it. I don't remember what it is now. Because again, there's 72 of the bastards, so like 72 named demons that are fairly popular to be used. So it's sort of difficult to actually just like remember them specifically. So I remember like 5 different variations on one of the demon lords, for example. I don't remember his rank or like in which book he's what rank or what have you, but I remember like a lot of the variations of his name. But I can never remember like all the other 72 of them, sadly. This prey is yours. Eat him up right now and close the curtain on his stage.
Yeah. I will also say he is considered Genji's contemporary on Beatrice's side.
That's fair. Like one of her oldest servants sort of deal.
Yeah. Check something again.
Like, of course Satan has fucking ringlets, though, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
人ならば交番とも言おうが、家具のお前の場合は大道具係が舞台裏に運び出すといったところか。
If you were a human, I'd say it's time for you to step down. But since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager to carry you behind the stage. I mean, Beatrice, you did already admit that like he's human, like literally just a few minutes ago.
Unless she was speaking to Jessica when she said, "Be quiet, human."
Oh no, I mean she said about the bit where like the two who are close who have acknowledged each other's dignity.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
Like that more or less like acknowledges canon as being human.
僕はもう家具じゃない。
I am not furniture anymore.
そしてそれを二度と疑わない。
I won't doubt that again.
んたまた私に殺されちゃうの？
You want to be killed by me again? Oh yeah, so the demons absolutely remember the other loops.
Yep, absolutely. The stakes.
Putting aside whether like this version of Beatrice does, the demons absolutely 100% do.
Oh, yep. They. It's not necessary for them to have avatars who don't remember the loops, so they just remember everything.
Yeah. I don't even know if even Beatrice would have the kind of power necessary to make sure a fucking demon king can't remember a loop.
Yeah.
Like a demon king of all things. Like, she could bind them, but all you need for that is the name and the right contract. You don't even need a lot of power or anything. You just need the name and the right contract. So...
Yeah, that's fair. Though, at least in this, the quality of the demon you can summon varies based on your ability.
Well, that's true, but, like, I mean, like, in the Lesser Key of Solomon and the Legamenton and all of them, there are specific rituals for the specific 72 demons.
Yep, exactly.
Like, each of the 72 demons has a specific ritual associated with them. So, I would imagine, like, if I were, like, thinking of this myself and, like, writing a demonology book or making a setting based on it, I would say that depending on the quality of the ritual that you do, it may be specific to a demon lord, but instead of that specific demon lord, you might summon one of their servants, one of their legions of spirits, for example.
Makes sense.
Depending on, again, if you get it absolutely perfectly, you could summon them, but, like, most of the time you're going to be summoning, like, one of their servants or what have you.
あんたの胸、温かくて本当に貫くと気持ちがいいのよ。
Your chest, it's so warm and it feels so good to pierce it.
さあ、また味合わせて。
Come on, let me have another taste, okay? Okay, so she's not propelling the stakes with magic or anything. She's literally just like the demons transform into the stakes or whatever.
Yep.
Which is kind of funny.
Yep, the demons transform into the stakes. Because either way, it is the form of the demon.
This could even, like, potentially be just like a fragment of their true selves that's doing this right now. Because I cannot imagine something like a demon king or a demon lord or duke or what have you being so weak that they cannot, like, fragment themselves to do multiple things at once, you know?
I
like,
could see that.
These are like... These are demons who can trace their ancestry back, like, name-wise at least, back like 4,000 or 5,000 years. Like, how do you even compare to that kind of mental acuity, right?
Yeah.
And they rule legions upon legions of demons in hell of all places. Like, the amount of multitasking you have to do to, like, do that. And also fight amongst yourselves with other people just as strong and powerful as you are is incredible. Won't you make me feel really good with that hot, fresh blood in that warm chest of yours? Girl, you are way too horny.
Yeah, the demon sisters are horny. Just in general. It's not even limited to Asmodeus.
Like, because Asmodeus at least is lust, but, like, the rest of them, like, you're a wrath. You should not be this horny, lady.
Then again, she's horny for blood, so that kind of makes sense.
I guess. Like, I would just, like, put that as a weird kink, though, or maybe a fetish, but, like, not part of wrath.
Admittedly, I mean, she's got the bloodlust, it's just a very different kind of bloodlust.
She's got the bloodlust, but it's the bloodlust. Not, the usual kind of bloodlust.
There was no way to block it. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room. And before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. When you take a piece in chest, rules say that it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself. So this was an obvious result in accordance with the rules. Cannon landed on his knees. He apologized, not to the witch, not to my lady. He apologized to Jessica.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
守りきれなかった
I couldn't protect you.
気にしないで。
Don't worry about it.
かっこよかったよ。
You were really cool with your with your slideshow slide across the screen, Cannon.
You were really cool. And it finally fell over. It landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there, like the constellation Gemini.
カノン君はさ、もう家具じゃないよ。
You know,
What are you
Cannon,
doing purring at me while you stretch, you little fucker?
you aren't furniture anymore.
はい、それに気づくのが遅すぎた。
Yes, I was too late in realizing that.
君の本当の名前聞きたかった。
Are we gonna hear it? Are we gonna hear it? Please.
Wanted to ask you what your real name was.
僕の本当の名前は
No, damn it. Son of a bitch. My real name is Dies.
In his last moments, Cannon wanted to tell her his real name. Jessica had already fallen into a sleep from which she would never awake. Cannon's real name, she had protected until today. In the end, couldn't tell it to Jessica.
僕は人間にな
Congratulations, Cannon. You became human. The thing that you were since your birth. I became human.
Those were the last words Cannon left behind.
Like, the more and more like they hide shit about Cannon, and the more I'm like, yeah, Cannon's the ones that's trans. Like, everything that like piles up is just like, yep, it's just more on the pile. Just shovel it over. This is my proof that it's Cannon, the pile. This is my proof that it's no one else pile. One is not the same as the other. Don't make me laugh, furniture.
100年を経ようと家具は家具よ。
Even after 100 years, furniture will still be furniture.
捨てるときに家具のために墓穴を掘るバカがどこにいる？
Have you ever heard of anyone stupid enough to dig a grave for their furniture when they throw it away? I mean, there's probably a kid who's done it.
Somebody, yeah.
Yeah, there's probably a kid who's done it. Like once their favorite chair or whatever broke, they insisted on burying it.
家具は叩き割って薪にして、後には灰しか残らぬわ。
You do that to people too sometimes, Beatrice. Some people like to be cremated. You know that?
Yeah, and like, basically the entirety of Japan does it.
Yep. You smash furniture to pieces and make firewood, so all that's left is ashes. Although we did talk about this a little bit one of the other times, but I think it was probably during the one where Kinzo burned to death.
Yeah, bones don't, get turned to ash like that. You have to grind it up.
Yeah, which so like whenever you have like ashes, someone's ashes, after you give them a cremation, it's mostly bone chips actually.
Yeah.
And believe me, I know because I've got like a little bag of it right here in my little keepsake box. Got a bag of like bone chips, and it is definitely not ashes. Like you can feel it in your hands that it's bone. Let's see, there it is. Like it's almost like it almost feels like sand.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Let's see. Get this into the light and then spread it out some so that it's a human remains right here. Fuck off, cat. Don't you start, boy. No. Amber, would you leave me alone? I'm a little busy right now. I swear, if you make me spill these ashes, I'm gonna fucking murder you. No, get out of the box. That's my box. Stay out of it. He's very curious about the keepsake box because I never open it.
Fair enough, yeah.
It's also got all my jewelry in it too, but like I don't usually wear it too much anymore. Mostly because I've lost most of it. This back in the box. Flattening everything back out. Fucking lid will go on.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that does indeed look like bone chips.
Yep, it just looks like fucking like sand almost, like white sand. I need another captioner link, please.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 minute. In fact,
For everyone on stream, this is what People Ash actually looks like.
I will not be showing it just in case YouTube has some concerns.
I don't think it does, because like I've watched so many fucking videos on YouTube about like crematoriums, fucking like the various mortuary practices across the world. Like, I don't think YouTube has a problem with it at all.
Yeah, but I figured might as well be careful.
That's true.
You know, they
Alright, testing the captioner. Good. We're good.
Yeah,
Right.
you know, they might have something to do, you know, with showing human remains after that particular fuckwit.
Oh yeah, that's true. Although, like some of the videos that I've watched were uploaded after that. I don't know. You can go ahead and be careful about it. I'm not gonna say like you shouldn't be, because I'm the person that doesn't fucking use mods even when I'm not playing on stream for Final Fantasy, right?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. Which is totally
I'm
fair.
so like unreasonably worried about that shit. So like, even my fucking free company is just like, "Yo, what are you doing? Why are you so paranoid about this?" And I'm just like, "I don't know, man." Like, I have like 800 hours on this character. I don't want to lose her.
Yeah,
Even if I could relatively easily like recreate her and do all the things again, now that I know what I'm doing, I don't want to. I don't want to have to do that.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think I'd
fair.
ever play again if I lost that account. 'Cause it's one of those things, like, you know, when you're a kid and you like lost like 2 or 3 hours of a game, you would just stop playing for a couple days because you just got like, it felt like your soul left your body. It'd be the same thing here, except for I would never start up again. That's too much to lose, right?
I could see that, yeah.
Fuck, now it smells like bone ash in here. So I actually got the fucking thing out, and now I can smell bone ash everywhere. Ugh. You know, now that I think about it, like, what do people use in movies for bone ash instead? Like, you know, when people are dumping their urns out at, like, oceans and shit? Because, like, it actually looks like proper ash in the movies, right?
Yeah.
Which is why everyone thinks that people like that people's bodies actually turn to proper ash. They don't. That's why I showed the picture in the first place. But I wonder what they use.
Probably just
What
like,
do-
yeah,
like
proper
wood ash or something.
Yeah, proper wood ash, and just kind of make sure it's a consistent color, and basically do that.
Yeah, like crop ash. What is crop ash here? Okay, it's a specific kind of ash. Actually, it's a bio ash TM, which is a fake ash that products range from fine to coarse in shades from light gray to black. So it definitely will not look like actual bone ash, because actual bone ash is white as fuck, as you guys can see on that picture.
Yeah.
So they probably use like something like that, like they order it there, or they just burn a bunch of wood and grind it down.
Yeah, so it's a kind of wood ash. And yeah, it looks like actual ashes rather than it's like the real stuff.
Because like for a very long time, up until I got like this bag of ashes, I also thought that human bodies like just turned into actual ash. They don't. So like I never questioned the fucking movies about it, you know. But no, don't pay attention to those movies, they turn into like charred bone, basically.
Yeah,
And then, like, you crunch up the bone in a grinder or whatever, and then give that to the person.
Yep, and there are, at least in Japan, certain traditions of having a few solid pieces in with the ash.
Yeah, I know that was also the case in Europe for a while. Now we grind it up like completely, but
yeah,
I've definitely seen like drawings of like funeral urns with like bones actually sticking out of the fucking thing, like a femur, like half a femur or something. Let's spread this smoke around so it stops smelling like bone ash in here. I don't know how, but like part of it got opened a little bit, so like when I like folded it out on my hand, like some of the dust sort of like puffed out into the air. So now it just smells completely like bone ash instead of anything else. I'm a bitch. That's how it is. Furniture gets no tombstone. And most people don't get tombstones these days.
Yeah.
貴様は
Like my stepfather's tombstone was literally like a metal spike in the ground with a piece of paper on it. And he was military, but got buried in a military graveyard and everything. No actual tombstone. Like the government couldn't even bother to do that. Like, fuck you guys.
Yeah, that's pretty fucky. Like, no marker or anything?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the marker is just like a metal stake in the ground with like a little metal frame and then a piece of paper like stuck in the frame.
That is, yeah, that's not great at all, no.
Yeah, like I still have a picture of it too, if I can find it. Because I took a picture of it at the time because I was like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I didn't think about it too hard at the time because I was at the funeral.
But it was still pretty fucky, yeah.
Yeah. Like I mostly took the picture for like so I could remember like where it was, and no, it's just a fucking like stake in the ground. Let's see. Where are you? Yep, there we go. It's got a piece of plastic covering the piece of paper, and yeah, it's. You can't actually see any writing on this, so it's fine. Because it was Texas in like fucking late March or early May, somewhere in there. Early April, there we go. So like it was just way too bright to actually to see anything. Fucked up. Shit. Discord. Sharing to Discord. Share it to you. There. You can definitely tell it's Texas too, because it's like this fucking shit ass, awful yellow grass in the spring even. Like you can see my fucking silhouette and everything here, like my hair fucking flying up because it was windy as fuck that day. But yeah, this is what he's got.
That is really.
Which is like a metal spike in the ground.
Yeah, like
that's what he got for a marker instead of like anything.
Yeah,
silly like a marker.
Yeah, like I would have just done like a pressed plate if you were going on the cheap end.
Right? Yeah, like something or like an engraved sheet of steel, or like bolted to a small stone on the ground. Something.
Yeah, something closer to what people get when they don't have a lot of money for a marker.
Yeah.
Like, this is... I don't even know anybody in poverty who gets a marker like this.
I have other pictures from the same graveyard, and, like, everyone else also had a marker like this.
That is super fucky.
Like, about, 4 feet to the left of where I took this picture, there was another marker where it was just this. I didn't send that one because someone else is in the picture. I don't remember who it is. And it doesn't show their face or anything, but I still didn't want to show it just in case.
Yeah, still be careful and all that, yeah.
Yeah. You can see the spot. Oh yeah, you can even see the shadow of another marker behind me in the picture at the bottom.
Yep.
It's just like that for several rows.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, and that's how I know that it wasn't just like a temporary marker, right? Is because there was like several rows of this shit. Like there were dozens, maybe hundreds of them that were just that marker instead of actual other things. It'd be one thing if that was just like a temporary marker so they knew where to put the stone one once they got finished. But
Oh yeah, if that was just a temporary marker that was like, hey, we're gonna put an actual marker here, here's where the body is.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, you have to put something there in the meantime, just so you know where exactly to put it on, and whose, know, and whose name should be on, whose stone should be there. But that's not right.
Yep. So most of that man's ashes are there, and I have a little bit in my keepsake box.
Yeah.
Because what I was gonna do is I was gonna do a pyre for him, and I couldn't actually like get the entire body, obviously, to do the pyre, and I never, because I moved out here into the middle of a city, not long after, so I didn't exactly get the chance to actually like do the pyre.
That's fair.
But yeah, you can see from that other. I'm not gonna. That's the one I'm not gonna post on the stream because you can see the other person standing there. But you can see that there are multiple other markers that look just like that around. There's the shadows, and there's the actual one on camera and everything.
Yeah, that's not right. Like, I don't have deference to the military, but if you are going to provide a grave as a organization for the military, you should provide an actual, marker. That at least...
Fucking something, man.
Yeah, at least a marker that's like, the kind of marker anybody else would get. Because again, I don't know anybody in poverty who can't muster up a marker like, just some, a pressed sheet.
Yeah, the markers like this, by the way, for a very long time in Western society, were called paupers' graves because they were so poor that they couldn't afford anything else. Like, that's what we're getting now, is paupers' graves. And, like, I don't have any particular deference for the military or the dead either, and, like, neither did Michael, who's the person that was buried there.
Yeah.
He didn't have much deference for the military either. Like, he had a little bit because it was, like, his thing. He was military for, like, 20-something years. But it wasn't, like, the same kind of deference that you would get from most conservatives or anything like that. It was mostly just like, yo, this should be better. We should be fixing this shit. This sucks. It was not like this when I first joined, like 20 years ago or what have you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I've seen military graves in other places, and they weren't like that, so that is just fucked.
Well, personally, when it comes to the dead and all that stuff, like, I'm personally just like, throw me over a back fence and let me rot in the hole. I don't care. But like, if you're gonna do like a funerary custom of any kind, do it right. Don't just give them a piece of metal in the ground with a piece of paper bolted to it.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah, don't half-ass it.
Like, if you're gonna claim deference for the dead, like, actually do something to show that deference.
Yeah, because this is almost worse than no marker.
Right? Like, the only reason you can even tell anyone's buried there is because, like, the fucking clay-like soil is all dug up right in front, It's, like, orangish there. And, like, half the damn graveyard was like that. It was a sizable damn graveyard, too. It was a military graveyard in, like, God, I wish I remembered the name of that city that it was in. It's not Arlington. It might be Arlington, actually. I think it's Dallas, though.
Mm.
I don't remember. But there's a bunch of military graveyards all over Texas, so I just don't remember which specific one because it was like 6 years and change now ago.
Yeah.
No, more than that. Was it 17 or 18? Okay, hold on. I don't even remember when this person died, alright? 2018. Okay. So, a little bit under 6 years now. It's fucking shenanigans is what that is.
Definitely.
If I had the energy at the time, I would have raised hell about that.
Yeah.
Like, the dude was serving in the military for like 23, 24 years, and you didn't even give him a fucking actual goddamn grave marker. You gave him a stick in the ground. What the fuck is wrong with all of you?
Yeah.
But that was about the time that I lost all that weight and became disabled anyway, so, you know, it's like, sort of, I had other things on my mind too.
Yeah.
It seems you believe death means an end to your humiliation, but that's naive.
死者を恥ずかしめるというのがどういうものか。
I'll show you what it really means to disgrace the dead.
After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Cannon's corpse. When she did, Cannon's corpse softly floated up into the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth in empty space. Witch played dirty until the very end. Corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If one had been watching, they would probably say mournfully, "Well, this is what you meant by disgracing the dead." However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. Reason for that would soon become apparent.
Yeah, they're gonna blame Cannon for killing Jessica because he's missing.
Yep.
That's so, like, that's such an easy fucking conclusion to make. And hopefully Battler doesn't fall for it, but, you know, it's Battler, so. Like the Avatar Battler, not the one of them. And, like, the space. Kind of surprised we didn't get a scene of them in the, at the game board.
そうか。始まったか。
I see, so it has begun.
はい。
Yes.
Even though Kenzo had received news of Six's death, his emotions did not waver. The expression on his face as he gazed out the window was a smile as though his opponent in a chess game had just made a spectacular move. Hard to imagine that such an expression could ever appear on a father who had lost so many children at once. Oh,
That's
yeah.
because he doesn't actually care about his kids, and that's why they're all assholes. It's because he's like that.
ローザ様のご指示でゴーダとカノンが警察へ電話しております。
No one can follow Lady Rosa's Sama. Or Lady Rosa's Sama. Lady Rosa's orders and went to call the police. Sorry, I'm distracted trying to, like, clean out this cup so I can make a
親方
root beer
様に
float.
以後のご指示を仰ぐようにとも仰せつかっておりま
It
す。
smells like fucking strawberry milk, and I want some, but all that's in it is, like, slightly strawberry milk flavored water that's boiling.
Yeah.
And it makes me sad because I want more strawberry milk, but I don't have any more strawberry mix. After that, she ordered us to follow your orders, Master.
いかがいたしますか。
What shall we do?
すでにこの島は現世から切り離されているのだ。電話など何の役にも立たぬわ。
The silent has already been cut off from the real world. Mere phones will serve no purpose. So, probably not something Kenzo did outright, but more of a consequence.
Magic thing.
Yeah.
That's magic, yo. A fucking wizard did it. Should I have them stop?
ルーレットが終わるまで何をして過ごすも自由だ。
Until the roulette is finished, what they do to pass the time is up to them.
好きにさせてやれ。
Let them do as they please.
はい。
Yes, sir.
そのローザ様には何とお伝えいたしましょうか。
What should we tell Lady Rosa?
何をして過ごすも自由だと言っておる。
And say they should pass the time as they please?
歌おうが踊ろうが。
And sing if they want, dance if they want.
首をつろうが煮えたぎる大釜に飛び込むも自由。
They're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump into a boiling kettle.
It's
actually like the best way to stop a ritual like this is to just like have everyone kill themselves, so there's not enough sacrifices left.
I could see that, I suppose. Until 13
Of course,
people
like,
die, they can spend their
good
time as they
fucking
like.
luck convincing 18 people to kill themselves, though.
Yeah.
You might be able to convince like 1 or 2, but like 18?
なぜ
Yeah.
に 6×9 が42になるかでも考えていればいい。
If that's too boring, they can wonder about whether 6 times 9 equals 42 or something. Which it does not.
それが人と宇宙の神秘の答えだ。
That's the answer to the mystery of humanity and the universe.
申し訳ございません。
I can't believe there's a fucking Hitchhiker's reference here.
Yup.
I know it's about the right time, but also, goddamn.
Yes, my apologies. Shannon cowered in fright at this sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. Shannon couldn't help but regret saying too much.
だが、自由にしてよいのはお前たちもだ。
However, you two are also free to do as you wish.
源氏、そしてシャノンも。
Genji, and Shannon
今日
too.
までよく私に尽くしてくれた。
You have done well serving me until today.
Jamming my wrist earlier is finally starting to catch up to me.
Oh, geez.
Oh, that hurts.
ですがその
Your words are too good for me, but
私どもは親方様にお仕えすることを誓った家具です。
We are furniture who have sworn to serve the master.
いついかなる時でもおそ
Fucking
ばに
bent my nails back again. We're trying to open it with the wrong hand.
ah,
There we go. It's gonna be a couple days before I can actually clip the broken parts off because they're broken that far back, but we stand ready to serve you no matter the time.
最後のその時
Until the very end. Fuck.
お前たちには全てを話しておきたい。
I want to tell you about everything.
シャノン、遺言を書く。
Shannon, I am going to write a will.
筆行を頼む。
Shall need you to transcribe for me.
源氏はいつもの酒を頼む。
Please, Genji, my usual drink.
はい。
Yes, sir.
Actually, it would be like super safe for them if they just stayed in here the entire time.
True. Nanjo often recommended that Kinzo write a will because of his health, but each time he had, Kinzo had gone mad with rage. Ever since then, you'd think will would have been the word Kinzo hated most. For hearing such a word come from his lips, Shannon couldn't help doubting her ears for an instant. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side table and some writing paper. Genji followed his orders and began preparing that usual green evil drink.
準備が整いました。
Why do you not have a fucking typewriter right now? I know computers a little bit out of the ballpark, although being as rich as you are, you could have a computer in 1986. But still, like at least a typewriter, man.
Yeah, I suppose. I guess he more uses the broom and any writing utensils more for either writing letters or writing down notes from things he learns in his books.
That's true.
I'm ready.
何から語るか。我が生涯を語るもよいか。
Where should I begin? Shall I also speak of my life?
思い出深い対局を寄付に残すのは楽しいことだ。
It would be fun to leave behind a record of my most
Kinzo,
memorable games.
you're not writing a memoir, you're writing a will. There's a difference.
100年以上も
Kinzo, why?
昔の寄付を読み、対局者たちの思いを探る思考の旅も実に楽しい。
It can be truly amusing to read the records of old games from centuries past, to journey in search of those players' thoughts.
ならば、我が生涯の寄付も、後世の者によって我が思いを探る旅への誘いとなるのだろうか。
So I'm gonna check one more time. Nope. Nothing added to a witch's side. The characters. So should the game record of my life lead those in the future to go on a journey in search of my thoughts? For a while, Kinzo pondered over where he should begin, strutting all over the room with his hands behind his back.
親方様、どうぞ。
Minister, here.
I thought you said minister for a second.
Nope. I mean, I did have my mouth full of like fucking root beer float foam, but still.
すまんな、我が友よ。
Ah, yes, thank you, my friend.
さて、
Well then,
我が生涯を語るには、あの魔女との出会いから記さねばなるまい。
if I am to speak of my life, I must begin my writing of my meeting with that witch.
シャノン、筆記せよ。
Shannon, begin writing.
私がベアトリーチェに初めて出会ったのはだいぶ以前に遡る。
My first meeting with Beatrice took place a long way
あれ
back.
は昭和の何年だったか。
What year of the Showa era was it?
確か終戦の。
Must have been at the end of the war, so... We took enough time to regain our calm. We each swore to our parents that we'd catch the culprit. It would be a lie to say that we weren't still torn up. Even now, if we let our guards down just a little, we'd probably start going on a rampage just like Jessica, letting our emotions show with some kind of violence. According to what Goda said, after he got back right now, Cannon was looking after Jessica. Apparently, she was still very emotionally high-strung.
そう
I think she's dead.
ありがとう。若い子の気持ちは若い子の方が汲み取れるかもしれない。
I see, thank you. Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's feelings.
今は
Rosa,
そうしておく方がいいんでし
You
ょう。
were also at one point a young child. All you have to do is think back to those times. I can't personally because like my brain's built different, and also I have the bad brain. So, but most people can.
Would probably be better if we left them alone for now.
ローザさん、私らにこれ以上ここに留まってできることは何もありません。電話は普通でしょうが、明日になれば船が来てくれて、それで警察へ連絡できるでしょう。
Rosa, there is nothing more to be gained by remaining here. Phones may not be working, but tomorrow the boat will come, and we should be able to reach the
警
police.
察の捜査のためにも、ここはこのまま残すべきです。
We should leave this place as it is for the police's investigation.
私も南條先生に同感です。このようなところにいつまでもおられますと、お体に障ります。
I agree with Dr. Nanjo. Staying in a place like this for too long will be bad for your health.
戻り、紅茶をお入れしましょう。
Let us return and make some black tea.
そうね。私もそれに賛成よ。バトラ君もジョージ君も。
If I was not currently drinking a root beer float, I would also make some black tea.
Fair. Yeah, I agree with that. Battler, George, are you ready?
ここは閉めましょう。
Let's lock up
警
here.
察が来た時のためにも、ここはこのまま残しておいた方がいいわ。
We ought to leave this place as it is anyway for when the police come.
そうですね。バトラ君。大丈夫かい？
You're right. Battler, are you okay?
ああ。流せる涙は流し尽くしたぜ。
Yeah, I've cried all I can.
もう、大丈夫さ。
I'm fine now. Police would surely find some evidence during their thorough investigation, but we weren't adult enough to wait for that. Investigated the chapel in my own way, trying to grab the culprit before the police arrived, but I figured out was absolutely nothing, frustratingly.
That's because, red speech, you are incompetent.
I wasn't able to find a single hint.
さあ、出ましょう。マリア、行くわよ。
Come on, let's go out. Maria, we're
い
going.
つまでもジロジロ見ていないの。
Keep staring at it.
さあさあ、マリア様、参りましょう。
Come, come, Maria. Lady Maria, let us return.
ここは肩を冷やします。
It's cold here.
父さん、母さん、今日までありがとう。
Father, Mother, thank you for everything.
僕は きっと父さんたちの期待を裏切らない男になる。
Will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. Rory spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. After seeing that, Battler followed suit.
親父、綺麗さ。
Dad, Kiri. Looking at their faces, it looked like they were sleeping, but that just made it even more painful.
こんな涼しすぎるところに残してくろ。
Forgive me for leaving you in a cold place like this.
絶対に仇は取るぜ。
I'll definitely get whoever did this.
絶対にな。
No matter what.
これは何？
Sorry, everything's gonna be white for a second. Stream. I'm just trying to snip something.
食の悪い落書きだね。
What is this? What a repulsive scribble.
犯人が書いたのかな？
Did the culprit draw it?
悪趣味に過ぎますな。これはひどい。
This is worse than vulgar. How horrible. When the door to the chapel closed, we learned about the creepy scribble for the first time.
私たちが見つけた最初からもう書かれておりました。
When we first found this, it was already drawn here.
おそらく犯人が書いたものに違いないでしょう。
It must have been made by the culprit.
犯人は魔女だから。こりゃ悪魔を呼び出す魔法陣か何かだったのか。
So supposedly the culprit was a witch, and this is a magic circle to summon a demon or something.
これは太陽の7の魔法陣だよ。
I'm sorry, like I'm having a small freak out over here. Discord is pushing. Okay, never mind.
Okay. What was going on? That
Okay, so I was telling some colleagues that I might like hang out after done with the stream if I'm still energetic and everything. And so Discord like put this thing on it that said share with your followers, publish, blah blah blah. In fact, hold on, let me show you what it said. It's this. It just put this below my message, right? And then it put that below the snip as well. And then every message that I sent after that in the channel also had it under it. And I was like, hold on, why? I'm not even talking about the stream anymore. Why do you keep putting that in the thing? Just having a small freak out.
fair enough.
Okay, anyway. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. Also known as the 7th pentacle of the sun.
そんなのも知らないんだね。
Don't you even know that? No, Maria. Not everyone has the same special interest as you, okay?
こら、その気持ち悪い笑いをやめなさいといつも言ってるでしょ。
Hey, don't I always tell you not to make that creepy laugh?
マリア、続けろ。何の意味があるんだ？
Maria, go on. What does it mean?
肉体的、あるいは精神的な束縛から逃れるための魔法陣だよ。
It's a magic circle to escape from physical or mental bonds.
そして演習部に書かれているヘブライ語は、主は私の枷を解かれました。
And the part written around the circumference says, "The Lord has freed me from my chains."
私はあなたに
You know, a lot of the
感
time
謝の
when
御
magic
礼を
comes up in things,
主
and
の
like they
皆
always
を
use
呼ぶ
like Christian stuff for it, I always get a little bit annoyed at it because like Christian stuff is not the only way to do magic in the entire world. Like proclaiming that this is the way to do magic in your setting is proclaiming that that religion is the correct one. And I don't like that at all. For any religion, not just Christianity. And my reasoning is basically that, like, that religion has not been around as long as humanity has, and there are thousands of years of history in other places that have nothing to do with that religion, and they still had their own, like, belief systems and magic systems and all that shit in their own like mythology. But for Beatrice, I can kind of see it because like she's a 1,000-year-old witch, literally a 1,000-year-old witch. That means that her origin point is in the Middle Ages, where people were super religious.
Yep.
And she's European, so it's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Of course, she's gonna use Christian magic. She's fucking Christian.
Yeah, and they
Or
already
she came a Christian culture. So
yeah, and they've already established different systems exist, and that's why the Torii Shrine had to go.
yeah, absolutely. And that's also like a point in this this thing's favor. Just like different kinds of magic do exist, and it's not just Christian magic that works.
Yeah, and again, the protagonist of Higurashi was a shrine maiden.
Yep.
Sacrifice of Thanksgiving.
父さんたちが殺されたのはこの魔法陣のための生贄だっていうのか
So they killed father and the rest to use them as human sacrifices for this magic circle?
心を落ち着けてジョージ君。こんなのは犯人の
That
挑
is
発
exactly
よ。
what happened.
Calm down, George. This is the culprit trying to
どう
provoke.
せいいなんてないわ。
Sure, it doesn't mean
考え
anything.
るだけ心に毒よ。
Thinking about it will only poison the heart.
そして英語も書いてあるな
Looks like there's some English written here.
ハッピーハロウィン for マリアなるほどなそれでここを開ける鍵がマリアに渡されてたと
I get it.
そういうわけか
And the key to open this door was handed over to Maria. Is that what's going on?
Congratulations, you came to a basic conclusion, buddy.
マリアちゃんのマリアじゃなく聖母マリアの方の意味かもしれないよ
No. No, George.
No, absolutely not, George.
Well,
I mean, like, good thoughts, but also no. At least he recognizes that Maria and Mary are related.
yeah. Well, this is the chapel after all. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria, but the Virgin
だ
Mary.
とすればハロウィンの名を語った神への冒涜とも受け取れる
In that case, you could read this as a blasphemy against God in the name
That
of
actually could be
Halloween.
why Beatrice took such an interest in Maria. Rather than, because obviously she didn't do that with any of the other children when they were kids. Like, she could have easily done that with Jessica if she really wanted to, because Jessica was, you know, at one point also 3 or 4 years old and on this island all the time. But turning a child named Maria after the Virgin Mary into a witch as a huge blasphemy against God, as the sort of anti-theist, anti-Christian thing, which most witches tend to be depicted as, could be part of the motivation, actually. So he might have stumbled onto something here.
Yeah, I can see that.
Not for the reasons he thinks, but they,
神の名を常に汚し続けることを誓うという
yeah. Though that's what was said in the Malaya's Maleficarum, yes, but that's not how actual witches do things now.
Yeah. And probably never was the case, or was only the case with select groups.
Yeah, that's only like anti-theist kind of Christians that did that. They're anti-Christians, sort of. It's weird because like Christianity has multiple deities, right? If you count Lucifer / Satan as a deity, the Christianity has multiple deities. And actually, Illegal Kimchi talks about this in one of his religion videos about how Christianity is not monotheist, but it's not polytheist either. I don't remember the name of it, the actual name of the thing, but
it's like a duologist. I forget what the exact word is, but it has a good god and an evil god in conflict.
Oh no, that's not what I was going to say. It's that Christianity recognizes that there are multiple gods, but says that all the other gods are in direct conflict with Yahweh.
Oh,
right?
okay.
It's that kind of thing. It's not monotheist or polytheistic. It's this one in the middle where like it's diametrically opposed to other gods, but admits that those gods exist. Like Yahweh is at war with these other gods, kind of thing.
Yeah, because you will have no.
Like, which that's in that one commandment: "Thou shalt have no other god before me."
Yep.
That by itself alone implies that Christianity at one point recognized other gods, and there's other proof for it as well. But that's just one of the things.
Yeah. The other proof that I recall is something to do with Adam and Eve, and them eating from the fruit of knowledge makes them like God. And it
Henotheist. That's what it is.
what's it called?
Henotheistic.
Henotheistic.
It's devotion to a single primary god while accepting the existence or possible existence of other deities.
Gotcha.
Monotheism in principle and polytheism in fact. But more or less these days it's used to describe Abrahamic religions because they recognize other gods exist, or at least they did recognize other gods exist, but they still claim that their god is the real good one.
Yep. Like the real creator,
or at the very least, they
cetera,
recognize that other... Yeah, like they at least recognize that other very powerful supernatural entities exist. Maybe they're not like creator gods or whatever, but they are still like two humans, basically gods.
Because, yeah, there was 2 trees in the garden, as far as I remember, in the actual story. The tree of knowledge of good and evil, and I think it was... I forget what the other one is.
But either way, like it gets weird when you're talking about Christianity and like people who are Christian, like Beatrice, or people who are Christian who, as what was believed about witches, if that was true, they would still be Christian, but they would be like anti-Yahweh.
Yeah.
It's difficult to actually like come up with a suitable phrase for that.
It would be a theistic Satanist.
Yeah, something like that. Like, they're still Christian because that's still their same belief system. They just worship the other deity, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, okay, so it was the Tree of Life and the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil. And...
Like, did you know that the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil and all that, the Tree of Life, etc., is actually a Jewish idea?
Well, it's
called the Sephiroth.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
No, not Sephiroth. Sephiroth. It's the 10 emanations or powers by which God, the creator, was said to become manifest. And it's basically like this big, like... It's not a literal tree, but it's part of the Jewish, like, magic, more or less. It's part of the Kabbalah. It looks like a tree, right? Yeah. It starts here at the root and then goes up like this and flares out. But this is what it is. It's called the tree, basically.
Yeah.
Which you should probably know this because your previous fucking handle had something to do with this.
Yeah, I do vaguely, but it's mainly just AJRPG stole the name.
Yeah, JRPGs are fucking obsessed with it. Like, as you can tell, Sephiroth is named after the Sephiroth.
Yep.
Like, and it's always there. Like, fucking Final Fantasy 14 has it too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, basically, partaking of both fruits of both trees would make you like a deity.
Yeah.
The tree...
Pretty much what the Kabbalah is, too. Or the Sephiroth. Like, if you have all 10 bits of the Sephiroth, you are more or less a god.
Yeah, so the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil wasn't particularly guarded, but the Tree of Life is actually very guarded.
Mm.
It had an angel with a flaming sword. I forget exactly.
This sounds like a seraphim.
Yeah, probably a seraphim.
Or a seraph, rather.
Yeah, probably a
seraphim. Seraphim is the plural. Sorry. It's been a while.
Yeah, so...
this is also sometimes spelled Hesed rather than Hesed. So I wonder if like some of these others are also spelled differently in some places, depending on like, your translation.
In that sense, this really is a witch-like crime.
If you guys want to know more about what we're talking about, you can read stuff on the Kabbalah, the Malleus Maleficarum, demonology books in general.
Yep.
And there's probably a few like important, big, like modern theological works that you should probably read, but I don't know any of them personally because like I do it from the other end. I start with the folklore and then go into the theology rather than theology into folklore, you know?
Yeah. Just make sure you're getting primary sources you're dealing with, actual practitioners.
Yeah, and like trustworthy sources, like make sure like you look into the authors and the books, the specific books and everything to make sure.
Yeah, because you can easily run into some anti-Semitic bullshit.
Oh yeah. Anti-Christian stuff, anti-witch stuff, so on and so forth. Because like the Malleus Maleficarum is just straight up anti-witch, anti-woman propaganda. But it's also a historical document in that like it's like kicked off the like witch hunts in the Western world.
Yeah, and it also gives you a peek into the mindset as a result.
Mm-hmm. Like the Inquisitors were not nice people, and that sounds like an obvious thing to say because of the shit that they like came up with. Like the Spanish Inquisition came up with some truly awful fucking torture devices. But what I mean by that is not the torture that they did, but who they targeted. And like I guarantee you, the vast majority, almost like the vanishing majority, or the crushing majority rather, were completely and totally innocent of any crime. Period.
Yeah.
Like they did not. They did not go after actual criminals or people who were actually blasphemers or anything like that. What would often happen is a neighbor would accuse someone, and then like they would just get taken off by the Inquisition. And that was it. That was the last time anyone saw them. Now, I'm not gonna say that every time an Inquisitor took someone off, they died or were in prison for life or anything like that, because there are cases of people getting released and like people being questioned and being like, fuck you, you're not a witch, get out of here. What are you doing wasting our time?" But yeah, like this is not nice shit. Not nice shit at all. We are lucky that we don't have to deal with any sort of actual witch hunts anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like people call social media bullying and fucking shit like that, brigading and everything, like witch hunts, and like that's the closest analogy we have to what that is. But
Yeah,
that's still, it does
like,
not show
yeah,
at all how bad it was.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like it's not referring to the violence, because obviously not as much violence is going on there, but it is basically, when it's correctly being applied, it's show me the person and I'll show you the crime, rather than show me the crime and I'll find the criminal.
Yeah, that case, like that part of it is definitely very accurate.
Yeah, so when it's correctly applied,
that would also happen there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And don't just take my word for it. Like, just because I sound like an authority and I know a lot of stuff on this doesn't mean I'm actually an expert. I'm not. I just know more than a layman.
Yeah.
I'm sort of like an expert hobbyist, kind of better than a hobbyist, but not expert level. Somewhere in there. It's what I want to go to fucking. Well, I want a degree in this shit anyway, so like I'll be an expert eventually, just not right now.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Did you get that from Maria?
そんなとこです。
Yeah, something like that.
礼拝堂か。礼拝堂にわざわざ呼んで殺した。
Chapel, huh? They went to all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them.
ローザおばさん、この礼拝堂には何か特別な意味とかあったんすか?
Aunt Rosa, does this chapel have some special meaning?
特別な意味ってどういう意味?
What do you mean a special meaning?
いや、その人間6人の死体をはるばるここに運び込んでこんな凝ったデコレーションをした。
Well, someone carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and set up these elaborate decorations.
ここに6人を呼んでから殺したのか。6人を殺してからここに運び込んだのかは断定できないが。
Can't tell if she called the 6 of them over here before killing them, or if she killed them before carrying them over here.
どちらにしても。
Alright, Battler. If she carried the bodies after they died, there would be blood trails on the floor inside the chapel leading to the...
Well, that's assuming it wasn't like poison or something.
That's true.
Yeah, because it didn't have to be the stomach wound.
I think Nanjo would have noticed signs of poisoning.
Maybe. It depends on the poison and Nanjo's understanding of that kind of thing.
That's true. Well, like all the common ones do have like very obvious signs, like your fingertips turning blue from hypoxia, etc.
Yeah, and it's not like he didn't say that. He just says, hey, there's nothing else we can do here. Let's get the fuck out.
True.
But either way, it'd take a lot of effort. Why did the culprit want 6 people to die here?
そうですな。あんな凝ったことをすれば、警察が来た時、不利な証拠を見つけられる可能性が非常に高いでしょう。
True, by doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance of some disadvantageous evidence being found when the police arrive.
It's actually true. The more complicated you make this sort of thing, the more easily you're going to like look or like overlook details that will get you caught.
Yeah, and that's true of basically any true crime stuff. The more human element you add to it, the more difficult things go. So an accomplice
Even like
adds complication for anything ranging from murderer to just bank robbery.
yeah, like even if you manage to get literally every piece of like evidence and detail like cleaned up and like you don't have to worry about that, just the fact that you arrange the bodies in this way instead of just leaving them where they lie
Gives them
will
something
tell
to
the police about
profile.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, Beatrice isn't worried about that, but like,
Yeah.
not. I'm just saying, Nanjo's on the right track there.
Yeah, like, you can profile something out of it. You might not get right immediately, but if you continue to make more divergent things like that that aren't technically needed, the more information they can get.
Mm-hmm.
And they can start to narrow down their suspects. It is inconceivable that the culprit would fail to realize
なら
this.
犯人はどうしてわざわざそんな手間をかけてまでということになりますな。
The issue now is why the culprit went to all that effort.
だとしたら、ここで出てくる疑問は一つ。
That leads us to just one question.
6人の死体発見場所になるここに、どんな意味があるのかってことだ。
What meaning is there to this place where we found the 6 corpses?
ここはお父様の大切な礼拝堂だったの。私が子供の頃からここに立ち入ってはいけないと厳しく言われていたわ。
This chapel was important to Father. Ever since I was a kid, I was given strict instructions never to enter it.
マリアも前にここに来てものすごい怒られた。
I came here once too. Got in lots of trouble.
大切な礼拝堂、後宮本家にとって何か縁のある？
An important chapel? Does it have some connection to the Oshiromiya head family?
わからないの。お父様はこの礼拝堂をとても神聖視していて、何度か化粧直しの工事をさせるくらい大事にしていたわ。
I don't know. Father viewed this chapel as very sacred, and he treasured it so much that he had it redecorated several
で
times.
もみんなも知っての通り、お父様は黒魔術が大好きなくらいで敬虔な信者だったわけじゃない。
But as everyone knows, Father wasn't a devout believer, as his passion for black magic demonstrates. He's a devout believer, but on the opposite end. Or at the very least,
Yeah.
believes in using those tools for his ends.
Mm.
ここで
Although,
神に祈り
is he using European magic for this?
Yes.
Because I don't actually recall him seeing. Well, he is using the scorpion charm on his doorknobs.
Yeah,
That's
he-
Egyptian.
Yeah, he's using the scorpion charm. He has a lot of Latin and, like, basically all of his stuff is geared towards Beatrice stuff and not...
Because like last time at the end of the loop, like Battler was saying that a lot of the books were in Latin and English and shit.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a lot.
So like he's
more-
definitely using European stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely geared to the European rather than the Japanese, which makes sense because it adds into his desire for European stuff. I've never heard of him coming here to offer his prayers to God.
私の知る限りでも、ここに親方様がいらっしゃったことはありません。
As far as I know, the master has never come here.
私たちも、ここを開かずの礼拝堂と呼んで、
He even called this the sealed chapel,
お化け
and
屋敷のような感じで、薄気味悪く思っておりました。
I found it eerie like a haunted house. Which, fair enough, it is a big-ass chapel with no one in it.
お父様自身全く近づかなかったのに、なぜか年に何度か使用人たちに大掃除をさせていたわ。
Even though father never even approached it himself, for some reason he made the servants give it a major cleaning several times a
常
year.
に清潔にしていて、まるでいつ使用する時が来てもいいようにという感じだった。
It felt like he kept it clean all the time so that it could be used at any moment.
にもかかわらず、開かずの礼拝堂ってか。
Even so, it's called the sealed chapel.
不謹慎だが、面白い響きじゃねえか。
Maybe it's indiscreet to say this, but doesn't that sound pretty cool?
It is a good like name for a location in something like the Sealed Chapel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it definitely is a suitable name that gives you some vague ideas of what it could be, but doesn't give too much.
I gotta write that down somewhere because like I was talking about this the other day in DMs with you, but like sometimes like simple names just like hit just right. Where like more complicated ones kind of hit and miss.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see, I think I don't know. I'm trying to like browse my fucking folders in Obsidian so I don't like pull up my bullshit on stream. But I don't remember where I put my unused ideas folder, if it was in like just like the top folder, the top level folder, and where it's like stashed away somewhere. Because I just always have it open usually. Ah, here it is. Cool, got it. Never mind, I found it. Good, let's see. Race, creatures, alchemical, country, names.
じい様の古い友人なんだって。
Okay, well, I don't have just like a places.
Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of grandfather's, right?
そのあたりの経緯を聞いたことは。
Have you heard anything about it?
ずいぶん昔に聞いたことがありますが、何と言ってはぐらかされたか忘れました。
I did ask about it once long ago, but I forget exactly how he dodged my question.
そうそう。こんなことを言っておりましたっけ。
That's right, I believe he said something
い
like,
つか自分もあそこで祝福を受けることもできるかもしれない。
someday perhaps I too will be able to receive a blessing there.
しかしそれは奇跡でも起きない限り訪れない。
Unless a miracle occurs, that day will never come.
Sorry, I'm talking to like some of my art colleagues and like telling them like that there's not gonna be any drawing from me today or for the next couple of days because I like fucked up my nails, right, and then like jammed my wrist, and everyone's just screaming over the fact that like I keep trying to scratch my like foot or like open a soda or whatever, and I just keep bending the nails back, and they're just like screaming. And it was like, yeah.
Yeah.
どういう意味だろうな。礼拝堂ですることってなんだ。
What does that mean? What would he do in a chapel? Very Beatrice.
Yeah, and there's that too. One of those is like I just cut them off at that point, and I'm just like, I would love to, but they're broken past like the nail bed. I can't cut them off. Like they're like the really bad one is broken like I don't know, like 5 millimeters into my nail.
Ah.
So, and that's the one that keeps bending back too. It doesn't really hurt anymore, thankfully, but like it still feels really weird when half your nail bends back when you're trying to do something.
まさか自分の葬式ってんじゃねえだろうな。
Couldn't mean his own funeral, right? No, Battler. That doesn't require a miracle. That just requires, you know, arsenic and some gumption.
金蔵さんに限ってそんなはずは。死後のことより生きている今に一生懸命な方でした。
Wouldn't believe that of Kinzo. He was a man much more focused on the living now than matters occurring after
し
death.
かしそのせいで 遺産問題をこじれさせる種としてしまったようですがな。
So this does seem to be root cause of the inheritance problem.
Okay, so somehow one of these art colleagues is getting like Japanese anime style fucking receipts from McDonald's, and I don't know why this is happening, but they do look kind of fucking cool. Here.
Huh.
I don't know why. I don't know why they're getting this, but like this is cool as shit. I don't even know if they're actually getting this from McDonald's or not. I don't know, but
Oh yes, I remember this because I saw it on like DoorDash.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but they are cool.
So basically,
okay,
you know,
McDonald's. You can see like the actual like thing here.
Yeah. So you know how like various anime will use fake McDonald's?
Yeah, it's usually exactly what it says right there, McDonald's or whatever.
McDonald's, yeah. So basically,
or they just like put a fucking asterisk in place of one of the letters or something.
Yeah. So basically, they've decided to lean into it as part of an advertising campaign, and have.
That's actually like very smart.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just fucking lean into it. Don't get angry. Use it.
Absolutely. That's how you fucking deal with that shit. You don't like get mad at people for like doing this sort of thing. You just like use it. Lean into it, man. Fucking Games Workshop. Canceling Emperor if the Emperor had a speech to text device. Fuck you, asshole. Or text to speech device, there we go. Not speech to text. Had that backwards.
Oh, and they have a packaging crafted by Japanese manga artist and illustrator Aki Bright.
I know that name.
Let me see here. What? As Aki Bright.
Aki Bright.
And it's...
What are you...
Here.
I'm on their portfolio site right now, and like I definitely recognize this art style, but like I don't know, I can't place it. Like, what manga of theirs have I read or seen?
Let me see here. So done some DC stuff. See now. Nothing I recognize. Other than they do a lot of cross-promotional material with folks.
That might be what I know them from, rather than like a specific manga or something.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
Has done anime style designs in the past. Has done some variant covers for DC.
So you said it was Aki Bright doing these things?
Yeah. Yeah, did the packaging and everything. So the anime style characters and things are his stuff.
Let's see. Yeah, anime artist Aki Bright talks with collaboration. Yeah, for McDonald's. Yep.
Yep, which is good. I always look for the name of an artist to make sure that it isn't AI bullshit.
Yeah, it's not this time. Like I would warn you if it was.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I figured. Because, yeah, you can usually pick it out. even I can pick it out, and I don't even have an eye for art.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff these days that gets even difficult for like artists like me to find. So like
Yeah, but like basically, unless they're really trying to make it not look like AI art, you know.
kind of, sort of. So I wish I could like put into words what it is about AI generative images.
It's definitely like part of it that anybody could understand. It's they really don't care about light source.
Yeah, there's light sources for one, and like there's a whole bunch of little details like necklaces turning into hair or hair turning into necklaces, clothes and hair merging, shit like that. But like
Yeah.
those are the obvious mistakes, right? But there's a lot of AI generative images that don't have those mistakes anymore.
Yeah.
But they still have this like AI
Yeah.
quality to them that I can't really describe.
It's
like I've heard it described as plasticky or waxy, but like that doesn't quite fit, I don't think.
Yeah, it's very much of this hazy. It's hazy is the only way I can describe it, but that doesn't really benefit anybody without
fit either, right?
Yeah, it doesn't benefit anybody who doesn't see examples, but you know exactly what I mean if you look at it and you're not some AI bro.
It's not really out of focus either. Like the focus is usually pretty good.
Yeah,
this sort of thing, because again, it's copying the focus of like actual artists. So like, of course, the focus is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. But it's
like,
it's this hazy blending of lines and colors in a way that it just feels.
Oh,
off.
You know what? Over polished.
Oh, yeah, that could do it. Yeah,
because I think that's exactly what it is. Like they people feed like super polished artists' work into these things, but then like the thing doesn't also copy the little mistakes that they make, or rather, quote unquote mistakes. Because believe me, artists usually leave those things there on purpose.
But yeah,
we see the little like lines sticking off the sides. We just don't care because it has a look that we like.
Yeah, the little eccentricities.
Yeah.
It's what I notice in some pop art that feels off to me, even if it's not AI, is the stuff that looks too clean.
Yeah. That's definitely a thing. Like, there's a lot of artists who are very good at being very, very clean in their work, but there is something very different about between like that last like 1% of cleanliness, right, in art. Because if you get it perfectly clean, it no longer looks like human work. Even if it literally is human work, like it becomes so clean, but obviously not photorealistic that it just looks wrong, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you get something that looks realistic and is clean, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, because I'm supposed to believe this is a person in a way that, you know, a cartoonified person, it just isn't, because they're exaggerated. But if you get too clean with a cartoonish proportions, or even just vaguely, you know, emphasized proportions, you're like, that's weird.
All right, you want to do a quick bio break because I got to get some bandages to like wrap around these nails, so I stop bending them back.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna take a
disgusting
bio break,
everyone that comes in here.
folks. We'll be back in like 5+ minutes at most.
Yeah, let me grab us a song real quick. I don't think we need one. It's filled with strawberry.
Hi, I had a peanut butter and banana sandwich.
That was fast. Fuck. It was like inhaled that damn thing.
Yep.
Amber, would you stop clawing that box? You have a scratching post. It's over there. I think he's not stopping.
What would he do in a chapel? Pray?
懺悔も礼拝堂だっけ
Aren't confessions done in a chapel too? Depends on the denomination.
何にしろうさんくさいな。
Anyway, it sounds suspicious. I mean,
Oh yeah, there are vegan empanada doughs. Hell yeah! All right, I can do that. Sorry, one of my colleagues has an egg allergy,
ah,
so and I always forget this. So like, I offer food, and then he's just like, I can't eat that, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's right, eggs. Hold on, I'll go find an eggless version.
yeah. Allergies are so fucking messed up. Again, there is the rare person who is straight up allergic to water.
Yeah, which is just weird.
It is weird and horrifying. They manage their days somehow, but
Like it blisters their skin and shit. It's just like it. Like I heard about that when I was in like junior high or something like that. It sounds fucking awful.
yeah, because I've read interviews and it's like, and even work up a sweat because it will contain water that can irritate the skin.
Jam from the berry without adding sugar to it. Use that as. The only thing I haven't been able to find for this person yet is eggless pasta, like a good eggless pasta. Like that's the only thing that I still need.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if anyone in chat knows a good eggless pasta, so that I can recommend it to my my friend here, let me know.
Yes, absolutely. If you also do not partake of the eggs and you know a pasta you like, let us know.
Yes, please. Because I would love to be able to like actually make some of this fucking, some of my favorite dishes for this person. Because like every time I talk about like what I'm cooking, he's always just like, dude, I want some, but I can't have it. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that.
おじい様にとってその南條先生の言っていた通り、奇跡でも起きない限り祝福を受けられないというのは、この礼拝堂を建てた時から決められていた宿命のようだね。
I don't know the reason, but just as Dr. Nanjo said, in Grandfather's eyes, all this about not being blessed unless a miracle occurred was set in stone as far back as this chapel's construction. Yeah, it has to do with Beatrice, because the miracle would be her being revived again. How do you know that?
ほら、あそこにはっきり記されてます。
See, it's clearly written over there.
ほら、あそこに。
Look right there. George pointed to a relief with rusted gold letters on the arch above the door. Looked like some message had been written there in English. The rust made it clear that the message had been there ever since the chapel's construction.
英語は弱いぜ。何？
I'm not good with English. What is it?
This door is opened only at probability of すまねえ。英語ダメだ。
Sorry, my English sucks.
Better than my Japanese.
Yeah, that's better than my Japanese, Battler. Do not.
Yeah,
not
like
feel
I hate
that.
you, but also I gotta like you're only 17 and you're that fluent in a second language.
Yeah.
Not quite there, but like you're close enough. Like that's pretty fucking good, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, that's more than some people who slack off in Japanese schools get.
Right?
Um,
Although I am at that his level of English in multiple languages, just not Japanese. So
yeah, fair.
like German, for example, I can do.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mostly about food. I can talk about food a lot in German, but that's because I fucking love food.
Yeah, I mean that's also very fair.
I'm food motivated, okay?
Yep. I gave
If
up
it's not
after
obvious by
failing
all
to
my
finish
jokes
even
about,
the
like,
first of the
cheeseburger
two
for a day.
lines. Looked like the others could read it properly.
確かこれは
Rolling a cigarette without two of my fingers on one hand and one finger on the other hand is very, very difficult.
いくつのことだっけ？確か
I actually don't think I can do this. Using only my ring finger, my pinky on my right hand,
I
and
think,
then not using my index finger on my left hand. I don't think I can actually roll a cigarette like this. I can't get the paper to fold in.
Oh no.
Ugh. Oh my god, my thumb is so sore. I got it. I think. Yes. It's a little loose, but like I got it. No, it came undone. Hold on. Look at this. This is like a spectator sport now. It's a running commentary on my own fucking cigarette rolling abilities. Please, for the love of all of God, stick. Nope. This is awful. Because, like, Band-Aids are more slippery than our actual fingers are, believe it or not.
Oh,
despite
yeah.
the fact that they're so textured.
I can believe it. I've had to use them on, like, the tips of my fingers before.
That's not a bitch. Maybe do it from the other side. This is the worst time I've ever had with rolling a cigarette, even after I gave myself second-degree burns on my entire hand. Like, somehow I can manage it with, like, second-degree burns, but I can't right now with these fucking bandages on my fingers.
It's so centralized to the places you need it to be.
Yeah, like, why is it always that I hurt my hand so much? Like, what is this? I don't even do anything dangerous that often. Like, I just fucking slipped my fingers just slipped off the fucking doorknob this time, and the nails caught the door handle and then like cracked. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's all that happened. I can understand like fucking up my wrist occasionally, right? Because like it's already fucked up. So like if I just do something too strenuous with it, like it's gonna get sore again. But like my fingers, why always my fingers?
Yeah. I think it went MBTQ, so, how many did that mean? I think,
とにかくこれはすごいよ。両手の指じゃとても足りない。
What the fuck is he talking about?
Anyway, this is million, billion, trillion, quintillion.
Okay. I was like, hold on, what? What are you talking about?
Adding up all the fingers on both hands doesn't even get you close.
確かに奇跡でも起こらないとダメだね。
It really would be impossible unless a miracle occurred. So, yeah, basically the probability of a bunch to one.
ですな。何事も博打的に例えた
I
ら
hate smoking these.
昔の
They
金
make
蔵さ
me
ん
feel a
らし
little
い言
ill
い方です。
because they're processed in like chemically treated tobacco and everything, like factory cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
But my housemate did give me a pack of their cigarettes in exchange for forgetting to pick up my actual tobacco today. So this will have to do for now.
Fair enough. Certainly, it's quite reminiscent of the old Kinzo who loved using gambling as a metaphor whenever he got the chance.
なんだみんな読めたのかよ。
Hey, come on, can everyone read it?
誰か俺にも意味を教えてくれ。
Somebody tell me what it means too.
And Maria's like way better at like 4 languages than he is.
Yep.
For whatever reason, even though she's fucking 9.
She is a
You've
smart
got to at
kid.
least learn English. Oh, yeah, she's super smart. She's also got the tutelage of Beatrice, so. How did you get into high school without even being able to read this much? This because, like, it's only one subject, Maria. You could do well in the other subjects and be fine.
Yeah. Also, parents are rich. Or were rich, rather.
Oh, yeah. Now that's all, battlers. Wow, that's weird.
余計なお世話だぜ。それで、なんて書いてあるんだ。
Mind your own business. So what's written there?
ざっとこんなところだよ。この扉は
Simply
奇
put,
跡
it
が
means
起き
something
な
like
い
this.
限り開かれない。
Unless a miracle occurs, this door will never be opened.
あなたは奇跡が起きない限り祝福されない。
Unless a miracle occurs, you will never be blessed.
おじいさまの魔術は天文学的低確率を基礎とする。
Grandfather's magic is based on astronomically low probabilities. Okay, so she's outright admitting here that his method is not the only one.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Which makes sense. Yeah.
Which is good because like the way that it was presented in the first place was just that his all magic was based on that. It was just sort of like, huh?
Yeah.
You what?
But it was all stuff being presented from Kinzo's perspective of how he describes the magic,
own
period.
magic, yeah.
つまり
Okay.
この扉が開かれる奇跡はおそらくものすごい膨大な魔力を必要とするに違いないよ。
In other words, a miracle for opening this door would probably require an incredibly vast amount of magical power.
Huh. So, I'm gonna make a guess here. When we get a literal door to the Golden Land, it's going to be in this chapel.
That could be interesting, yeah. I can see that. I think I'm with you on that one.
よーし、ご苦労。もう黙っていいぞ。
Nice job. You can shut up now.
ローザおばさん。マリアを英会話教室に通わせてたんすか？
Rosa, did you have Maria take English classes?
やっぱ、英語は幼いうちからやんないとダメなんだな。
Looks like it's useless to try and learn English unless you start when you're young, after all.
Rosa gonna be like, no, I've never had her take English classes.
開かずの礼拝堂か。魔女ベアトリーチェは本当に魔女だったかはともかく、何十年も前に実在した女性で。
Sealed chapel, huh? Setting aside whether she was a witch or not, it's rumored that Beatrice actually existed several decades
お
ago
じい様の愛人だったとささやかれる人だ。
and was grandfather's mistress.
これは私の勝手な想像ですが、親方様はベアトリーチェ様をきっと深く愛しておいでだったのでしょう。
This is just my imagination. Perhaps the master truly did love Lady
し
Beatrice.
かし、すでにご結婚されていて、結ばれることはできなかった。
However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united.
なるほどな。死んだベアトリーチェが奇跡の魔法で蘇れたなら、ばあ様が死んでる今、大手を振って結婚できるわけだ。
I see. If Beatrice was dead and could be revived with the magic of a miracle, and now that grandmother's dead, he could marry her openly.
で、この礼拝堂で結ばれようと、そういうメルヘンチックな話だというわけなのか？
And if they married in this chapel, you might end up with a pretty fairy tale-like story, right?
そう高等無形な話とも思えないわね。お父様が今なおベアトリーチェを深く愛しているのは周知の事実。
I don't think that story is so preposterous. It's a well-known fact that father still loves Beatrice deeply.
あと、気味が悪いとは言ったけれども、
Also, even though I said I found it creepy,
礼拝堂の内装はとても華やかだった気がするの。
I seem to remember that the interior of the chapel was quite magnificent. Just, when it wasn't covered in blood and viscera.
Yeah, of course.
お父様が死んだ愛人との結婚
Meanwhile,
式
I'm
を
over here
夢見
like, yeah,
この
bone
礼拝堂を
churches!
建てたという想像
Build your churches out of bones!
案外外れていないかもしれない。
Yeah, bone chapels and bone churches are very interesting.
I love them a lot, and I use the idea of them to an extent with the Mirror Garden. With
Makes
the,
sense.
the Elven necropoli, for people who don't speak my made-the-fuck-up language.
Yeah.
They're literally corpse gardens, but they're like great like tomb cities almost for the elves in one of my settings. And they're called Mirror Garden or Mirror Guard if it's singular.
Gotcha.
And I use the idea of like bone chapels and shit like that and how they're constructed. Like the walls themselves have alcoves for bodies going all the way up and like very thin. Get off my desk. Go. Fucker. Sorry, he was walking in front of my keyboard.
Yeah.
The walls themselves have like alcoves for bodies that just like stack all the way to the ceiling, and like The pillars also have them and everything, and they never reuse a plot. A plot. They never reuse a place because like elves don't die that often, right?
Yeah, so
Because you know, like even mixed race elves like live for like 500, 600 years easy, you know? So like they just don't die very often. So it's not part of their culture to reuse the plots and burial sections. So you just fucking like build more because
they have
you
enough
don't
room.
need that much
Yeah.
space. Yeah.
The thought that father built this chapel in the hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress might not be that
この
unlikely.
礼拝堂を建てたその当時からおじい様はこの教会を使うことは生涯ないことを知っていたのだろうね。
By the time he built this chapel, grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived.
でも何かの奇跡で魔女が蘇ることを祈った。
But he prayed for the witch to be revived by some miracle.
そして
If Kinzo wasn't such a fucking asshole and didn't do Kinzo things, I would think that would be kind of like sad and romantic.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where you go, oh, that's sad and romantic. Wait, fuck, it's Kinzo, so it's actually awful.
Can you get me another Captain link, by the way?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Fucking Kinzo. Absolute fucking monster of a human being.
Yup. He thought if that miracle occurred, they could be married
There we
here.
go.
なるほど。そう考えると、確かにここはベアトリーチェ様にとっても大変意味のある場所ということになりますね。
I see. If you think of it that way, this would be a place of utmost significance to Lady Beatrice as well.
決して開かれぬ礼拝堂と知りつつ、
Even though he knew the chapel would never be open,
悲しい恋の話です。
it's a story of tragic love. And of course, Goda can say this because he's never actually met the man, I'm almost certain. Yes, that's correct. I remember now.
Yeah, and like he doesn't actually know like all the horrible things he's done.
Yeah. Because he also wasn't raised to think he was furniture.
Mm-hmm.
He's just
And like
a guy who
I
worked
shouldn't
at a
know these
hotel.
horrible things yet either. But you know, like a new reader would not know all these horrible things about Kinzo yet either. So
Yeah, like you know one thing he did that no one else knows yet.
and that's that. Like oh no, I know two things. I think we've talked about the one on stream, but not the other one.
Oh yeah.
And both of those things, like by themselves, make him such an awful human being that, like, either way, even
Yeah,
if he
but-
dropped the other one, I'd be like, yeah, he fucking deserves that shit.
I mean, fair, but also like even putting those two aside, Shannon and Canon are enough.
Yeah, like the way that like all the on people are all like treated like furniture and shit like that. They're, like it's, ugh,
Exactly.
that is bad enough.
Even though Goda was even bigger than me, his words were touching. Everyone was silent, but it seemed that they agreed with that view.
開かぬ礼拝堂と知りながら、それでもなお奇跡の日を夢見ていたのでしょうな。
Even though he knew it was a chapel never to be opened, he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would
金
occur.
蔵さんは若い日にはとてもロマンチストな方だった。
Kinzo was quite the romantic in his younger days.
わかる気がします。
I think I understand how he felt.
Is his wife dead now or something?
Hmm?
Is not just wife dead now or something?
No indication one way or the other.
And that's the only way I can think of that he would know how Kinzo feels, or think he knows how Kinzo feels at least.
どうだろうね。でも年に4回みんなで入って掃除してたんだろ。
I wonder. Then again, everyone went in it 4 times a year to clean, right?
何が数だ。
So much for it being the sealed chapel. It's sealed enough, Valor.
俺たちだって現にこうして出入りしてる。
Can we just go in ourselves?
それは奇跡なんかじゃね
That wasn't a miracle or
え。鍵を
anything.
持ってきてカチャリとやって入った。
We brought the key, click, and we're in.
ただそれだけの話だぜ。
That's all. This is ridiculous.
A battler. It's sealed because it's not being used for its intended purpose.
Yeah,
It's just a place right now. It's
Yeah.
not a chapel. I mean, it's a chapel, but it's not a chapel.
Yeah, he doesn't have the emotional maturity or the sense of the arts enough to really get it, I think.
Yeah, it's like yes, you can literally call a bed that's never being slept that hasn't been slept in for 20 years or whatever a bed because it is literally a bed. But is it actually a bed or is it just a fucking mattress on a frame?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not meant to say, oh, this is sealed never to be literally opened. It will literally almost never be used for a marriage ceremony.
Or for a place of worship or anything.
Or for a place of worship or anything. But the thing he cared about was the marriage.
No, of course. It's just like the same thing here. Like it's literally a building in the shape of a chapel, but it's not being used as a chapel.
Huh? Then what? What does that mean?
どういうことって
What are you talking
何
about?
ですか
Or, as I could tell, I'd just been joking around, finding myself a bit irritated by the sob story this was turning into. Then Aunt Rosa suddenly jumped on me with a really serious face. Aunt Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door, and then at her hand, back and forth, back and forth.
どうなさいましたかローザ様
What's the matter, Lady Rosa?
ねえゴーダさん、この礼拝堂の鍵、
Hey, Goda, the key to this chapel.
源氏さん言ってなかった。
Didn't Genji say it?
一本しかないって。
He said there was only one.
Finally!
Yeah, they have to now finally acknowledge that this was a closed room murder.
Mm-hmm.
みんな気づくのが遅すぎるんだよ。
Thank you, Maria. Oh my god.
Maria being in the audience.
It took them like 4 in-world hours to figure this out. It was like we've already had the clock tick around. God damn it. It took you all way too long to figure it out. Son of a bitch. Like, no wonder you guys never figure out how to, like, fix anything that's going on in these loops, because you guys are, like, dull as fuck.
Yeah. Then again, they have just now settled into thinking, who could have done this? Why did they do it?
Like, that's one of the first things I think of, like, when, like, there's only one key. Like, as soon as Genji said, like, there's only one key, and I don't have it on me. And then, like, Rosa, if I was Rosa and I found the key in the fucking envelope, I'd been like, how the fuck did they get in?
Yeah, wait a fucking second.
I saw her hand this to
Maria, yeah.
Maria yesterday. I was right there in front of her. It's been like probably almost 24 hours now.
And she's been around me all day. Or with
Yeah.
her cousins.
Like,
No
Maria
one-
has not been alone the entire time.
Yeah, no one...
How the fuck did Beatrice get in?
Yeah,
How did she lock it again once she left? Like, what is going on?
Yeah. Like, there would be no way to slip that key in, because it was sealed with wax even.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is like-
you
and
could,
that was
but
before
it'd be
the-
effort, yeah.
That was before they even knew that there was a murder on, too. They just knew that people were missing and there was a weird thing painted on the door, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's it. So, like, they shouldn't have been panicking so hard yet that they wouldn't even think about that. It's just like, Maria, or Rosa, please. Please, you should have thought of this as soon as you grabbed that key.
Yeah, well, then again, she didn't know anyone had been inside the chapel yet.
Mm.
She just knew someone drew something weird on the chapel door. And she knew she wanted to check inside, just to be sure.
Yeah, it's just like as soon as you open the door and you see people in there, like even if you don't notice their bodies yet or whatever, and there's like table and everything, and you don't remember the table being there and all that shit, you're just like,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Huh?
But by the time she walked in, it's like, oh, this is a fucking murder scene. And then, you know, you stop thinking for a minute. When a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults, and the kid who did it gets all disappointed. If such a prank that gets sprung on someone much later, it can really make a kid's day. Maria's celebration just now looked a lot like that.
はい。その鍵は一本しかございません。
Yes, that's right. There's only one of those keys.
親方様の大切な礼拝堂の鍵ですので、一本しかなく、複製もありません。
It's the key to the Master's Treasure Chapel, so there is only one with no duplicates. Unless someone made a duplicate secretly, but...
Yeah, like, there's no way you can do anything about that.
普段から使用人室のキーボックスに大切に保管されていますが、
It's normally kept safe in the key box in the servant room, but Beatrice handed it to make this a closed room mystery.
そうよ。そしてそれがなくなってたと源氏さんは言ったわね。何者かがそれを奪い、封筒に入れてマリアに手渡したのよ。
That's right, and Genji said it had gone missing, so someone stole it, put it in an envelope, and handed it to Maria?
それも昨日。
They did it yesterday.
なんだって。ってことはつまりおかしいじゃねえかよ。
So in other words, isn't that strange?
そんなバカな。これは妙な話になってくる。
That's absurd. This is getting bizarre. Getting bizarre? You were just in a room decorated with sweets and viscera.
Yeah, like, how is it getting bizarre? It's been bizarre for like 6 hours now. What the fuck, man?
どういうことでしょうか。私には何が何だかさっぱり。
Goda, please. Goda.
Goda, buddy.
I know you're a chef,
but
and you're not like...
But your problem-solving
trained
skills...
to do this. Yeah. Like, you should at least have this bit, you know?
Yeah, after they've literally outlined it, even me, who's a bit dense, can go, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like... The key was given to Maria and Rosa before they entered the manor yesterday. So before lunch and dinner.
How the fuck would
if the key has been with if the key has been with Maria since then, how the fuck are the bodies in there?
Yeah, because the windows are sealed, and hefting a body through those windows would be a bad enough ordeal anyway.
And there'd be like blood everywhere if you did that. There'd
Again,
be so much blood.
Again, assuming they weren't killed via poison.
It's true, but then, like, even just, like, dumping a body through a window and then just, like, dropping it on the floor, this is probably gonna break skin.
Good point.
Because, like, it's dead weight again, like, right? Like, and it might break bones, even. Because it's not a controlled fall at all, like you would normally have, like, with a, like, living person.
What do you mean? I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Nanjo,
no!
Nanjo, no! You are definitely supposed to have better problem-solving skills.
Yeah! Like, you're the last person who shouldn't be getting this.
Me neither. Would you explain it for us? Yoda and Nanjo's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid.
Fucking doubt.
They didn't know. They didn't know how long the only key in the chapel had been in Maria's possession.
間違いない。閉まってた。
But Rosa literally just said it. Someone handed it to Maria yesterday.
I know.
There's no
like
mistake.
yesterday.
It was locked up.
Not last night. Yesterday.
There's no doubt. Aunt Rosa kept closing the door, locking it, pulling on it to check the lock, and opening it again. This was becoming pale again.
私がマリアの封筒から鍵を取り出してここを開け、確かにこの扉は施錠されていた。
Until I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened this door, it was definitely locked.
でもこの鍵は封筒に入れられてマリアに預けられていたのよ。
But this key was in an envelope placed in Maria's
しか
care.
もそれは昨日のお昼前の話なのよ。
That happened yesterday before noon. There we go. Penny has dropped. Did you say?
それではおかしいではありませんか。
That doesn't make any sense.
そうなんだ。唯一の鍵は昨日の昼にマリアが魔女を名乗る女から受け
He actually didn't say that doesn't make any sense, Japanese. He said that's strange.
Fair enough.
Which, like, colloquially means the same thing. But,
oh, yeah, for sure. You're right. Maria received a one-of-a-kind key from a woman calling herself a witch midday yesterday.
つまり昨日の昼から今朝方ローザおばさんが開場するまでこの礼拝堂は密室だったことになる。
In other words, from midday yesterday until this morning when Rosa unlocked the
yeah, it's been
door,
about 20 hours.
this chapel was a closed room.
どうやって親父たち6人はこの中に入ってしかも殺されたんだよ。
How did they get those 6 people in here, and then how did they kill them? And more importantly, now that I think about it, affecting all the decoration materials.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, the 6 bodies are bad enough. Also,
But then, like, actually decorating the fucking place, right?
yeah. And that's assuming the table and chairs were already there. If the table and chairs weren't there, it's literally impossible.
Yeah, like, I remember during the scene before Rosa, like,
Said she
explicitly
didn't remember
called
them,
out that
yeah.
they weren't there last time she was in the chapel. Of course, that was years ago, so could have easily been changed, but, you know.
Yeah, still, it's not the place for a table and chairs, because that's the altar.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the servants aren't going to set up a fucking card table in there and play poker or something.
Oh, this is the fucking... Yeah, okay, I know this, this scene, like, because you talked to me about this one. And I suggest, like, picking the lock and all that stuff.
Yeah. The deaths of 6
It was like a
people
year ago.
had shaken us badly. When we learned about that weird magic circle in the history of the chapel, we felt as though we'd figured at least part of this puzzle out. That was all absolutely trivial. From midday yesterday until this morning, this chapel was a closed room. Their parents were with us until last night. What did the culprit get into this building? How did they lock it up again?
うぜえ真似だぜ。またかよ。
And again, this song is called Golden Sneer.
Yeah.
What are you trying to pull? Again?
また密室かよ。
Closed room again?
魔法の力で鍵を開けたんだと、そう言いてえのか。
Are you trying to say you unlocked it with the power of magic?
Battler, you literally watched her, like, disappear a body into fucking butterflies earlier.
Yeah.
And you think she can't, like, unlock it with magic? Are you fucking kidding me, asshole?
バカにするんじゃねえ。
Like, granted, 2 different spells, but also, please, one is far more complicated than the other.
Yeah. Don't take me for a fool.
わらわの力で鍵を開けるところを見せろと言うなら見せてもよい。
If you're demanding that I show you how to open locks with my power, I wouldn't mind.
しかしそれではそなたを屈服させたことにはならぬ。
But that wouldn't be the same as me forcing you to surrender.
そなたが言う人間での説明。
Oh. Chip. You keep trying to explain it all with
これを
humans.
突き果てさせた時こそがわらわの勝利の時なのだ。
Only when I've cornered all your theories completely will I have my victory.
さあさあどう崩してみせる？
Come now, how will you undermine my defenses?
人間ならどういうトリックで崩してみせるというのか？ん？
What trick could a human have used to defeat them, hmm?
前回の密室と同じだ。情報不足。
It's just like the closed rooms last time. Not enough
こん
information.
なのじゃ推理不能だ。
It's impossible to reason like this.
何の言い訳でもできるぜ。どんな手品だって通じる。
Any excuse could be made, any trick could work.
推理なんてしようがねえ。
There's no way to reason it out.
また
He's actually right on this. There's just simply not enough information about what's going on here for him to say anything.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can't offer... Like, there's too little going on in the information here for a reasonable theory to be put forward because, like, literally anything could explain it.
Yeah.
Because there's just not enough yet.
Yeah, like, you can go from the obvious and mundane lockpicking to the more fantastical but still grounded in reality secret tunnel.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's the secret tunnel, fucking lockpicking, like, a fucking hatch on the roof that someone could climb up to. Like, there's so many different like a second key that no one knows about that was duplicated somehow, or just like a key that Kinzo kept and just like handed over for whatever fucking reason. You know, like so many different options. Like any of the servants could have taken the key and duplicated it at any point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like there's simply not enough information on it. Now, what I would do instead, here, instead of having the one key that can be like unlocked, it would probably be more like a complicated combination lock using a handprint of some kind.
I
Like
can
you need
see
to have
that,
a
yeah.
specific sized hand and do it in the right way. So the only way to do it is to have that dude's hand or a similar sized hand and know the combination.
情報が足りないから様子見
That way you can't just pick the lock, you know? There's not enough information, so you'll wait and see.
不確定情報があるから
Modern day, you could use
推理
fingerprints, but in this time period, like that kind of technology isn't there. Like facial recognition and fingerprints,
Yeah.
not something you can do like with like a CCT camera and like something that you could have at your house. Like the machines for that would be fucking enormous.
Absolutely.
Which, like, I mean, it's Kinzo and the Ushiromiya family, so you could probably.
But they,
But-
you would literally see, like,
Yeah,
Hey,
you would see it.
yeah.
You would see the damn thing. You'd be able to tell. It'd be like a huge piece of electronic equipment that you're like, what the fuck is this? Because, like, sequencing, like, a fingerprint or, like, facial recognition would be, like, almost impossible.
Yeah,
Like,
or you go...
it's not something most people would know, so, like, you look at this thing and be like, what is this?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, chip again.
Yeah, no problem.
I thought you had something more to say, so I was just like, okay, I'm free to eat a chip. And then you didn't.
Yeah, no. Nothing additional to add other than, yeah, just if it was there, you would either see it or you would see that there was a chunk of the church layout that was missing. His, you know,
Yeah.
secret wall or something. But still, you go,
And you
wait
could-
a second.
You could hide that relatively easily by making it symmetrical, like how both sides have that missing section of the floor layout, and just say it's because like the front wall is like really thick for whatever reason.
Yeah.
It would still be like fairly obvious that something is there, whether that something is just like concrete or if it's like some secret room or whatever, you know. But you could say that. Your information is uncertain, so it's impossible for you to. So it's impossible to use your reasoning.
そうなったら人間の思考停止の言い訳はいつもそれよ
This is always the excuse you humans use to let yourself stop thinking.
人間風情が何を気取るか
Who do you think you are, lonely human?
ラプラスの悪魔の座に及ばねば思考を巡らせること一つできないというのかこの無能が
Are you saying you can't even think unless you're like Laplace's demon, you incompetent fool? And let me just grab the definition of Laplace's demon real quick for everyone to think of. Okay. There's a few different demons in science and reasoning and everything, like Maxwell's demon, Laplace's demon, and all that. And they all refer to a different thing. Laplace's demon is about the idea that you can predict everything if you know all the details about everything.
Yeah, like
Right.
if you know basically every atom and every motion and could take a snapshot of it, you could predict the future.
Yep. So, if some creature knew everything's position and motion at one moment, then the laws of physics would give it complete knowledge of the future. That creature is Laplace's demon. That's the idea. And Maxwell's demon, for anyone wondering, is the I don't know how to explain this fucking physics problem. It's about, like, moving energy from one side to the other, and Maxwell considered, like, an imp moving energy, or trying to get through a door, more or less, through some means, and, like, the whole idea was to, like, force all the energy onto one side and then close the door, but you can't do that because energy will flow no matter what. At least, like, that's That's the best way I can explain it, at least. Like, it's not at all the actual thing. Go look up Maxwell's Demon if you want to know. Like, I'm not smart enough to explain that properly. Maxwell's Demon is like, it's like...
Yeah, you just Google it or look it up, and there will be a video explaining it somewhere on the internet. With more visuals, because it is a visual styled.
Yeah, you need like the fucking like the graphs that the dude wrote, like made to like
kind of get it. Yeah, so yeah.
But I actually know of a comic that uses the idea of Maxwell's demons to make some really fun, cool science fiction shit happen. I don't remember its name, but it's by Jeff Jacks, the same person who does questionable content. If you can find the actually, hold on, let me see if I can find the comic for everyone. Jeff Jacks comics. Let's see, questionable content. Blah, 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 blah. Alice Grove is what it is. Alice Grove is about Maxwell's demons. Alice Grove. No! Hold on. No, it's still here. Okay, yeah. Let me just pull... It's a Tumblr fucking comic, so here. That's the first page, by the way. It says it's page 216, but this is the first page because of how Tumblr does its things.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good comic. I don't know if the full thing is on that right now because the last page says something about... Oh yeah, there's a full actual comic here. Here, I don't know if this is the... Oh, this is like the first chapter, not the first page. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's on the page that you'll link to. It's fine. Just hit the last button at the top, and you'll get taken to the actual website for it. Anyway, it uses the idea of Maxwell's demons and like tying a creature to like a black hole or some other source of infinite energy, more or less, and then like what would they be able to do? What kind of shenanigans did they get up to? And yeah, it's fun, and I like it a lot. I like the idea. I've always wanted to do something with one of those scientific demons and see what can happen with it. Anyhow, besides, you make it seem like a lack of information works against you, but it's the other way around, you see.
そなたに与えられる情報が増えれば増えるほどに、そなたは苦しむことになる。
The more information you're given, the more it will make you suffer.
己を締め付ける圧搾機の力を強めていく結果になるだけよ。
It'll only increase the strength of the compressor that's squeezing you.
おお、そうなら言わせてもらうぜ。これがそもそも密室かどうか検証不能だ。
Well, in that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this is a closed room in the first place.
悪魔の話が出てきたんで俺も言わせてもらうぜ。
If we're already talking about demons, I can play that game too.
密室でないことの説明はできる。
It'd be possible to prove that this isn't a closed
こ
room.
うやら出入りできるというのを示しゃいいんだからな。
That's how someone could have gone in or out, and you're done.
だが、密室であることの証明は不能だ。
But it's impossible to prove that it is a closed
無
room.
限の方法のすべてを否定はできない。
You could never deny the endless set of possibility methods for getting in.
つまり、悪魔の証明ってやつだぜ。
In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs.
密室という定義は、実は証明不能なのさ。
This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved.
情報不足を言い訳にした。
I mean, that's not you, that's just the translation.
そうきたか。
So, first you stop thinking with a lack of information as an excuse, and now this.
まあよい。
Hey, Trichi, he's actually right, though. Like, I know you're just, like, fucking with him, but, like, also, he's actually right on this.
Yeah, he is.
Very well. I hate saying that because it's Battler, but he
それが
is.
そ
He
な
is
た
right
の
for
指
once.
し手だというなら認めようぞ。
If that is your move, then I will accept
続
it.
けるがよい。
Continue.
まず、 お前は礼拝堂が密だと言いたいらしい。
First off, it looks like you're trying to claim that the chapel's a closed room.
実際俺もさっき中をぐるっと見させてもらったが、確かに扉以外から出入りする方法は見つけられなかった。
Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there, and I couldn't find any way in or out except for the door.
Is this where we're gonna see the red speech for the first time?
It's definitely coming up soon. I'm almost certain.
Like somewhere around here, because I remember something about the red speech to do with this like closed room. Very vaguely, but I do remember.
俺が見つけられなかったというだけで
But that just means I
密
couldn't
室の
find
証明には
one.
ならないわけだ。
It doesn't prove it was a closed room.
俺には見つけられなかった隠し扉なんかがあったら、全ての前提は吹っ飛ぶぜ。
If there's a hidden door or something I wasn't able to find, your premise would be blown away completely.
つまり
You're right there.
俺が隠し扉を見つけら
Yeah,
れ
no,
よう
just had a
と
bit
見
of a
つけられ
hiccup.
まいと。密室を出入りできる方法 X は常に否定できないわけさ。
In other words, whether I manage to find a hidden door or not, you'll never be able to deny that there existed some method X that let you into the closed room.
そしてその方法 X は魔法でなくても実行可能さ。
And this method X would be something that could be carried out without magic.
何しろ隠し扉なんだからよ。
After all, it's a hidden door.
この礼拝堂だってそうさ。発見不能な隠し扉がどうせあるんだ。
I'm sure that in this chapel there's some hidden door that's impossible to
だ
find.
から推理なんてする必要もなく、魔法なんかありえないってわけさ。
That's why there's no reason for me to reason it out, and magic is still impossible.
ほうほう、そういう論法か。
So you use that logic.
甘いな。
How naive.
想定していた一手だぞ。
I would have said callow there. And callow is like such a great fucking word.
Oh, yeah.
And it's rare enough that captured can't actually get it. Callow. No, it's still not.
Yeah.
It just doesn't know what to do with callow.
Apparently not. Yeah.
It's not even fucking like picking up any words for it. It's just like, I don't know.
Yeah, like,
But callow means like immature, like young, immature, like
yeah,
not knowledgeable. that
yeah,
sort of
like
thing.
a callow youth.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hey, got it.
Like rather than did it? Oh, because you used the callow youth
Yes.
phrase, right?
Yep.
That's probably why.
Yeah,
Because that's normally the only context anyone ever hears it in. But it's stuff like that. Like, it just means like young, immature, and unknowledgeable. It's not quite naive because I don't think Battler is naive. I think he's callow.
yeah.
Similar meanings, but not the same. Related, just not quite. An
なら
expected
ばわら
move.
わも受け手を誘う。
Let me make my move in response.
わらわは人間風情の推理小説とやらに出てくる密室というものを常々バカバカしいと思っている。
These closed rooms used in detective novels made by mere humans always seem utterly ridiculous to me.
なぜか使い方が間違っているからよ。
Why? Because they're used the wrong way.
推理小説に登場する密室をお前は本当に密室だと思っているのか？
She's also got a point here about like the literary trope. Like obviously when there's a closed room in something, it's never actually a closed room. Of course it is in this, but that's because that's the point. It's like that sometimes there is just magic shit, and you gotta deal with that. When a closed room appears in a detective novel, do you really think it's a closed room?
思ってなどいまい。
You don't, do you?
どういうトリックを使えば密室に見せかけられるか。
What trick did they use to make this look like a closed room? Because yeah, in a mundane circumstance, a true closed room is literally impossible.
Yeah.
Like you just can't do that.
Unless, again, you kill you kill them in a way that you can do within a closed room.
Yeah, like gas under the door or something.
Yeah.
Or like poison before they go in there. like a time release capsule on something, you know, like one of those really thick shells on a capsule of poison or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That'll work. So it's like 6 hours after they eat that they hit, you know, and then they're like, of course they're poisoned by like fucking cyanide or something, which is really fast acting.
Yep.
So for those of you who don't know, cyanide kills because it prevents your body from absorbing oxygen in the brain. So you die of hypoxia very quickly once you eat cyanide, or once you eat enough to like actually, you know, kill you.
Yeah.
Because there is cyanide in some natural things, you know, like, and you can just eat those normally, and you'll be completely fine as long as you're not eating like your weight in them, because like the cyanide is like super minute.
Yeah.
つまり人間どもが積み重ねた100年の密室殺人などただの一度も完成されたことはないのだ。
In other words, there hasn't been a completed closed room in any of the closed room murders that humans have built over the last century.
ひゅー言うじゃねえかよ。推理マニアは怖えぞ。
Oh, better not say that unless you want to face the wrath of mystery fans.
I think like all mystery fans would also agree that like in mundane circumstances you can't actually have a closed room.
Yeah.
Like there's always some trick to it, right?
Yeah.
クリスティが墓の下で歯ぎしりしてるぜ。
Christie's probably grinding her teeth in her grave.
Agatha Christie, I assume.
Yeah, I assume.
だがわらわは違う。
Yep, 66 detective novels. Fuck, that's a lot of novels.
Yep.
But I am different.
Trichet's built different.
Yeah, she is, absolutely. She's built of evil and
本当
hot.
の密室を生み出している。
I have given birth to a true closed
そ
room,
してそれを立証できるのだ。
and I can demonstrate it.
なぜか。
Why?
わらわは魔女だからよ。
Because I am a witch.
悪魔の証明は悪魔を連れてくれば証明できるのだったな。
For the devil's proof, you only had to bring someone a demon to prove they exist, correct?
ならば好都合。魔女にとって悪魔は良き友よ。いくらでも連れてきてやる。
Well, I conveniently happen to be a witch, meaning that demons are my good friends, and I can bring you as many of them as you like.
上等だぜ。親父たちは隠し扉を使って礼拝堂に入った。あるいは運び込まれた。この一手をお前はどうかわしてみせるってんだよ。
Sounds great. Then the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it. How do you plan to beat that move?
こうだ。
You know, maybe she didn't actually show him the bit where she killed the canon and Jessica, just because that would be an incontrovertible proof of like magic, and she's trying to drag this out as long as possible.
I will say that she did show Battler everything, but Battler kind of interprets it as her view of what happened.
What?
It's
all right, I guess.
Yeah, he treats it as, oh, this is basically what you're telling me what happened.
Like, that's just delusional, Battler.
Well, can you say anything is real in this meta space we're in?
I mean, also true, but if we can't accept that anything is real anywhere in the thing, then the whole mystery is pointless in the first place. It's the same thing as like the unreliable narrator conversation we were having like a few streams ago.
But
it's like,
yeah, basically Battler's perspective is there is a real killer, and anything Beatrice shows him is more just the filling in of details that the humans in this situation have been unable to figure out.
God.
It's Beatrice.
I mean, fair.
Yeah.
Like, in this sort of situation, you might consider it like that. Like, assuming you're like, if you assume you're in the afterlife and you're being controlled by some supernatural entity in the afterlife and not on Earth, then like you can't actually trust anything you see at all, ever.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things of it's difficult to explain, but this story is very meta in that way, from what I understand of it, because obviously we're approaching fast on episode 3, which is the last bit I know about.
Although I gotta admit, I honestly did not expect the anime fucking like magic arm blade battle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like we anime now.
Yeah, like this is very anime now. Oh, for fuck's sake! All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I've got a fucking phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Rearrange my skeleton back into its proper shape.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're back. It'll be taking a minute to settle in, but we're back.
Oh, even my fucking ribs are popping. Oh. Yes, Phoenix. Come here. Come on. Just for now. I'll let you on my lap for a couple minutes. At least until you start drooling. Okay, let me get chat back up. Because during that I had to mute on Discord because Mal also has a stream. There we go. Okay. Alright. Hey, Phoenix. Would you get your, like, 60 grit tongue off my arm? I'm petting his head and he's still trying to, like, clean my arm. Even with, like, all that, like, vibration from the ear scritches. Fucking cat. Like, he's trying so hard. Is that what you wanted, buddy? Are you gonna sit down? Or are you just gonna stand here? Like, he's starting to, like, half sit and then he stands back up. It's like, buddy, please, like, sit down. Like, actually, like, lay down or something. This is why I don't let you in my lap very often, man. You need to, like, lay down. Nope, he did it again. Motherfucker. Alright, here, how's that? Like, I know you don't... I'm not sure you like my legs in the same position your brother does, but, like... Will you lay down now? Sit down? Something? No, he's not doing it. Okay. Get off my lap, buddy. Yes, you're very handsome. That's it, though. That's all you get. I invited you once. I'm not doing it a second time. Fuck off! Ah! Go. Fucking cat. I'm actually somewhat grateful to my cats, like, being such assholes and being very talkative, because it means, like, it forces me to actually speak back to them sometimes, and keep me from just, like, not saying a word for weeks on end. So that's what I used to do before I had cats. Like, if people left me alone, I just wouldn't speak for, like, weeks.
Hey, yep, I've been there.
Which doesn't really bother me so much, right? But it'll bother most people.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's generally, like, a good idea to keep yourself talking, so you get used to it and your voice isn't, like, all fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why, like, your language teachers always tell you to do, like, these, like, mouth stretches before, like, actually practicing the other language. Especially when you're not, like, fluent yet.
Yeah. Because you make different mouth shapes when you're doing unfamiliar sounds.
Mm-hmm. So, like, if you don't speak for weeks on end, like, when you try next time, it'll just come out as a slur.
Yep.
It still happens to me, like, early in the morning. It's like my voice will, like, turn into, like, a fucking, like, a gravel machine, you know, like the thing that rolls gravel around. And, like, my tongue won't work properly. With this, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door.
はあバカ野郎鍵がかかってんだぞどうやって
Huh? Dumbass, the door was locked, so how'd they do it?
わらわが魔法で開けて中へいざなった。
I opened it with magic and invited them inside.
そんなわけねえだろ魔法なんて認められねえ以上そいつを受け入れるわけにはいかねえ
That can't be true. Since I can't accept magic, there's no way I'll accept that.
お前は嘘をついている
You're lying.
あの扉は何かのインチキで開
That
く
door can be opened with some trick.
あるいは隠し扉があるんだそのどちらかしか認めね
Or maybe there's a hidden door, but I won't accept any other way.
パーペチュアル。
Actual check.
チェスでは千日手をこう呼ぶ。
That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess.
互いが相手の根拠を否定し合い、議論が進まないのも、わらわたちのゲームでは千日手に同じ。
It's the same endless repetition as a discussion that won't advance because both sides deny the basis of each other's claims, like our game.
多くのゲームではこれを引き分けに定めるが、これでは今日をそがれること、甚だしい
I want Battler to get worse instead of Beatrice getting better. Like, I know, like, I keep talking about this and bringing it up, but like the fucking the manga
Cover, yeah.
art, like it very much had some like that's some romance shit right there. Feelings to how the two were arranged on the page, and it's like obviously in most works, like the witch would be the one softening and becoming less evil. But what I want is for the good guy to become evil. Because you don't see that very often, right?
Yeah,
like
that's
you
very
see
true.
occasionally. It's like the corruption arcs and all that stuff for characters. But like I want Battler to be like more evil, like Beatrice. I think that would be like great fun. In most games, this would be resolved as a draw, but that would put a terrible damper on our fun.
わらわたちに引き分けはない。
We will have no draws.
いわく、そなたがわらわを認め、屈服するか否か。
You will either accept me and submit to me, or you will deny me.
それについてだけは同感だぜ
At least I agree with you there.
お前のお望み通り決着はきっちりつける
We'll settle this without fail, just as you wish.
その心意気やよし。
I like that attitude.
そこでわらわは考えた。
So, I had a thought.
わらわとそなたのゲームに新しいルールを追加しようと思う。
I think I'll add a new rule to this game between the two of us.
新しいルールどうせお前が有利になるルールなんだろ
A new rule? I'll bet it's something that'll give you an advantage, right?
まさかまさか。
Of course not.
そなたらが求めてやまなかったものを与えようというのだ。
I'll give you the thing people like you always demand.
貴様ら無能どもがいつも嘆いてみせる思考停止の理由、情報不足。
The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is a lack of information.
そしてそれに対し情報を与えると、今度はその情報の真偽を疑う根拠否定。
And if you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by rejecting the source. It's actually true. Yeah, a lot of people will do that. Isn't that
無
convenient?
能を棚上げする実に小気味よい言葉よ。
What clever little words to hide your own incompetence.
この便利な言い訳をわらわは取り去ってやろうというのだ。
I'm offering to eliminate that convenient excuse of yours.
感謝するがよい。
You should thank me.
扉から入ったというお前に対し俺はそんなはずはないと否定したその否定が逃げ口上だと言いたいのか
You said they entered through the door, and I said that couldn't happen. Are you calling that an evasive answer?
そうだ。だからわらわはこれより
So from now on,
真実を語るとき赤を使うことにする。
when I speak the truth, I will use red.
There we go. We've been talking about it for a while, but we finally have the red text.
どういうことだ
What is this?
説明を続けろ
Keep explaining.
わらわがどのような魔法の一手を仕掛けようとも、そなたには常に情報不足や根拠否定を繰り返すことで延々と逃げ続けることができる。
Okay, so it turns out that I can roll the cigarette just fine with just my index finger.
Oh, very
The
well.
index and ring fingers. So, like, the break in my index nail isn't nearly as bad as the one on my middle finger, so I just took the bandage off. So I can roll cigarettes now. I'm good.
Alrighty.
Just updates for everyone. I'm good. I have my nicotine fix. It's good. We're all right. Everything is right in the world, kind of. Anyway, no matter what magical move I use, you always keep running away by chanting a lack of information and by rejecting the source.
これでは最終的にわらわが勝つことが変わらぬとしても、あまりに退屈を極める。
Even though I would still win in the end that way, it would be extremely boring.
そのため、わらわはそなたが望む情報と根拠を与えてやろうと思う。
Because of that, I'd be happy to give I give you? Pardon me?
Yeah. Whoopsie.
I'd be happy to give you the information and sources you so desire.
しかし、そなたはわらわの言葉一つ一つを疑ってかかるだろう。
However, you'll probably doubt each word I say.
それ自体は悪いことではない。
That isn't bad in itself.
わらわもそなたを屈服させるためにあらゆる手を指す。
I will also use every possible move to make you submit.
互いに最前提を探り合うその姿勢は嫌いではない。
I don't dislike our posture of searching out our best moves for our own goals.
しかし、それではゲームにもならぬ。
But that won't make a game.
だからこのルールを設けた。
So I set up this rule. Yeah, I think referring to this section area as the game board itself would be fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that could make it like easier to talk about it rather than like trying to say like Golden Land / Purgatory / like in between / whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Everything I speak in red is the truth.
疑う必要が何
You
も
were
ない
saying。something?
Oh yeah, just considering this the meta or game board, yeah.
Yeah. There's absolutely no need to doubt it.
それを信じろというのか
You telling me to believe that?
わらわはそなたとゲームをしている。
This is a game between you and me.
ゲームのルールは神聖。
In a game, the rules are sacred.
それを軽んじる者に参加の資格はない。
Those who take that lightly are not qualified to play.
よーし乗ったぜ受けてやるぞそのルール
Okay, I get you. I'll accept that rule.
水かけ論や揚げ足取りなんて小学生でもできるぜ
Even an elementary school kid could get into an endless argument and find fault with everything.
Ask if you can use the red speech too.
なら早速再開しようじゃない
God
かさっきの続きだぜ
damn it. He's not asking. Son of a bitch.
No, but it is, they'll say somewhere in here that it is a witch power.
Yeah, but that's why I want him to ask, so I can have more information on it. That's why I want him to ask, please.
And let's start it up again, continuing where we left off.
もう一度繰り返す
I'll say it one more time.
親父たちは隠し扉を使って礼拝堂に入ったあるいは運び込まれた
Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it.
I wish I had like a pedal or something like that with an effect set on up on it for like reverb or echo or something like that for the red text, so I just like hit it real quick and be like, blah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be kind of cool, but I don't have anything like that because I'm not fancy and I don't have that kind of money. Then I shall repeat what I said. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door.
その証拠はあるのかよ
Is there any proof?
You're
Battler,
doubting the rule.
yeah.
ストップ。 ルールを補足する。
Stop. I will supplement the rule.
わらわは真実を語るときに赤を使うが、
When I speak the truth, I will use
そ
red.
れに対し証拠を示して立証する義務を負わない。
And when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by showing proof.
ただ事実であり真実であるのだ。
They will simply be facts and the truth.
理由は簡単だ。わら
My
わは
reason
全
is
ての
simple.
犯行を魔法で行う。
I carried out all the crimes with magic.
だからどんな不可能犯罪もお前の目の前で魔法の杖を振るってみせれば済んでしまう。
So for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff and show you how it's done.
しかしそれではゲームにならない。
But that wouldn't make a game.
チェスを指しながら勝敗を無視して相手に殴りかかる蛮行にも等しい。
It would be as barbaric as ignoring victory and defeat in a chess match and punching your opponent in the face.
Chess boxing is an actual sport.
And very funny.
And very funny.
Like, its sheer existence is hilarious.
Yes. And it is exactly what it sounds like. You take
Yeah, like-
turns between chess and a round of boxing.
Yeah, I don't know how many turns you do in chess before you do a round of boxing, but, like, yeah.
Yep. Which it might even
I think
be...
that might depend on, like, the people doing the match, so.
Yeah, it might depend on the match, but it also might be based on a timer. And
Yeah, that could be it as well.
yeah, either way, you do one and then the other. And of course, as you're taking knocks to the head in boxing, you're going to be a little weary when you're getting to the chess portion.
Yeah, and of course, like, even if you try to be careful and take your time to think about it anyway, you'll run out the clock, so.
Yep. And you can get points in both, obviously.
確かにもっともお前が魔女である以上証拠を示す必要がない。
Well, that makes sense. Since you're a witch, there's no need for you to show evidence for what happened.
何でも魔法でできちまうんだから
Since you can do anything with magic, damn it.
なんて不利なゲームだ。
Talk about an unfair game.
それ
He's giving you all the tools you need to succeed, Battler, and you're just dumb.
6人は確かに扉から入った。
So, shall we resume once more? The six definitely entered through the door.
わらわが魔法で鍵を開けた。
I unlocked it with magic.
この魔法を密室をどうかわす？
Yeah, in a game of, like, deduction and truth, like, strategically using, like, things that people aren't allowed to doubt, like, you play this card and you say the truth, and people aren't allowed to doubt it at all, that can do some serious damage to the opponent.
Yep. And they'll talk about how it is a double-edged sword, because of course that still does give them information, and using it excessively can get you into trouble.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. Like, you gotta keep that shit on lock. Anyone that's played, like, a deduction mystery game, like, deduction social game, can tell that, like,
yeah.
On every one of those things, there's always something that you're not allowed to lie about. And, like, asking people that, like, those questions or doing those things too often can get you into some real trouble. How will you get around this magic, this closed room?
鍵だ。源氏さんたちは
The
鍵が
key.
一つしかないと言
Or,
って
sorry,
いる
never
が
mind. That's you.
そんなのは
Not
証
me.
明不能だ。
Hey, at least
I did
you
it
did
this
it for
time.
once,
Whoops.
yeah. The key. Genji and the others said there was only one key, but that's impossible to
犯人は
prove.
こっそり合鍵を作っていた。
The culprit secretly made a duplicate key.
礼拝堂の鍵は1本しか存在しない。
Only one key to the chapel exists.
じゃあこうだ。犯人は正規の鍵以外のものを使って開けたんだ。
And what about this? The culprit made something other than a legitimate key and opened it.
何かわからないが、例えば針金とか
I don't know what, but maybe a
キー
wire.
ピックの道具だ。
A tool for picking locks.
なんだなんだその甘い察しては。
What is this naive move?
礼拝堂の施錠は礼拝堂の鍵以外では解錠不可能。
I wouldn't say that's impossible, but sure. Let's go with it's too complicated to pick a lock with the current tools. Let's just say that and move on. Let's admit to that conceit of the story because there is no such thing as a lock that's too complicated to pick. Just believe me on that. If you don't believe me, go to the lock-picking lawyer and ask him. Like, that man can pick locks with, like, shreds of plastic, alright? Like, you can pick any lock. If it has a key, you can pick it. Okay. It is impossible to unlock the lock to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key.
もっとも魔法の力では開けられるがな。
Although it can be opened with the power of magic, right?
じゃあこうだ。扉自体がおかしかったんだ。施錠された状態のままでも通行できる仕掛けがあった。
What about
Instead
this?
of phrasing it the way that she did there, I would have said, I did not use any mundane method to open the... Well, no, that would still, like, admit to magic. Hold on. I got it somewhere in my brain, but... Let's see.
What about this?
I did not use any tool to open the lock. There we go.
Okay. Then what about this? There's something wrong with the door itself. There's some way to pass through it even while it was locked.
それが何かはいろいろ考えられる。
As to what that is, I can think of a
お
few
城の
ways.
大扉に小さい入り口がついているように、さらにもう一つ扉があったとか。
Maybe it's like those big doors on the castle that have a smaller door in them. I don't know what the technical
I think
word
you would
for
notice
that
that.
is. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
there is an actual word for that, but...
but those are quite neat.
蝶つがいを外して扉を丸ごと外して入ったなんてのもあり得る。
It's also possible that they removed the hinges and then removed the whole door before entering.
Wicket gate. It's a pedestrian door or gate. It's called a wicket gate or a wicket. Not wicked, wicket. Oh, whatever. Fuck you, captioner.
Yep.
Wicket like this.
それが人間どもの100年の英知なのか、バトラー。
I love how she says battler.
Yeah. Is this the best a century of human wisdom can manage, battler?
礼拝堂の扉は施錠時にはいかなる方法での出入りも拒む。
When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit.
魔法が使えない限りな。
Assuming you can't use magic, right?
そろそろチェックメイトか？
Is it about time for checkmate?
まだまだ。お前は6人は扉から入ったと言ったが、この正面扉とは言ってない。
Not even close. You said those 6 people entered through a door, but you didn't say it was the front door.
他の隠し扉から入ったのかもしれない。
They might have entered through another door, a secret one.
くどいわ、無能が。
You talk too much, you incompetent fool.
ならば、先ほどの一手をさらに進めよう。
Then let me expand on my earlier move.
6人は確かにこの正面扉から入った。
The 6 definitely entered through this front door.
めちゃくちゃだ。鍵は閉まってる。そして1本しかない鍵以外では解錠不能で。にもかかわらず、この扉から6人が出入りした。
Screwed up. The door was locked. It was possible to unlock. It was impossible to unlock without using that single key, and yet 6 people entered through it. Got it. The door was already unlocked, and somebody used a tool to lock it.
Yeah, that could be a way. Or there's a lock on the inside that you can just like click and then shut.
Yeah, but I figure...
Because that's pretty common.
Yeah, I figure he would say that. Possibly.
Because that's how doors, like at least front doors to like homes and shit like that, have been like built for
Ages,
probably like
yeah.
60, 70 years now.
どうやってだよ。魔法だって
Because like it does require springs and shit like that to make that happen. So like without high levels of metallurgy and like foundry shit or casting, you wouldn't be able to do that on like most doors. So that hasn't been a thing for all of human history. Most doors that had locks for most of human history just had bars, not these like shaped locks like we have now. But for the last 100 years or so, we've had them.
How? With magic, you say?
くそくそくそくそくそ
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
早くも人間の限界が露呈したか。
Are we already seeing the limits of what humanity can manage?
ならば叫べリザインと。
Then shout that you resign.
統領者はそう叫びキングを倒すのが習わしよ。
When one admits defeat, it's customary to shout it out and knock over their own king.
さあ、降参か。
So, do you resign?
ならば屈服を宣言せよ。そしてキングを倒すようにひざまずけ。
Then announce your surrender and knock over your king. Or knock your king over by kneeling.
そしてわらわの靴にキスをするがいい。
Then you may kiss my shoes.
お前のような男に靴を舐めさせるのに勝る喜びはないわ。
There could be no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes.
Damn it. It's useless, useless, useless. Well, I can't win against a witch? This isn't chess at all. Just been made to take the losing side in a chess puzzle.
Oh, you're just not figuring that out.
It's cluing about details and getting a draw the best I can manage?
それだけは断じてないぞ。
That's the one thing that'll never happen.
わらわが屈するか、そなたが屈するか。
Either I will surrender or you will.
それ以外の決着はない。
There can be no other resolution.
互い
Now that she's put that forward, I feel like there's gonna be a draw and it's gonna be like them dissing. What happens to that What happened to that bravery? That bravery you displayed when you said this would be torture for us both.
おいおいおいおい、がっかりがっかり、期待外れだぞ。
Hey, 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 what a disappointment. What a total letdown.
後ろ宮バトラー。
Wouldn't you say Ushiromi up battler?
Damn it. What
Sushi
should
roll me up battler. That's really good.
Yep. Damn it. What should I do?
Oh,
what should I
fuck.
do? I can see it. I can see the place where I'll face checkmate. It's useless. It's useless. All my hard-fought moves have been nothing more than me desperately moving my king around, running away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from check. So even without waiting for the next several moves, I can see checkmate in my future.
Sushi roll me up battler. Oh my gods. I can't believe it's getting battler there, but nowhere else. Oh my gods. Fuck.
After a few more moves, I can see where I'll face checkmate? We'll give up Ushiromiya Battler and see myself getting closed in upon. And if I spin the chessboard around, I should be able to anticipate her next move, right? Remember what Kiri said. When you're thinking about something then the closer you get to the very, very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. And it around. The chessboard around.
どうした？急に黙り込んだな。
What happens? You fell silent all of a sudden.
安心しろ。
Fear not.
屈服は一時の恥よ。
Surrender is but a momentary shame.
後に待つは身を委ねる喜びだけよ。
After that, all that remains is the joy of entrusting your fate entirely to the hands of your new master.
さあ、投了を叫ぶがよい。
Come on, cry out in resignation.
聞こえんぞ。
I can't hear you.
大きい声ではっきりと言えい。
Speak up and say it clearly.
寝ぼけるな。お前が聞こうとしていないだけだぜ。
Enough babbling, you're just refusing to listen.
ならもう一度言う。
So I'll say it once more.
投了はない。
I won't resign.
速攻だ。
Continue.
ゲームを再開するぞ。
Resume the game.
ほう、よかろう。
Very well.
そなたの手番からだぞ。
It is your turn, after all.
お前の作ったルールを俺はお前の武器だと勘違いしてた。しかしそれは俺にとっても武器になるってことに気づいたぜ。
I made the mistake of thinking this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I've realized that it can also become a weapon for me.
つまりこういうことさ。
It all comes down to this.
試すがよい。
Please do give it a try.
俺はずっと密室の礼拝堂にどうやったら入れるかで
I've been
頭が凝り固まっていた。
focused all this time on how they entered the closed room of the chapel.
その考え方じゃダメだったんだ。
That approach was useless.
ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
Ah, it's useless. It's all
チェス
useless.
盤をひっくり返す。
Spin the chessboard around.
そうさ。思考の向きが逆だったんだ。
That's right. I was thinking about it backwards.
本当の考え方はこうさ。
This is how I should approach it.
もともと密室じゃない礼拝堂をどうやって密室に見せたかだ。
How was the chapel,
There
which
you go.
wasn't a
That's
closed
better.
room in the first place, made to look like a closed room?
That's a little
来た
better.
な。
You're getting there.
人間どもの生み出した100年の思考術か。
Here it comes, that thinking technique humans gave birth to over a course of a century.
試してみるがよいぞ。
Give it a try.
赤で語ってもらうぜ。無理ならば拒否しろ。行くぜ。
Say this in red for me. If you can't, then refuse. Here I go. And intend to reverse his defensive position? Impudence.
礼拝堂に入るにはこの扉しかなく、そして鍵はたった一つってのも分かった。
I get that there's only one way to enter the chapel is through the door, and that there's only one key.
だが
But wait. The question is whether that key really was handed over to Maria yesterday before noon.
長いな。
My, but you're dragging this on.
かいつまむがよい。
Do try and get to the point.
こういうことさ。
Something like this.
俺たちは鍵が昨日の昼から使用不能だと思い込んでいる。
We've been under the impression that the key's been unusable since midday
だ
yesterday.
から昨日の昼から今朝まで密室だと思い込んでる。
We've assumed that this was a closed room from midday yesterday until this morning.
それを思い込みじゃなく、あんたにはっきり事実だと宣言してもらいたいのさ。
I want to hear you say that this impression of ours is a solid fact.
面白い。扉
Interesting.
ではなく、鍵を論点にしたか。
So you turn your reasoning not to the door, but to the key.
マリアは昨日お前から封筒をもらってる。マリアは開封しなかったが、手触りで鍵が入っていたことを知ったかもしれない。
Yesterday, Maria received an envelope from you. She didn't open it, but she might have felt it and known that there was a key inside.
間違いなく礼拝堂の鍵だと確認できたわけじゃない。
But it's not like she'd have been able to confirm absolutely that it was the key to the chapel.
つまりこういうことさ。
Here's what I'm getting at.
マリアに渡した封筒の中身は偽物だったんだ。
The thing inside the envelope given to Maria was a fake.
何を言い出すかと思えば、バカバカしい。
If you think about what you're saying, it's ridiculous.
ローザは今朝、確かにマリアの手提げの中から封筒を取り出し、
This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag.
そこから正真正銘の礼拝堂の鍵を手に入れたぞ。
And from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. I almost said cathedral.
That's not what he asked, Beatrice.
It's not, but I see why she's getting around this. Because she wants to leave, like, openings for him in the first place so he can continue to struggle.
偽物などという
She
こ
doesn't
と
want the
は
game
な
to
い。
end early either. It wasn't a fake, as you suggest.
そんなことは分かってるさ。続けるぜ。
I know that much. I'll continue.
なら、マリアが封筒を受け取った時、その中身は間違いなく同じ礼拝堂の鍵だったのか。
In that case, when Maria first received the envelope, the thing inside it was definitely that same key to the chapel, right?
ほう。
つまりこういうことさ。
See what I'm getting at?
お前は昨日の昼、マリアに鍵入りの封筒を渡した。
Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key
決
inside.
して開くなと言い含めて。
You told her that she mustn't open it.
マリアは中に鍵があることを悟ったろう。
Maria probably realized that it had a key inside.
そして後に、ローザおばさんがその中身で礼拝堂の扉を開けたため、
Later on, Aunt Rosa used the thing inside the envelope to open the door to the
それ
chapel.
は礼拝堂の鍵だったということになった。
And that's why we assumed it was the key to the chapel all along.
疑わしいのはここさ。
This is the suspicious part.
こう言いたいわけか。
So is this what you're trying to say?
わらわがマリアに鍵を預けた時点では、その鍵は偽物だったと。
That when I entrusted Maria with a key, that key was a fake.
そして、ローザが鍵を手にするまでの間に、本物とすり替えたと。
Technically possible, yeah. She could like have prepared two envelopes, one with a fake key and one with a real one. And then by the time Rosa obtained it, it had been switched with the real thing.
ああ、そうだ。どうしたベアトリーチェ様よ。さっきから調子が悪そうだぜ。
Yes, that's it. What's wrong, Lady Beatrice? You've been looking a bit pale for a while now, huh?
親しい者はベアトと呼ぶこともある。
Those close to me sometimes call me Beato.
ベアトでよい。
Beato will do. Hell yeah!
ベアトの手
Close the gap a little bit.
Yep.
ターンオブザゴールデンウィッチ。
It's your turn, Beto. The turn of the Golden Witch.
かわしてみせろ。
Let's see you dodge this.
よかろ
Very well.
う。わらわがマリアに預けた封筒の中身は、確かに礼拝堂の鍵だった。
The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope I gave Maria.
追うぜ。
I should have projected a little bit more for that.
赤で復唱できるか。
Really not.
その封筒は、ローザおばさんが開封するまで、完全にマリアの監視下に置かれていた。
I'll move forward. Can you repeat it in red? That envelope was completely under Maria's supervision until Aunt Rosa opened it.
無理なら拒否を宣言してもらうぜ。
If you can't say it, then say you refuse.
チェックだ。
Check.
拒否する。
Okay, so she probably didn't actually open the door with magic itself, but she summoned the key to herself, and then used the key there, put it back in the envelope, sealed it again using magic, and sent it back to Maria.
Yeah. Also, head's ring right here, probably.
Yeah, that is absolutely a signet ring. 100%. That's how they were shaped. At least when they were used for
Pressing wax, yeah.
これで一手差はひっくり返ったぜ。今度はお前がキングを逃がす番だな。ベアト。
I've spun it all around with just one move. Now it's your king on the run, Beto.
拒否に理由はある。
I have a reason for refusing.
それは、そなたの言う監視下という単語の定義についてだ。
It regards the definition of the phrase under her supervision.
純粋な意味に従うならば、それは四六時中、マリアによって見張られてなければなら
Oh,
ない。
that's another point right there. Like, if she can't say anything that is figurative truth, if it has to be literal truth, then, like, yeah, she can't do red text for just about anything. Even if it is, like, figuratively true. Like, because in this case, her having it in her handbag the entire time absolutely is figuratively under her supervision all the time. But
Yeah.
literally, no, it's not, in fact.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where as long as they both have an agreed on definition of a word, it's fine.
Mhm.
So even if it's figurative in that they say under her supervision means in her possession or in her eye line, either one.
Yeah, so anything that's vague, they have to, like, define the words first.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
And then once
Because,
they,
like, language in general is, like, vague and, like, not exact anyhow, so using, like, words themselves to dictate or to say that they're absolute technical truth by, like, the nature of the cosmos, like, doesn't work unless you bake in that sort of, like, function of the people speaking have to have an agreed upon definition of the word or what have you.
Exactly. So they have they get an agreed on definition, and then they can use the word.
Yeah. Okay. But like my theory earlier, the one that I posited, like about like her teleporting the key to herself, that's still using magic to open the door, but it's also using the key at the same time.
Yeah.
That could work, but it's also this probably. In its purest meaning, Maria would need to have her eyes on it around the clock for that to be true.
だがマリアはそこまではしていない。
But Maria didn't go that far.
手下げから出していた時は完全に監視下にあっただろうが、手下げに入れた後は視界から消える。
It may have been completely under her supervision when she took it out of her handbag, but after she put it back inside, it disappeared from her field of vision.
Thank you very much, Boy Pal. If you are interested in the person who made my avatar,
Yes, please, let's do that, because like we haven't like shilled Cappy enough. And that sounds sarcastic to me, but I mean that literally. Genuinely.
I don't know if PNG Tuber can do head pats and interactable head pats, but Cappy is looking into, once their situation is better, to go ahead and get into Live 2D, which does have more physics to it, and that we can get some head pats on.
Yep. So Cappy did Mal's avatar, the bouncy avatar you see over there, and the two avatars you see up at the top right corner. And I'm the one in the far right in Beato's like position there.
Ink Slime, okay. Ink Slime.
Like, I am so used to the bounce of your avatar by now, like, it doesn't, like, even register when I'm looking at your chat.
That's fair.
That's just how Mal is. Mal is bouncy now.
Okay, so yeah, Ink Slime. Actually, no. At the very least, Ink Slime has some eye tracking here. So let me see if I can find something about their About section here.
I do want to play with, like, some word magic things.
Oh yeah,
I did have a setting. I did have a setting where that was a thing. I don't have it in my Obsidian, so it's probably in a different file somewhere. But there's a thing, and I called them daemons there as well, but they're not the same kind of daemon that you're used to. A long time ago, I was working on a setting where the daemons were beings that had given themselves over to their magic completely and became something other than human.
Oh yeah, so looking at this, it looks like Ink Slime does use Live 2D. It's a very simple avatar, which works for character design, like that's no criticism of that. But it does use Live 2D like I plan to in the future, so I definitely will do that in the future. Let me see. Throw Mage.
Pet avatar. It's kind of fun.
Yep, Iluro Mage also uses Live 2D, so yes, I will be using that in the future for sure. We will get headpads working once I have a Live 2D avatar. Which...
I will never have one of these avatars because I am lazy and don't want to, like, make them.
Fair.
I don't want to have to set it up every time, you know? Or troubleshoot it or anything like that. I'm just sort of like, whatever. I'll just, like, pop this up on screen occasionally.
But yes, they do use a different program from me and have more animation to their avatar. With mine, it is just the bounce. And obviously, like, the opening and closing of the mouth.
The blinking.
Yeah, Poi Pal gets you, Cat.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I am way too lazy for that shit.
Yeah, and we have various expressions to go through here. Just because I do want to show
It's like 6, right?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Or is it 5?
7.
7. Okay.
Yep, because we have the thinking, we have annoyed, we have sad, we have flustered, we have angry, which is very close to annoyed, but with a color shift and the annoyed symbol.
Yeah.
And then we have scared. And yeah, Cappy did an excellent job on all this. While, again, it is not as versatile as a no, not VideoTube. It is PNG Tuber Plus.
Actually get to have like an actual inside baseball conversation for once. Yay.
Yep.
I don't know why I call it inside baseball. It's just like it's just like the behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see here. PNG Tuber Plus. It is very easy to set up as far as, obviously the art takes time. And I had to get Cappy to do it because I am not an artist myself. But you
gotta do like an emote with sushi rolls now that like Captioner said sushi roll me up battler.
That would be very
I gotta
fun.
do something with that. Maybe I'll do a sushi roll with like my face in the middle. Something like that.
That would be fun. But yes, PNG Tuber Plus is a little bit more versatile than VideoTube. But I do also have a simpler VideoTube avatar just in case PNG Tuber Plus breaks.
That's 4 emote ideas so far. I gotta keep adding them. I gotta like somehow get like 10 ideas together.
Yeah, absolutely. Think about PNG Tuber Plus. It is a bit less static than VideoTube, but I believe works on the same premise. So a lot of those skills you might have learned do crossover, I believe. And then let me see here. And then Live 2D would be the software that is unfortunately not free, but it is what you will see most VTubers using that have a 2D avatar. And that is a bit more complicated, and of course you do have to purchase it.
I did actually make a fucking VTuber avatar like years ago. I think I've shown it to you, Mel.
It's been a while.
Starlight Katie, thank you for the raid.
Welcome in.
Welcome on in, everyone.
Yep.
Hello. We're just like doing some behind the scenes talk right now because that's what we do.
Yeah. We were talking about VTuber stuff.
Yeah, the VTuber avatar I made like years ago is like very pale, wears a purple kimono, and has like wavy hair, like much wavier than what my actual hair is.
Yeah.
Because mine's only a little wavy, just like near the ends.
Yeah, because someone had asked, well, specifically Poi Pal had asked about the possibility of head pads. But that's for something with a little bit more motion to it, like during live
once
shooting.
you get like channel points, that would be a pretty good redeem. Look, Acidier. I just like cute pale girls in dark clothes, alright? So that's what I made. It even had freckles, alright?
Yeah. So it's about $94 a year, $13 a month if you just get the monthly to do live 2D.
Yeah, boy, Val, like you can look at the little avatar of me up in the corner of Mal's stream there. Like you can tell that I love purple. Like everything there is purple.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I only just fucking got it. Oh, I am so silly.
What?
Hoipal. Hoipal purple.
Oh yeah, okay. So look, I did too much fucking raving when I was younger because poi means something entirely different. Yeah, SDA. You guys missed the reveal of the Red Speech, and also Asmodeus and Satan. And it's like,
Very horny.
why are the Seven Sins all women, and why are they all so horny?
That's very. Yeah, and Kat has agreed to voice all the demons, so enjoy that.
Yep, I'm all the demons now. Which, like, if you guys didn't notice, the goat demon that Beato summons at first,
It's very much a
absolutely
babe.
has a human growl.
Yeah.
Very, very human growl. That's actually just what human growls sound like if you've never heard a person growl.
Yeah.
Oh, Poiple. I got it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, see, you got it. Well, the nice thing is they do have a discount for students and faculty. So if you're a college student,
The goat is human, one fear. Yeah, there you go. But that's like you'll hear it a lot in anime and JRPGs where people like don't actually make like animal growls for their creatures. And they usually try to put a little sauce on it, but I think like an actual human growl sounds a lot better.
yeah, because it fits that this is a goat person rather than just a goat. Or just a
No, I think
beast.
like in general, like actual human growls sound a lot better than people trying to put the sauce on it, right?
Oh, yeah.
But that might be because like I like it's one of the few like subconscious like vocalizations I do.
Oh, yeah, let me get...
Yeah, give Poiple a link there.
Yeah, absolutely, because I have the
EDG underscore Katagus.
Yep, it's right
So I
there.
just use cat for the captioner because like I'm lazy and I don't want to type my full name.
Yeah, absolutely. Give Kat a follow, and you got the socials
Yeah,
there.
that's Acidia. That's actually something that I wanted to do. Is I want like a pedal or something like that, and then so I can like link like a reverb or an echo to it, so I can use it for the
Red text. Yeah.
red text. But instead, what I've been doing is just like projecting super hard, right? Poiple, thank you for the follow. Welcome. One of these days, I'll like get everything set up properly and like have my cool effects and my hotkeys set up again. But I don't know when they broke, but at some point, like Streamlabs OBS broke and just like fucked up all of my hotkeys. So no, now none of my hotkeys like work. Like I gotta fix them all.
Let's see, how much does a Stream Deck pedal even cost?
I don't know. Like I never want to look at Stream Deck stuff because they're so expensive for what they are.
They are, but they also work very well.
I mean, it's true. They do work very well, but it's like the Elgatos, you know, like they're super expensive for what they are, but they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be that expensive. It's just that no one else fucking makes them, so they get to charge whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah. Though there are alternatives these days.
You know, I mean, like back when I was first getting my streaming stuff set up, like Elgato was the only thing that had capture cards, or at least it was the only one that had reliable capture cards.
Okay, you're talking about the capture cards, because that's the thing. Elgato is Stream Deck, so I got confused.
Oh, I know. I know it is. Elgato Stream Decks, yeah. There's probably new, like, other Stream Decks now, but their capture cards, like, I think that's still the only thing. Okay,
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll get you a link to Mal. Give me a second. I can't give you a link to the moderation panel, so just give me a second. I'll find
Yes,
it.
and please come in, have a look, because I've been talking about my VTuber avatar, but you folks from Acidia's side have not seen it.
Here we go. Let's see. Ooh, there you go.
Yes. I am a slime person.
Very slimy and bouncy.
Thank you so much,
Flavor.
Acidia. Yes, green. But I do have other colors as well. Let me get the emotions up again. So thinking.
Yeah, sadly, Mal
annoyed.
has not quite gotten to the affiliate section yet.
Yep.
Maybe someday. Probably faster than me, because it took me like fucking 7 years. So.
Yeah. At the very least, I will be probably shilling myself more than you feel comfortable with. Thank you, Starlight Katie. And then a blushy.
Oh, you do have alerts. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that's a pretty good like alert animation.
Yeah, it's actually the default from Stream Elements.
Oh hell yeah! Fair enough.
And then angry. And then scared.
Don't talk to me, Angie.
Yep. Yep, so did some color switching. When the artist who did my art, which I will link again.
Oh yeah,
just because
we got to do that again because new people.
they just came in.
Yeah.
Let me.
Oh, Poipole, I have a pack from the Darkest Dungeon narrator, Wayne June, as mine, and it's really good. I really like it a lot. Makes me sad though because like my alert sounds were broken for stream, so when like all of these kind folks like actually subscribed, they didn't get to hear the subscription sound. Which, hold on, let me tell me if you guys can hear this.
And obviously that'd be on Cat's side, not mine.
Yeah. Because I don't know if like the test like. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what you guys should have heard when you subbed originally. Fucking love Wayne June's voice. Like the man is just like amazing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then like David Lodge is also great. I think those are my two favorite like voice actors. For those of you who don't know, David Lodge does Grigori in Dragon's Dogma, and also Louis Soix in Final Fantasy XIV. So the narration in A Realm Reborn is done by David Lodge. So yeah, that's his voice. He's amazing. I love him so much. Yeah, he does Louis Soix. It's great. I knew like Louis Soix from Final Fantasy XIV would get more attention than like Grigori, but it does still make me a little sad that Grigori doesn't get as much attention. Actually, it's kind of funny now that I think about it, because like Dragon's Dogma and Final Fantasy XIV use the same style of English.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I mean, Dragon's Dogma is even like hams it up even more, but like, I mean, it's not quite on a Urianger's level, but a lot more than anything else. Yeah, the FF14 lore stream. I get it, believe me. As you guys can probably tell from like watching me like talk about and do the narration for Umineko here, I like lore and world building and like subtle implications on character personality traits and everything way more than is probably healthy. So I will absolutely just stop and talk about like one line someone said in a like a casual conversation for like 20 minutes on stream, and I have done it before. Urianger is uselessly buff arms.
Yeah.
Like, man's a mage. Why is he so fucking huge? Why has he got those guns?
Yeah, a beefiest mage.
I still love the fact that one of his dress-up dolls, like the wind-up dolls, like talks about his giant fucking arms.
really
he is a big boy. Like he's one of the, like the best proportioned like Ellis that I've seen in the game. Like most of them look a little funky. He's just like he just fills everything out so well. He's got them big like fucking man titties. Like they cast a shadow kind of shit.
It's true. It's funny, but it is also true.
Moonbreeder made him lift as a child. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, could be that.
I would not be surprised if like all of his bulk came from like being a child and getting dragged around by Moonbreeder. Because that sort of thing doesn't go away. I would know. I haven't worked out in like 6 years, and
You still got arms.
I still got the guns. And the shadow casting titty.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Acidia, I have a second character that I was playing through on named Rowan Wendell. Hey, Captioner actually got the name right. Fuck you. Yeah, that's great. You even corrected my fuck you to thank you. Alright. And like I definitely did like lose a little bit when I got to Urianger's stuff every time. Because I started noticing how he had slowly reined in the awkward formal speech over time. Because you don't notice that when it's happening, but when you go back to the beginning of the game and you start over again, like you definitely see like this huge gulf between the two. Like he still speaks very like old-fashioned in the modern day, but like in the Realm Reborn, he was so much worse.
Oh, absolutely. Like, well, it's the joke of how hard it is to even parse what the fuck he's saying.
Yeah, which is hilarious because to me, I didn't have any trouble at all. But that's because I'm a giant nerd. So when I was reading it, I was just like, okay, yeah, this is just like normal things for like this sort of this sort of setting. Sure. Like, I did not have any trouble at all. And then like, I didn't realize people had trouble with it until like 3 months later. People were like, oh yeah, I can't understand Urianger at all. And I was like, huh? What? You guys need to read more.
Anyway, I think we have paused on this particular screen long enough.
You're right, even if I want to keep talking to these people.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I stream in the first place, is so I can talk to people.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We will continue to talk, but let's move forward, because we have to get to your favorite line of Red speech.
Yes, please, I want to get to that line before the end of the stream. Please, I want to project that line so fucking hard. Oh, Katie, I do this in literally every game. Any game that actually has any sort of lore at all, I will just stop in a corner somewhere and just talk about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll do this for Dawn Trail. We'll do this for anything with a story.
I think Urianger and Thancred would have a fucking blast trying to solve the loops.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because that's like their fucking thing, right? Is puzzles and like learning people and like figuring shit out, investigation. Like, I think they would have so much fun with it.
Buddy.
Date night for the boys.
Buddy detective duo. And,
yeah.
And I use buddy in the gay way.
Yeah. Date night for the boys. I think Thancred would adopt Maria like immediately.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Also, give her knives, which may be ill-advised, but
that would be a very bad idea. But yeah, he would also give Maria knives for sure.
Though she probably would learn how to be an astrologian, if anything.
Yeah. I think so, because that's the closest to witch shit.
Yeah, it is so witchy. Like, she'd learn all the magic eventually, but definitely astrologian. She'd take one look at Urianger and go, oh.
Is that an orrery? Not ornery, orrery. That's a real word, Capture. Stop it. Oh, whatever.
And yes, Urianger would give Maria actual affirmation and positive attention.
No matter which warrior of light that I have, would be involved in that, like, she would be getting so many fucking shoulder rides.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I think it's kind of funny that, like, the Astrologian is the most witchy mage class, but Black Mage is the one that's, like, styled after witches.
Yes, that is true. I do hope we get, like, not alchemist exactly, but, you know, throwing potions. Kind of character.
Like concoctions, motherfuckers.
Yes.
It's like, here, have an unstable explosive potion. And then they're just like, wait, what? Boom! In their face.
Yep.
Yeah. And Maria certainly qualifies as a weird little misfit.
Yep. Anyway, I forget how much of this line you've actually read, but you might as well start from the top.
I've got it all. But I can do it again. But Maria didn't go that far. It may have been completely under her supervision when she took it out from her handbag, but after she put it inside, it disappeared from her field of vision.
その意味において監視下という単語が適当でないため赤が使えなかっただけだ。
In that sense, the phrase under her supervision would be inappropriate, so I couldn't use the red, nothing more. I think she's upset about not being able to use the red here, actually.
苦しい手なんだろ。俺の次の手も読めてるって顔だぜ。
I'll bet that move hurt, and your face tells me you've guessed the next one.
悪いな。
Sorry.
俺は女に優しいんだ。
I'm kind to women.
女を傷つけない。
I don't hurt them.
女の期待を裏切らない。
And I never betray a woman's expectations. Throwing that back at her.
Yeah.
赤で復唱してもらうぜ。言えるもんなら言ってみやがれ。
Time for you to repeat it in red if you think you
マリア
can.
の手下げはローザおばさんが封筒を取り出すまで誰も触れることができなかった。
No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Aunt Rosa took it out of the envelope.
これも拒否する。理
Yeah,
由
the
は説
able
明
there,
しない。
definitely. I will also refuse this one. I won't explain the reason.
違うぜ。説明しないんじゃない。できないんだ。
That's wrong. It's not that you won't explain it, it's that you can't explain
そ
it.
の手で。チェックメイトなんだろ。
That move gives us checkmate, doesn't it?
お前にできないなら俺が説明してやる。
You can't do it, then I'll explain.
お前がマリアに渡した封筒には確かに礼拝堂の鍵が入っていた。
The key to the chapel really
Beato
was...
cornered? Beato human?
The key to the chapel really was in the envelope you handed to
そして
Maria.
マリアはこれを手提げにしまい、翌朝にローザおばさんがここから取り出して鍵を開けた。
Then Maria put it in her handbag, and the next morning, Aunt Rosa took it out and opened the lock.
しかし
However,
マリアは手提げを完全な監視下に置けなかった。
Maria didn't have the handbag under her complete supervision.
魔法なんか必要ない。
There's no need for magic.
人間に可能な密室トリックだ。
It's a closed room trick that's possible for a human.
人間である犯人はマリアに鍵を渡し、翌朝ローザおばさんに使わせることでその間が密室であったかのような幻想を作り上げたんだ。
The human culprit handed the key to Maria, and by making Aunt Rosa use it the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a closed room during that time.
お前はその間マリアの手提げの中から犯人が鍵を取り出し使用して朝までに手提げに戻した可能性を否定できない。
You can't deny the possibility that during that time, culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned it by morning.
赤で言えるか？
Can you say it in red?
復唱要求。言えるもんなら言ってみやがれ。
Repeat it. If you can say it, then say it.
もう一度チェックだ。
It's check again.
まだだ。チェックを外す。
Not yet. I removed the check.
鍵の入った封筒は封筒で封印されていたはず。
The envelope with the key in it should have been sealed with wax.
ローザは未開封の封筒から
Rosa took it from an unopened envelope.
そうかい。なら言ってみやがれ。復唱要求。昨日の昼の時点で渡した封筒とローザおばさんが開封した封筒は同一のものである。
Really? Then try saying it. Repeat it. The envelope handed over midday yesterday and the one Aunt Rosa opened are the same thing.
それは復唱できる。わらわがマリアに
That
渡
I
し
can
た封
repeat.
筒とローザが開封した封筒は同一のものであるぞ。
The envelope I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing.
ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
Oh, it's useless. It's all useless.
そんなのもうどうでもいいことだろうが。
It doesn't even matter anymore.
俺は期待したぜ。
I expected more from you.
ここで降参したなら少し
Thank you, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed the projected voice.
I figured that if you were a bit better at reading between the lines, you'd resign right
だが
there.
がっかりだ。
So I'm disappointed.
あんた、俺の期待を裏切ったぜ。
You betrayed my
Yeah, but Battler,
expectations.
you're not a woman, so it doesn't factor into her morality. Apparently, though, you are enough of a woman for her to get angry at that. What?
封筒が同じものなんて大したことじゃない。封筒なんて何度でも撃てるんだしな。
Who cares if the envelopes were the same? Envelopes can be sealed with wax over and over.
中身の鍵だろ。大事なのは。
The key inside is what's important.
Well, here you can repeat in red. The wax on the seal is the same wax as before. It's the same seal.
これで今度こそしまいだぜ。
But yeah, that at this point, I think that might be overusing the red speech. I feel like they might have overused it already in just this one scene where it's been introduced.
Yeah. But they want to make it clear it is incontrovertible facts. You've been before this area was sealed by the typhoon.
That's true. Yeah, fair enough.
This time, it's all over Golden Witch. It's a real checkmate.
もう一度求めるぜ。
I'll say it one more time.
復唱要
Repeat
求だ。
it.
言えるもんなら言ってみやがれ。
If you can say it, try saying it.
マリアが受け取った封筒の中の礼拝堂の鍵はローザおばさんが開封するまで一度も使用されていない。
The key
And
to
this is where my consideration about her teleporting the key to herself and then back into the envelope might come into play.
Yep. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope.
Because she's definitely not going to repeat anything about magic in red, because that's kind of the point of the game, is to convince him without doing something like that.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that it?
わらわが人間不正に
How could I against a lowly human?
なんとでも繰り返すぜ、ベアトリーチェ。復唱要求。マリアが受け取った封筒の中の礼拝堂の鍵はローザおばさんが開封するまで一度も使用されていない。
I'll keep on saying
So
it,
even if she
Beatrice.
did, like-
Repeat it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Aunt Rosa opened the envelope.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct about that, City A. Considering, like, Mal and I were talking about this earlier, but, like, you do need that something there to reassure the reader and, like, the characters involved that there is something real that you can trust. Otherwise, you can't actually tell the story at all.
Yeah.
Like, because Mal brought up the fact that, like, Battler probably doesn't view the magic that he's seeing on the game board as actual magic. He's just seeing what Beatrice wants him to see, more or less.
Yeah, it's basically, you can't solve for X, so I'm going to solve it with magic.
Yeah, that sort of thing. So, like, of course, Battler doesn't trust it, and if you were in this situation where you were in this, like, purgatory-esque kind of location talking to some greater being after your death, and let's just assume that's how Battler is viewing this, you also probably wouldn't fucking trust anything that entity tried to tell you, right? Because they could just manipulate anything and everything around you. So, like, it's understandable that he doesn't trust her and what she's showing him, even though it's the literal truth, as far as we know.
吠えるならば口にしろ。これで決まりだぜ。
If you're gonna yell, then say you resign. That settles it.
これが真相だ。
This is the truth.
マリアの鍵はローザおばさんが今朝手に入れるまでの間に
Before Aunt Rosa obtained Maria's key this morning, at one point it passed to someone else's hands.
そして鍵を使用して封筒をし、あたかも未使用であるかのように見せかけて
Then they used it, resealed it, and returned it to Maria's handbag, making it look like it hadn't been
封
used.
筒が解かれていないから鍵が未使用であるという思い込みが盲点の安っぽいトリックだったんだ。
This is a trick with a cheap loophole, the assumption that the key wasn't used because the sealing wax wasn't opened.
チェックメイト。魔法なんかじゃない。人間に可能なトリックに過ぎない。
Checkmate. There's no magic, and it's nothing more than a trick that's possible for humans.
ならばその鍵を奪ったのは誰だというのか。
In that case, who do you say stole the key?
答えてみせろ。
Try answering.
お前が今度は復唱してみせろ。
This time you try repeating it.
そうだな。お前にばかり復唱させた。
That's right, I'm making you repeat things all the
たま
time.
には俺が答えなきゃならないだろうぜ。
I probably have to answer every once in a while.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, every once in a while, as in
Daga
basically
choice.
every time. Because
俺
that's the
の
whole
勝利
point.
条件は魔女の存在を否定することだぜ。
But I refuse. My condition for victory is denying a witch's
貴
existence.
様の魔法による不可能犯罪を人間の手でも可能であることを証明するところまで。
I'll prove that this impossible crime done with your magic was actually possible by human hands.
Like, this might just be, like, my own personal bias here,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to believe that Beatrice isn't actually, like, put off or angry or upset at any of this, that she's just, like, putting on that face for the act, more or less. Because she's supposedly a very old and ancient witch, and this kid, and that's what Battler is, a kid is quartering her. Just seems fucking absurd to me.
Yeah, I'd say that's your bias a little bit. Like, I kind of get what you're saying, but that's assuming that people infinitely grow more mature or more balanced in their...
Oh no, I don't mean like that, like growing more mature or anything, but seeing more gives you more experience, gives you more, more like a ability to see things, right? Like it's...
Yeah, sure, but also, like, it's not like she has this particular competition every day.
True.
Like, she might
You're right
not,
on that.
She might not have ever had to argue about her own existence before, because either people didn't believe and didn't interact with her, or they believed and so were interacting with her.
Very true, but it's also just sort of like... I don't know, it feels weird for a 17-year-old kid to, like, even if she was, like, 30, to be doing this. Like, that's not to say that, like, 17-year-olds can't be very intelligent, but, like, that's not Battler. Battler's a fucking idiot. So, and he's proved that multiple times. He's even using flawed reasoning here. Reasoning that's been considered flawed by philosophers and thinkers and academics for hundreds, if not thousands of years by now, too.
Yep.
Like, he's just straight up using flawed reasoning.
Yep, absolutely.
He's using logical fallacies, even.
Yeah, but either way, I did want to say that for this, it was good of Battler to make sure that he didn't expand what he had to prove. And that, you know, I don't have to determine who the culprit is. I just have to determine that it was possible by human hands.
Yeah.
Proving who the culprit is, well, it would be nice, is not part of our competition.
Very true. It's just that, like, because of how many things are possible for humans, like, a lot of this magic that she's doing can be replicated with the right equipment in the right ways. Because, like, she said earlier, even in red text, she said this, that it is impossible to open that door without the key. And like, if it has a lock that you can put something into, and it has a key that goes to it, you can pick it. Period.
Yeah, and we've discussed this even months ago when we were just talking about it one-on-one. This is a conceit of the story.
Yeah, it's just a conceit of the story. We have to accept that, but it's just like, please. I'm gonna find so many faults with Battler's reasoning just because of that alone. Because it's just so. The game itself is flawed, I think.
Oh yeah, I mean, the game itself is flawed. She does not know how locks work.
Of course, like, you don't have to know how locks work to make a good story anyway. This is a good story even with those flaws. I just think like their game itself is flawed in a fundamental way because no matter what, you can always just close your eyes, plug your ears, and go, nah, it was magic, or nah, it was mundane.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what the red text
especially
is for.
If, I know, but I'm just saying, especially in the case of, like, it's flawed in multiple ways, but especially in the case of, like, Battler not having to prove, like, or explain what's going on here. People keep expecting him to be able to explain it all, or, you know, anyone that posits an alternative theory to be able to explain it, even when, like, there's no reasonable way that they would have the information necessary, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, sort of thing. It's like, all of the logic here is twisted and flawed, and that might actually be part of the point.
Yeah, like, it's definitely part of the point, but also the red text means that you can explore possibilities and get that information where you wouldn't normally get that information. So, yeah, you can go secret tunnel, but then Beto can go, there is no secret tunnel. And now we accept that, and now it's not this endless cycle.
There we go. That's part of the reason why I feel like it's weird for Beatrice to be cornered by him like this. She's a witch. Specifically a witch that deals with demons and contracts.
Okay, that's fair. She should be good at rhetoric.
Yeah, she should be good at rhetoric and phrasing and all of this. She should not be getting cornered by this 17-year-old, like, shit-stained kid.
Yeah.
Or 18-year-old shit-stained kid, whatever. Like, he's never done any of this stuff before. He just thinks of it as a hobby. He's still using flawed reasoning. He hasn't even fucking graduated high school yet. Much less gone to, like, a law degree thing or anything. Like, please.
だから誰が犯人だと具体的に追及はしない。
I've smashed your closed room with something possible even for humans. However, I won't specifically investigate who the culprit is.
なぜなら、俺は人間を信じてるからだ。
That's a fucked up thing to believe in humans for. It's like, oh yeah, a human could definitely do all this awful shit.
Because I believe in humans, because I definitely won't accept that there's a person among us who would steal the key from Maria, use it, and do something so horrible. No. He's going, oh. Yeah, so now he's got a weak point here.
Yeah.
He's saying a human could do it, but he's refusing to accept a human would do it.
Yeah.
And that's not going to work, because Beto can go, well, wait a second. Now you have to decide, did a human do it or not? Regardless of who you say the suspect is, it has to be a human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to prove two things here. He's got to prove the inexistence of witches, which he's, like, kind of good at, like, right here, because, like, he's delusional and he's not paying attention to anything. But the second thing is that, like, that someone else did, in fact, do it, because if it's none of the people on the island and he refuses to accept that, then it has to be Beatrice. Or Beatrice, sorry.
Yeah. Yep, she's seen it.
降参だ、リザイン。
I give up. I resign.
この盤面についてだけは一度降参しよう。
Just once for this skirmish, I'll give up.
だがやはりお前は甘いなバトラー。
But you really are naive, Battler.
捨て台詞は敗者の特権だぜ。
Parting remarks are a loser's privilege.
好きに楽しめよ。
Say as many as you like.
わらわの存在を否定し続ける以上、そなたはやがて追い詰められることになるぞ。
Since you continue to deny my existence, you will eventually be cornered.
何しろわらわを否定する以上、そなたの愛してやまない親族たちを疑うことにならざるを得ないのだからな。
After all, since you deny me, you will have to suspect those relatives that you can't stop loving.
そなたは愛しいものを疑わざるを得ない最後の瞬間、わらわの存在を必ず認めるだろう。
In the last moment when you have to suspect one who is beloved to you, then you will surely accept my existence. Although, again, like we talked about this multiple times over the past few streams, like it's very easy for just like a 19th person to be like hanging out in the woods somewhere. Like the island is like 10 kilometers in circumference.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And most of it is forested. Like, please. It'd be so fucking easy for someone who have snuck onto the island like a decade ago and has just been like hunting birds and small game the entire time. Like on a garden somewhere deep in the forest. Like, they could absolutely do it. True, you have defeated me in this skirmish alone.
しかしその差羊の甘さは必ず身を滅ぼすぞ。
Again, like, I feel like callow is a better word than naive for this, like, context.
Yeah.
However, that naive logic will definitely destroy you.
There could be a creek or something.
For water?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually, you can filter salt water pretty easily as well. You just have to boil it. And then, okay, so you set it up in a pot, right? And then you put, like, a tarp or a plastic sheet or something like that, curved over the top of it into a dome. And then you boil it, and the water will come up as steam and condense onto the sheet or whatever the fuck you're using to catch it, and then it will drip off onto the side, or onto the sides depending on how you set it up, and then you can just like pour it into a bottle from there, and all the salt will be left in the pot.
Yep.
Turning ocean water into potable water is easy enough when you're on land. It's just difficult when you're on the ocean because you can't actually have a fire on your fucking ship most of the time. You can't win against me after all. I don't think I need to do that one.
Sometimes the screen will move on its own. Sometimes I have to click to move it. And I never know which it is.
Yeah.
Rosa and the rest returned from the chapel to the parlor in the mansion. So many things had happened since early in the morning. Of course, they were high-strung. Battler and George, who had cried, raged, and let their emotions explode after seeing their parents' tragic bodies, returned to the parlor and sat in the sofas, dazed as though everything up until then had been a lie. Only Maria had completely unchanged and looked just like normal. When she wasn't playing pranks, she was basically a kid who played wordlessly by herself. So even if she was dazed, she would probably look just as she did. But as she turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, it looked as though nothing about her had changed from normal. Did Rosa think anything in particular about this attitude, which was clearly different from normal people? She stared at Maria's back as though looking at something that wasn't quite heartwarming. Eventually, Kumasawa came to say good morning. Her cheerful manner was clearly out of place. She couldn't help but be bewildered by the strange atmosphere in the room. Then, when she heard the details from Goda, she reacted loudly with shock.
もちろん警察には連絡したんですよね。
course you've contacted the police, right?
こういう時はどうすればいいんでしょう。おお、どうすればいいんでしょう。
What should we do in a time like this? Oh, what should we do?
落ち着いて聞いてください。どうも昨夜の落雷で何かの機械がやられたようなのです。
Please calm down and listen. It seems a machine somewhere was somehow done in by lightning last night.
それで電話が使えなくなっておりまして。
Because of that, we haven't been able to use the phones.
じゃあ、台風が過ぎるまで警察にも連絡できないんですか？
What? Then until the typhoon passes, we can't even contact the police? Maybe Kumasawa's exaggerated surprise was a little comical. Even in this kind of situation, Rosa giggled. With that, the fog of confusion that had covered her head cleared up a little.
Cracking open a boy with the cold ones.
Welcome back.
I just opened a soda.
マリアだけじゃない。
I did it away from the mic, so I don't think the mic caught it, but you know.
今は私が親代わりなんだから。
I've got to stay
し
strong.
なきゃいけない。
It's not just Maria. I'm acting as
Oh,
a
fuck,
parent
they
to
haven't even
George and
discovered
Butler
Jessica's
too,
body yet, have
so
they?
I have to stay strong. You are correct.
Womp womp.
Mm-hmm. Rosa had been the youngest sibling with a large difference in age between her and the others, so she had always been treated
Personally,
as a child.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of want like a bodysuit as tight as the demons got, because like that shit shows their navel. I want one of those. I'd never wear it, but I just want one just to have it.
That is pretty nice. You were correct.
Like, give me that. I want to hang that up and display it somewhere. Like, that's some incredible fabric right there to be able to do that.
Very true. Very true indeed. Every time she learned something new, it was something obvious to her siblings. She had built up a complex, becoming convinced of her own incompetence. That isn't a bodysuit, it's a vacuum pack.
Yeah. Like, just like that, but like not restrictive somehow. Like, I want it. I want one.
So she had developed a passive personality, asking her siblings for advice every time something happened. But she no longer had any brothers or sisters. Now Rosa was the only one of the 4 Ushiro-Miya siblings left. Furthermore, if Kinzo continued to shut himself away even in this extraordinary situation, Rosa would have to surpass this crisis as the head's representative.
私はもう子供じゃない。子供じゃない。
Not a child anymore. Not a child. Rosa slapped her knees lightly and stood up. She must not wait for orders now. She had to start moving herself. She picked up the receiver of the extension phone on the side table, and she immediately remembered that the phones were down. Kenji and Shannon, whom she had sent to see Kinzo, hadn't returned yet. She had a good guess at what was going on. He was probably yelling something nonsensical again and becoming unmanageable. Precious chapel had been defiled with blood. That was easy to imagine.
It's just like very not the case, though.
It's true.
He's just like relaxing and dictating his memoir.
She had planned on using the extension phone to call the study, but unfortunately the phones were down. Rosa decided to go to the study directly with her own 2 feet. Her old self would have been too frightened to go see Kinzo. In fact, if she did meet him, she would probably be blamed somehow and insulted. This was no time to be frightened. As his true daughter, she had to make him aware of the current situation.
熊沢さん、私はお父様のところへ行ってきます。特にジョージ君とバタラ君の2人をお願いします。きっとだいぶ神経が参ってると思うの。
Kumasawa, I'm going to see father. Take special care of George and Battler. I'm sure they're on edge right now.
ええ、それはそうでございましょうとも。本当にお気の毒なことです。何か温かい飲み物でも作ってあげることにいたします。
Yes, that may be true. It's truly pitiable. I shall make them something warm to drink.
As long as it doesn't involve fish in any way.
Yeah. Thank you.
Please do not make like a mackerel shake.
Rosa went out into the hallway and headed towards Kinzo's study. The atmosphere in the mansion which she spent her younger days in and should have been full of memories seemed somehow different. She began to climb the stairs in the entrance hall. Just then, In the faint darkness down the stairs behind Rosa's back, something glowed. A single fluttering gold butterfly. It fluttered around and it sparkled. That butterfly danced about without a sound. Only natural. No one can hear the sound of a butterfly's wings beating. And then it came to a rest on Rosa's back as she slowly climbed the stairs. Rosa didn't notice it. Someone not in the know saw it. They probably assumed it was just a single sheet of gold leaf in the shape of a butterfly that had been stuck there. Without noticing a thing, Rosa continued heading towards Kinzo's study.
Oh, that's awful.
さーて、次はどう遊ばせてもらおうか。
So, how will you entertain me with this next one?
まだまだ駒はいくらでもある。
There are still many, many pieces left.
In the parlor, which had fallen silent again, the only sound was the TV that Maria was watching alone. If there was anything audible besides that, it was the sound of the rain, which had continued on and on since the previous night. Every one of those who had witnessed that unearthly and horrible scene stayed silent, as though praying that the events of that morning had all been a dream. As Kumasawa alone hadn't seen it, her reaction was slightly different. Silence itself seemed more unbearable to her, and she was anxious to encourage everyone somehow. However, she was aware that she must avoid saying anything careless. She seemed to be pondering how she could be most helpful. Normally, it would be time for breakfast. However, possibly because something so outrageous had happened, but it seemed to have forgotten to prepare a meal. Or maybe everyone was so beaten up that they'd forgotten their hunger. Kumasawa wanted to bring up the subject of what they should do for breakfast, but it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so she really couldn't. She really was hungry. She casually made a proposal.
皆さんもいろいろあってお疲れでしょ。こういう時は温かい紅茶で体を温めるのが一番ですよ。
Seems everyone is tired after all that has happened. In times like this, I think the best thing is to heat yourself with some warm black tea.
それはいい提案ですな。
Indeed, that is an excellent plan.
私も賛成です。
I agree as well.
美味しい紅茶にジャムを塗ったビスケットなどいかがですか。そうそう、ハロウィンの時期が近いみたいで、かぼちゃ型の美味しそうなクッキーが棚にありました。
Kumasawa.
Oh, no!
How about some delicious black tea with biscuits and jam? Ah, yes, I hear Halloween will be here soon. We have some delicious-looking pumpkin-shaped cookies on the shelf.
Oh, no. I thought when it said she had gotten the details from him, I thought, like, the actual details, and not the broad strokes. Oh, boy.
Sorry, Kumasawa.
熊沢さん、それは。
Kumasawa, that's...
It was just like George just over there just goes, what? Oh, no.
Or she had said the wrong thing. She had reminded Battler and the rest about that horrible and tragic Halloween party in the chapel. Now Joe hurriedly whispered into Kumasawa's ear.
バトラさん、本当にすみません。
Battler, I am so sorry.
悪気はなかったんですよ。
Like direct foot in mouth.
Yeah. I didn't mean to upset you. Truly, I didn't. Yeah, she got the broad strokes of... Yeah, there was a bunch of murders in the chapel. So she thought, okay, don't mention chapels, don't mention their parents.
Yeah, good. We're good. But nope.
Nope.
Okay. Just a quick aside, because I don't actually, like, post my cooking very often anymore, even though I say I do on, like, my social media stuff. 1.75 pounds or 800 grams of beef stew meat, 6 fresh carrots, 8 baby potatoes, 2 if you're using russets. More or less, you just want the raw volume of each of these 3 to be roughly even, so you can make more or less based on that.
Yeah.
Enough water to cover all three in the pot. Clean, peel, chop as desired the potatoes and carrots, but absolutely clean them. That's non-negotiable. I personally peel and chop mine because that's just how I like them. But just do whatever you like on that front. Set to simmer for 7 to 8 hours. Season slowly over the course of those 7 to 8 hours using a liberal application of ground ginger, a dash of cumin, 2 teaspoons of garlic salt, 1/2 teaspoon of ground black pepper, and a dash of white pepper. 1/2 teaspoon of paprika, your choice of type. 1/2 teaspoon of cayenne, as much onion and garlic as you like. Don't go overboard. It's hard to rebalance the spices if you do. 1 teaspoon of plain salt, 2 teaspoons basil, ground basil specifically, 1 teaspoon of ground oregano, a couple pinches of rosemary, and a light dusting of marjoram. And then once you get that all together, you can take the bits, put it in a pan, and then put some soy sauce over the top with a little bit of brown sugar to make a sort of a sweet, sour, salty sauce almost. And then you serve all of that plus the sauce over rice.
Very
and
nice.
That's what I did last time. That's my fun thing.
Yeah, that is very nice.
Packer helped me come up with that recipe, so that's not fully mine, but
Yep. And
I have some cooking chops.
if you do have a Instant Pot or one of those pressure cookers in general, it makes stewed meat very, very tender. It's very good.
Right. Cook the rice in a chicken broth. That's what I forgot.
Ah, gotcha.
With a combo of butter, vegetable oil, soy sauce, and sugar for the sauce.
Yeah. 気にしてねえぜ。この
The ginger is the real flavor there.
絶対犯人にお返ししてやるぜ。
No, don't worry about it. I'll definitely turn this boiling anger back on the culprit.
It's a weird whistle when I went to take the fucking hit off my cigarette. Shit.
Wonder if that culprit is still on the island.
いるだろうな、何しろ。台風が過ぎるまで船は来ないんだ。
Probably. At least until the typhoon passes, no boat will come.
そうですとも。船はちょっとの風でも欠航しますからね。ましてや台風では絶対に船になんか乗れませんよ。
Yes, that is true. After all, the boats stop coming even when it's just a little windy. They certainly wouldn't come during a typhoon, yes.
気持ち悪いな。
Creeps me out.
兄貴もそう思うのか。俺もだぜ。犯人が例の謎の来客かどうかは捨ておいてもだ。
Think so, George? Me too. That's even putting aside whether the culprit's that mystery guest or not.
そうですな。私たちはついついベアトリーチェを名乗る謎の来客を怪しがってしまいますが。
Indeed, we've naturally suspected the mysterious guest who calls herself Beatrice.
まだ犯人と決まったわけではありません。
But we still cannot be certain she is the culprit.
彼女がまだ死体の出ていない犠牲者である可能性も残っている。
There is still the possibility she's a victim whose corpse still hasn't been found.
それを考えると、どうしても理解できないことがあるんだ。
When I think of it that way, there's something I just can't understand.
それはどういうことでしょうか？
What do you mean by that?
簡単さ。さっき熊沢のばあちゃんの言った通りだよ。この島は今台風の真っ只中で脱出不能だ。
It's simple, just like Kumasawa said a short while ago. Right now, this island is right in the middle of a typhoon, and escape is impossible.
それは犯人だって同じさ。
The same thing goes for the culprit.
なら犯人にとって犯行発覚は可能なら最も避けたいことのはずだ。
In that case, having the crime come to light should have been the thing the culprit wanted to avoid most.
そうですね。礼拝堂の入り口にあんな不気味な魔法陣を書いて、ここに死体がありますなどとアピールする必要はありませんね。
I see, so there was no need to draw that creepy magic circle on the entrance to the chapel and to show off the fact that the corpses were there.
そうさ。そういうことなんだ。
You good?
Yep, I'm good.
さらに言えば、
Just checking things.
あの6人にあんなむごたらしいことをするだけの手間をかけられたなら、
Yeah, that's it. And if they were able to take the time and effort to do something so horrible to those 6 people,
6人の死体を発見不能な場所に隠すことだって可能だったはず。
it should have been possible for them to hide the 6 corpses where they'd be impossible to find.
同感だね。あの残酷なハロウィンパーティーは多分死んだ人たちに向けられたものじゃない。やがて発見する僕たちへ向けたものなんだよ。
I agree. That brutal Halloween party probably wasn't directed at those who died. It was directed at the people who would eventually discover it. Us.
魔法陣はそのためのアピールだと言い切れるだろうね。
Probably safe to say that the magic circle was there to help us find it.
犯人はこの島からしばらく逃げられないことを知っている。にもかかわらず、台風の真っ最中に死体を見つけさせたいような真似をした。
The culprit knows that they won't be able to escape from the island for a while, and yet they acted as though they wanted to make us find the corpses in the middle of this typhoon.
こりゃどういうことなんだ。俺が犯人だったなら、死体を見つけさせるような真似は絶対にしないんだが。
What does it mean? If I were the culprit, I definitely wouldn't play around and make us find the bodies.
ベアトリーチェ様はお部屋におられませんでした。特に部屋が荒らされていた様子もありませんし。
Lady Beatrice was not in her room, and the room did not seem particularly disturbed.
ああ、いえ、お嬢様がだいぶ荒らしてしまいましたが。
No, my lady did disturb it quite a lot, though. Yeah, she did.
Yeah, sort of broke a bunch of shit.
Quite a lot, in fact.
そういや、ジェシカは
Oh, geez, yep, now they're gonna find her. Come to think of it, what happened to Jessica?
カノンさんが様子を見てくれています。
I'm gonna use you to bounce an image onto Discord real quick.
多分、お嬢様のお部屋におられるでしょう。
Cannon is looking after her. They are probably in Milady's room.
よくないね。犯人は間違いなくまだこの島にいる。今の状況下で少人数で孤立することはそれほどいいことだとは思わない。
That isn't good. The
Thank you,
culprit
George.
is definitely still on the island. In this situation, I don't believe it's a very good idea to isolate ourselves in small numbers.
それはどういう意味ですか？まさか犯人は私たち全員を殺すつもりだとおっしゃるんですか？
I mean, it's a possibility, Kumasawa.
Yeah, I mean, probably. That Beatrice probably wants to kill you all of you, every one of you.
What do you mean by that? You don't mean to say that the culprit plans to kill all of us?
落ち着きましょう。まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
Let us remain calm. That is not yet certain.
ところが悔しいことに、その可能性も否定できねえんだよな。
But unfortunately, we can't deny that the possibility exists.
この手紙が
I did remember the other day that I actually have done visual novels before. Before like Slay the Princess and Umineko. But they were the really, really old Flash ones that were made like by like Americans and everything, not Japanese visual
Oh,
novels, and they
okay.
were just like the replicas. So like I do apparently have some experience with it, but this was like fucking 14 years ago, probably more actually,
Fair enough.
because it's been a very long time since that sort of thing was popular with Flash games.
Yep, that certainly makes sense. But unfortunately, we can't deny that the possibility exists. This letter was in the
これによ
chapel.
るならば犯人は魔女様で
According to this, the culprit is the witch.
じい様の碑文の謎を解いて黄金を見つけなきゃ一族老頭皆殺しにするみてえなことを言っている。
Shut up, Phoenix.
And if we don't solve the riddle of grandfather's epitaph and find the gold, they'll massacre the whole family, or something like that.
それは本当ですか？私にも読ませていただいてよろしいですか？
Is that true? Would you allow me to read it as well?
She always freaks out when stuff like this happens.
Yeah, which, I mean, fair. As they read the witch's letter, Goda, Kumasawa, and Najo's faces grew even paler than they had been. Kumasawa could no longer hide her shaking.
死にたくなかったらじい様の隠し黄金を見つけてみろか。
If you don't want to die, try finding grandfather's hidden gold. Is that it?
ふざけやがって。
Screwing around with
て
us?
めえじゃ解けない謎だから俺たちに解かせようって腹に決まってるぜ。
I'll bet she can't solve the riddle, so she's trying to make us solve it. No, but good guess.
Yeah, she already knows where the gold is hidden. It's her fucking gold.
Yeah, she's gonna collect it if you guys don't hurry the fuck up.
And you know, all of you as well. She's gonna collect you too.
That is also true.
But しかし、実際のところはどうなんでしょう。
However, I wonder what the truth is.
奥様は常々黄金伝説は親方様が作られた幻想に過ぎないと言い切られておりました。
Madam always stated that the legend of the gold was nothing more than an illusion created by the master. Mainly because Kraus told her that. And she believed everything he said.
For no fucking reason.
For no reason, that's true.
本当に実在するものなのかは怪しいところですよ。
It's doubtful whether it actually existed.
そうですな。あったらいいなとは思いつつ半信半疑だったはずです。
True, supposedly they thought it would be nice if it did exist, but only half believed it.
親族の皆さんが黄金伝説を信じ始めたのは金蔵さんが健康を崩して遺産問題が浮上してからです。
Relatives started believing in the legend of the gold only after Kinzo's health worsened and the inheritance problem came up.
それまでは信じている人はほとんどいなかったと思います。
Until then, hardly anyone believed in it, I understand.
I really hope like they get to like trying to actually fucking find the gold quickly, because if it takes until like loop 7 for them to start trying like in earnest, I'm going to forget all of my theories and like clues and everything about like from the first fucking episode. Like please get to it soon so I don't forget those things.
覚えてるかい？礼拝堂のテーブルの上、黄金のインゴットが3つあったね。
So maybe that's why. Do you remember? On the table in the chapel, there were 3 gold ingots.
あれだけでも相当の価値があるよ。
That alone would be worth quite a lot.
あれはまさに黄金伝説は実在することを証明してるんじゃないかな。
Doesn't that prove that the legend of the gold was real?
お待ちください。今、黄金が3つとおっしゃいましたか？
Kumasawa knows an old legend about this, doesn't she?
Excuse me, please wait. Just now, did you say that there were 3 gold bars?
ああ、確かに3つが積み上げてあったぜ。
Yeah, there were definitely 3 of them piled up.
それが何だったんだ？
So what?
私、旦那様がお話になっているのを聞いたことがあるんです。
I happened to hear Lord Krause say something once.
ええ、聞いただけでございますよ。
Yes, I just happened to hear it, you see.
別に
I wasn't eavesdropping or anything.
聞き耳を立てていたわけでは
Not
ご
like
ざ
I
い
was
ませ
trying
ん
to
と
listen
も。
in on secret discussions. No, indeed.
今は気にしないぜ。それで何だったんだ？
Don't worry about that now, so then what?
あの金塊が3つじゃ何かまずいってのか？
Is there something wrong with there being 3 of those gold bars?
ええ、旦那様がおっしゃるには、黄金伝説を裏付ける黄金は一つしか見つかっていないのだそうです。
Yes, according to Lord Krause, there was only 1 bar ever found to support the legend of the gold.
そうでしたな。確か金蔵さんがマルソーの会長さんに黄金の山を見せて、その1本を持ち帰らせたというような話だったはずです。
That is correct. I believe Kinzo showed the president of Maruso a mountain of gold and let him take 1 bar back with him, or so the story goes.
その一つをですね、旦那様はお持ちになられていたのです。そしてこうもおっしゃっておりました。
That 1 bar came to be in Lord Krause's possession. He said that no other gold supporting the Master's legend of the gold existed.
Yeah, okay, so our theory was correct earlier about, like, Krause getting his hands on it somehow.
Oh yeah,
Because, like, that gold bar was never actually, like, returned.
Yeah.
Or maybe Krause actually said that at one point in the previously, but I don't remember.
Yes, Krause said it at one point. Basically, when he showed it to Natsuhi, he said, "Yeah, it took me forever to track this thing down, but it's real. I've been lying to you."
Alright. See, bad brain. This is what it does to you.
Yep, absolutely.
旦那様ってクラウスおじさんの話だよな。ってことはなんだ？ じゃなくて
Talking about Uncle Krause here, so what does that mean? No, wait, 3?
おいおい、どこから出てきたんだよ。多すぎるぜ。
Wait, where did that come from? That's too many, right?
こうは考えられませんか。他の親族の方もそれぞれ見つけておられて、それを一つずつ。
But only one was ever given out, Nancho. That's the problem.
Perhaps there is another explanation. Maybe the other relatives also found one each, and they each brought one of them there.
いや、私はそうは思いません。親族の皆さんがお屋敷に来られた時、私は皆さんのお荷物を預からせてもらっています。その時、不審な重さは感じませんでした。
No, I cannot believe that. When all of the relatives came to the mansion, I was entrusted with their luggage. Did not feel a suspicious weight back then. Because, yeah, you would...
Yeah, because, like, a random, like, 10-kilo gold bar in a suitcase somewhere would absolutely make that suitcase feel so much heavier than it should.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's not something that can be divided
For those
up.
who work in freedom units, that's 22 pounds of gold.
Yeah, you would fucking notice. You'd be like, holy shit, did they bring a weight set?
Yeah, like, you would definitely think that they had something extra other than clothes in there.
Yeah.
Like, even early laptops didn't weigh 22 fucking pounds.
Yep.
I don't even know if early laptops were a thing in 1986 yet.
Huh?
Let's see.
Yeah, check in on that real quick.
Thirst laptop. 1981. Okay, so yeah. It was the French company R2E Micro CCMC. It's yeah, that's the name of the thing. The CCMC. And the Epson HX20 was also around the same time. So it looks like two companies independently came up with the idea and made it around the same time.
Fair enough.
So let's see. How much did the Epson HX20 weigh? 3.5 pounds. Yeah, not even fucking close. It's 1.5 kilograms roughly. You would literally need like 7 of the bastards. I will definitely be using that knowledge for something, though. Like that laptops were invented in 1980.
そんな重さが荷物に入っていたら僕だって気づくよ。
Yeah, George is right there. Like, you don't have to be like a trained servant and like know exactly how much a fucking suitcase needs to weigh. Like, you would notice. It's like carrying around a fucking like toddler in your damn suitcase.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the kind of weight we're talking about. Is like a full-on fucking like 3-year-old toddler would be roughly in that weight range, like 25 to 30 pounds there.
I think those would weigh about 10 kilograms if that much weight was in their bags. Even I would notice, but it didn't seem that way.
うちも同じだぜ。せいぜい着替えと常備薬、キリエさんの化粧道具、そんなもんだったと思う。
Same here. At the most, there were some changes of clothes, a first aid kit, Kiri's makeup, stuff like that, I think. Good on you for one of you in your family carrying a first aid kit, probably Kiri.
Yeah, so about a 2-year-old would weigh 10 kilos. Give or take a pound or two, but about that. So yeah, so like a 2-year-old toddler
ローザおばさんの荷物も
in your
軽そうに見
suitcase.
えたぜ。
Aunt Rosa's luggage looked pretty light.
となると、その3つ積まれた金塊は彼らあるいは僕らに示されたものということになるね。
In that case, those 3 piled up gold bars were being shown to them, or maybe to us.
黄金伝説は間違いなく存在する。
Legend of the Gold is definitely real.
幻想なんかじゃない。
It isn't an illusion.
それを暴いてみろと。
They're telling us to try and find out the secret if we can. Yeah, though that feels a little too late, George.
I think like Goda and Kumasawa and everyone need to go look for the room that Kraus has his own bar in and see if it's still there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would imagine it is, but I want them to know that. Because like Beatrice could easily just like go grab some bars from the fucking like stash, right? Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
「それの隠し場所を示したあの碑文を私たちに解かせて横取りしようという魂胆でしょうか。
Could they be scheming to have us solve the epitaph, which points to where the gold is hidden, and then try to snatch it away?
no, don't think so.
Nice guess, though.
確かにそれが一番筋が通る。
Yeah, that does make some sense.
しかし腑に落ちない点もいくつかあるぜ。
But there are a couple parts that don't fit.
なぜ碑文を一番解けそうな人物である親たちが真っ先に殺されてる。
To start, our parents, who should have been the most likely to solve the epitaph, were killed first.
これはいきなり矛盾があるように思う。
That seems to create a contradiction right off the bat to me.
Yeah, it's because Beato doesn't actually want you guys to solve the epitaph. She wants you to try, but she doesn't want you to actually do it because then she'll have to give up on her ceremony.
Something else makes even less sense. The legend of the gold is actually true. And how were they able to pile up all that gold?
まるで犯人はもう自分だけは黄金を見つけていて、お前らも見つけてみろって言ってるみたいに見えるじゃないか。
It's almost like the culprit's already found the gold and is telling us to try and find it too.
Yeah, like even if she didn't know where the fuck it was, like she could just like call up a demon and be like, "Hey, find the biggest stash of gold on this island."
Maybe the culprit found those three like Uncle Kraus did. Maybe that convinced them that the legend is true and they're trying to make us search for the rest. That's at least a passable theory.
Yeah.
残りを僕らに探させようとしている。
I think that way
と
fits
考え
the
るの
best.
が一番しっくりくるね。
チェス盤に駒がちっとも並ばねえ。犯人が何を企んでいて、何をしたいのか、何をさせたいのかがさっぱりだ。
You do though. You just keep forgetting about the fucking letter. They do this every loop. I feel like.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
fair.
I know we're only on the second loop, but like it feels like they're gonna just keep doing this every time.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the thing. They're not accepting the idea that they know where the gold is. And that they want them to find the gold. Or rather, they know they want the gold found, but they're trying to figure out why they want the gold found if they're already in a good position, like knowing where the gold is already. Pieces on the chessboard aren't lined up at all. You don't have a clue where the culprit is, what the culprit is planning, what they want, or what they want to make us do.
Yeah, I suppose I trust the letter specifically because this is a work of fiction and I know how like fictions work. Like in real life, I don't think I would trust a letter like that.
Yeah.
Not when bodies are dropping around me.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is fairly realistic. Yeah, I'd say. Yeah. Okay.
Is there any point? No matter what we think, is there anything we can figure out right now?
書いてあるよ。
It was written down.
何をさせたいかは。
What she wanted to make us do.
みんなは文字読めないのかな。
Couldn't anyone read it?
Maria suddenly laughed in a creepy voice. I thought she'd been concentrating on the TV, but apparently she'd been listening in too. Without turning away from the TV, she very simply told us what we were forgetting.
ベアトリーチェは黄金が欲しいなんて一言も言ってないよ。
Beatrice hasn't said once that she wants the gold.
ベアトリーチェは碑文の謎をみんなが解けるか解けないか、それしか聞いてないんだよ。
All she's asking is whether you're all capable of solving the epitaph's riddle or not.
どうせ無理だろうって思ってるに違いないけどね。
Though I'll bet she's pretty sure you could never do it. I think Kinzo and Beatrice are the only people who actually know where it is, so...
So are you saying you can solve it, Maria?
知らない。
I don't care.
だってマリアは黄金鏡へ連れてってもらうんだもん。
After all, she'll take me to the Golden Land.
ベアトリーチェの邪魔なんかしないよ。
So I won't get in Beatrice's way.
あ、痛い。
There's another thump.
どうやらこれ以上知るには
It's like he's like karate chopping her in the head to like that's the off button.
Just like she's a big alarm clock. Bonk.
It's like, okay, information dispenser, you're done. We don't need any more. That's it.
In any case, it looks like we'll have to ask Maria if we want to learn anything more.
マリア、聞かせてもらうぞ。
Maria, tell us.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ？
Who is this Beatrice? Wrong question again.
Yeah, she's told you the answer to that so many times.
What is she planning?
ベアトリーチェはね、魔女なの。
You know, Beatrice is a witch.
不思議な力で何でもできる。
She can do anything with her strange powers.
魔法の力で何でもできる。
The power of magic can do anything.
黄金も生み出せるし、パンも生み出せる。
You can even create gold or bread.
もちろんお菓子だって生み出せるよ。
I think it's interesting that the word for bread in Japanese is still pan.
Oh yeah.
As in, like, you know, the same as it is in like so many other languages, and I don't know if it's a borrowed word, like a loan word, or not. I could believe it either way, just because like bread is a very simple word, and bread is a very simple thing that like almost every culture has, and like I can see that word like filtering through and not changing too much in most cultures from like the original stuff from like 10,000 years ago, you know?
I see what it is. I did a quick Google, and of course, it's Old Portuguese.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Because, yeah, Portugal is one of the places that traded with them very early. Portugal and the Dutch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Dutch actually sent missionaries. There we go.
Yep.
They probably also sent mercenaries too, but
yeah. So it's also between the Dutch and the Portuguese. That's why they got fried foods.
That's kind of weird because like China does have fried food already. Although I don't think they got it from England or anything like that, but they might have. I don't know. I'm not like a huge like history nerd on at least on that bit.
Yeah, I'd have to look into it, but I'm pretty sure they got a lot of those technologies from the Dutch.
Yeah. I just don't know personally because like my history bullshit is like folklore and military history.
Yeah, that's fair. Speaking of, we've been talking too much about food. I need to be right back and like munch on something.
Yeah, I'm currently like drinking a fucking root beer float, so.
Yeah. So I will be right back. We shouldn't have to wait long enough for us to need music.
Yep, I'm just gonna like talk to chat if chat will talk back to me.
And we're back. And also, I did look into it. Yes, China had stir frying for ages, but like actual deep frying started with the Portuguese, and then the Dutch refined it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So
tempura came from...
All of my favorite Chinese food is actually, like, Chinese edited Dutch or fucking Portuguese. Fair enough.
Yep.
Here we go. New schedule set on the panels below the thing. So I just had it like set to an old thing about like, if I'm live, it's probably Tuesday. That's not the case, and it hasn't been the case for like 3 months now.
That's very true. But yeah, apparently it was something potentially done by the Portuguese during the Lenten season. So when they were abstaining from meat, because while tempura is associated with shrimp, it can be used for vegetables and stuff. And I guess there were some sources that suggested they did that, but the exact recipe has been lost to time. But probably something to extend vegetables a little bit, as far as like how filling everything is and how they taste, because it's sailors.
My PayPal uses the same fucking avatar I had 4 years ago.
Oh,
I haven't
wow.
updated it to the new one. Whoops. Let me just do that real quick.
見たでしょ
And of course he can create sweets too, right? You saw it, didn't you? Mel?
I was chewing.
Okay. Just like it was long enough that I was like, hold on, is something happening?
At the time, everyone jumped at the sound of a door being slammed shut. When we turned around, we saw that Rosa had suddenly returned, bringing Genji and Shannon. Then she rapidly approached Maria, her heels squeaking, and hit her on the cheek.
そんな話はやめなさい。バトラ君たちが気を悪くするでしょ。
Stop talking about that. Battler and the rest will take it badly. Without waiting for a response, she hit Maria's cheek once more. Everyone could only stand there, stunned.
うーではわからないわよ。はいは
I don't know what "oo" means, but about yes. Yeah, the problem with her gaining confidence is she also has confidence in being an awful person.
Yeah.
She mercilessly hit Maria's cheek again. Maybe Maria didn't feel like resisting after being hit twice. She weakly said yes.
ローザさん、そこまでひどくすることはない。
Rosa, there's no reason to be so hard.
娘に対する教育です。口は挟まないでいただきます。
This is my daughter's education. Do not interrupt.
Interrupt all you like because no child deserves that.
Yeah. Rosa is the whole landfill. Whole
As we've said
landfill.
before. The whole fucking dumpster. Fire and all.
In fact, I will add the content warnings again.
Yes, please. We'll take that as well.
Because we will be dealing with a lot of topics going forward between today and tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Monday.
Monday, yeah. Today and the next stream, we shall say.
Yes. The atmosphere around Rosa with Genji and Shanna standing back at attention behind her was somehow cold and yet dignified. I don't know if there's anything dignified about hitting a child, but I get what you're saying. She feels austere suddenly. Completely different from how she had seemed before she left. She was not holding something. She was holding something that looked like a gun. Couldn't imagine that she'd be holding a toy in this situation.
ローザおばさん、それは。
Rosa, what is?
It's a
お父様
fucking
のもの
gun.
です。
There you go.
このような事態ですの
It's the same one
で
as last
特
time.
別に借りてきました。
This is father's. Because of the current situation, I borrowed it specially.
みんなだって分かってるはず。
Everyone should understand.
犯人はまだ近くにいるのですか
The
ら。
culprit is still nearby.
何があるか分からない。
Don't know what might happen.
同感です。
No, it
犯人
didn't
が何を
exactly work
企ん
out
でいる
for
かを
Nazi
探るより
last
も
time.
僕たちは身の安全を先に考えた方がいいかもしれない。
Yeah, that didn't work out for Natsuhi. I agree.
And
Rather
that's
than
why we chose that that particular fucking song for the start of the stream today.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. You don't need a gun to shoot me.
rather than trying to figure out what the culprit is planning, it might be better to first think about our own safety.
お父様はご無事でしたが、突然の出来事に多少取り乱していました。
I do not
部
believe
屋
you.
からは出ないと言っていますので安全でしょう。
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. Father was fine, but he was considerably shaken by these sudden events. Fortunately, he said he won't leave his room, so he should be safe.
あと、私たちは極力同じ場所に集まるべきです。
For now, we should all try to stay together as much as possible.
同感だぜ。相手がどこに潜んでいるのかもわからねえし。何しろ、一人という保証もねえんだ。
I agree. We don't even know where the culprit's hiding, and after all, there's no proof that there's only one of them. Even though I said it myself, I shivered. That's right.
Guess you're a pathetic little bitch.
Did a single person kill 6 people and set up such a horrible scene all
Oh
alone?
my god, I muttered that so quietly, but Captioner still picked it up perfectly.
Amazing.
Son of a bitch. God damn it.
Isn't it natural to assume that this crime was carried out by multiple culprits?
ローザさんに同感です。私たちは一ところに集まるのがいいでしょうな。
I agree with Rosa. It probably is good for us to stay together.
ええ、私もそれが良いと思いますよ。
Yes, yes, I think it's good too. Yes, yes.
お嬢様たちももうそろそろこちらへお呼びした方がいいかもしれません。
Maybe it's about time we called for my lady and Cannon.
そうだね。もう降りてきてもらおう。
That's right, let's have them come down. George tried to grab the extension phone, but Goda shook his head. That's right, the phones are down right now, aren't they?
俺と何人かで行ってこよう。
I'll go with a couple people.
ジョージの兄貴にゴーダさんも来てくれれば十分だろ。
If George and Goda come too, that should be enough.
いいえ、みんなで一緒に行きましょう。狼と羊のパズルなのよ。
No, let's all go together. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle.
私たちがここに揃い安定しているなら、この状態が一番安全。
If we're in balance while gathered together like this, then maintaining the situation will be safest.
狼と羊のパズル？
Wolves and sheep puzzle.
おお、マリア持ってる。見せてあげる。
I've got it. I'll show you.
マリア、テレビを消しなさい。源氏さん、ジェシカちゃんの部屋を教えてください。
Maria, turn off the TV. Genji, tell me where Jessica's room is.
みんなで行きましょう。
Let's all go together.
はい。ご案内いたします。
Yes, I will guide you.
さあみんな、一緒に行動するわよ。私の指示に
How
従っ
does
て。
guide sound like God? Then I changed it to God as well.
Yeah. Come on, everyone. We'll move together. Follow my instructions. You stood up. Maria alone looked like she had some regrets about the TV, but she decided to go along with everyone for now and got up.
シャノン、よかった。戻りが遅いから少し心配してたよ。
Shannon, thank goodness. I was a bit worried when you took so long to get back.
ご心配をおかけしました。親方様より筆行のご命令があったもので。
I'm sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to transcribe something for him.
筆行？
Transcribe?
シャノン。
すみません。失礼しました。
I am sorry, excuse me. We headed for Jessica's room with the armed Aunt Rosa and Genji in the lead. Jessica and Cannon were a boy and girl of about the same age. Sure be a shame if we barged in on them at a bad time, or at least that's what we'd be joking about normally. However, Aunt Rosa was on edge, constantly exuding a sense of tension. There definitely wasn't the sort of atmosphere for careless remarks like that.
ほら、遅れないで。みんな一緒に行動するの。
Hey, don't fall behind. Everyone move together.
犯人はいつどこから飛びかかってくるかわからないのよ。
We don't know when or where the culprit might leap out at us, right?
Rosa is probably like a bad choice for this. Like, Natsuki handled this way better.
Yeah. Yeah, she is very
And like,
stressed.
that's not entirely Rosa's fault either. It's mostly, I think it's mostly her parent, like her father and her siblings that did that to her, but also, goddamn girl.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Amber, my son. It is food time. You want to come up and like get up and follow me?
Now, maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude was more appropriate. Since Grandfather hadn't come down, Aunt Rosa was our leader. This wasn't a situation where she could smile like she always did. Aunt Rosa was a mother, too. Holly also thought that If she didn't get a hold of herself, some harm might befall her beloved daughter. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. The method they had used was unknown, but there was a good chance this opponent could take down a large number of people in a flash. Would that be with weapons or with numbers? Or with the magic of a witch? In any case, I couldn't think of any reason why it'd be okay to let our guards down. The rest of us had better take much greater care, just like Aunt Rosa.
みんな止まって。
Everyone, stop. Aunt Rosa spoke in a sharp voice. Wondering what this was all about, we peered forwards. Immediately realized the reason.
なんですかこれは。
What is this?
皆様、お下がりを。
Everyone, get back. Goda and Genji approached the door. Beyond the door was probably Jessica's room.
これは礼拝堂の扉に落書きしていたのと同じ塗料のようですね。
This seems to be the same paint that was scribbled on the door to the chapel.
What? Not paint.
It appears so.
Was there a symbol already shown? Or did I miss it?
Yes, it's the gateway one again.
Okay. It appears so. It seems not much time has passed since it was drawn.
なんだありゃ。また魔法陣かよ。
What the heck? Is that another magic circle?
月の1の魔法陣だね。
Yeah, it's the first magic
I'm
circle.
across the room. Just do it for me. I'm across the room.
Yep. It's the first magic circle of the moon.
赤の扉を開く力があるよ。
It has the power to open unopening doors. Drawn on the door to Jessica's room was the same kind of creepy scribble that had been drawn on the door to the chapel. That strange pattern must have had some occult meaning, but it didn't matter what that meaning was. We're worried about whether those two were okay.
そんなことはどうでもいいよ。ジェシカちゃんとカノン君は無事なの。
Doesn't matter. Are Jessica and Cannon safe?
嫌な予感がしますな。早くジェシカさんたちを連れて下に降りましょう。
This does not bode well. We should quickly bring those two downstairs.
Actually, back in my chair
お
now.
嬢様、お嬢
And
様、
my... Okay, there
お
it
られ
goes.
ますか。お返事をお願いします。
My lady, are you there? Please answer. Goda knocked violently and yelled, but there was no answer. He gripped the doorknob with a clatter, but the lock just resisted him.
ローザ様、鍵がかかっているようです。
Lady Rosa, it seems to be locked.
仕方ないわ。開けてください。
There's no helping it. Please open it up. Genji nodded and Goda quickly unlocked the door with a master key. In the back of my mind, horrible images floated up and disappeared one after another. A magic circle had been drawn on the door to the chapel. Behind that lay 6 corpses. Somebody needs to check their typos.
Yeah.
Operatives.
And also there's a... an error there where they missed a space after the period.
Oh, yeah. So, if there's a magic circle drawn on the door to Jessica's room, then beyond it must be. Granted, I do appreciate they made this mod in the first place.
Yeah.
Because I like it a lot better than the text covering up the whole image.
Yeah, for sure.
ジェシカ様。
どうしたの？いたの？
What happened? Is she there?
ジェシカ、どうした？
Jessica, what happened? It was truly heartless. The expression on Goda's face and his cry as he opened the door prepared us for the brutal fate that Jessica had met even before we saw her. Everyone rushed into Jessica's room at once. That scene told everyone that their worst fears were spot on.
Jessica!
Are her eyes open in that? They are. I have to lean very close to see it, like at the right angle, but they are open.
Huh, yeah, you're right.
南條先生!
How horrible. Dr. Nanjo. Inside the room, which seemed elegant, for the bedroom of one so young, Jessica lay crumpled on the ground. There was a large pool of blood on the floor, and there was a knife or something sticking deep into her back.
Okay, the proportions of the spike now are way different than they were in the first one.
Yep. So yeah, the spike.
Because like in the first one, it was like the size of a fucking fist in thickness, right?
Yeah, it was pretty thick, and it was much more drill shaped. Like it still kind of has that, but it's much more like not explicitly a drill.
Yeah, like this is actually a spike with like some engraving on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I assume this is more accurate to what it was than before because they were describing it as more like an ice pick.
Yeah.
An ice pick is like a very thin spike, but
yeah, each of the demons is different in appearance. Like they all are spike-ish, but like the other one, whichever that one that was, that got Hideyoshi last time, was more like a drill, and this one is much more like a spike. Which this one is Asmodeus.
Asmodeus, yes. No. Stay out of the recycling bag.
Was it a knife? There was a design on the handle that just had to symbolize something demonic. Had to be a weapon with some kind of occult meaning.
これはひどいお亡くなりになっています。これは多分肺まで届いてるでしょうな。
This is horrible. She has passed away. This probably reached her lungs.
死んでからそう時間は経っていません。
Not much time has passed since she died.
ジェシカくそくそ
バトラ様。
甘かった分かってた島からは逃げられない以上犯人は必ず近くにいたんだ
It's naive. I knew it. Since the culprit couldn't escape the island, they were definitely close by.
ならどうしてすぐに警戒しなかったんだ
So why didn't I get cautious sooner?
甘えてた
Naive.
犯人ってやつは罪を犯したらこそこそと逃げて隠れてるもんだと思い込んでた
I just assumed that a culprit would commit their crime and then just sneak away and hide.
あの時の僕たちは動転してた
We were stunned then.
ジェシカちゃんが怒りに身を任せて駆け出すのも仕方がないことだと思ってた
We thought Jessica giving in to her rage and running off was just something that couldn't be helped.
でも甘かったんだ
But we were naive.
止めるべきだった
We should have stopped her.
幸田さん、どうしてジェシカちゃんたちを放ってきちゃったの？あなたが一緒にいてくれたらこんなことには。
Koda, why did you leave those two alone? If only you had been with them. Something like this?
いえ、それは私は危険ですから戻りましょうと言いました。
Oh, that is... I said it was dangerous, so we should
た
return.
だお嬢様は一人になりたいと申しまして、
It's just that my lady said that she wanted to be alone.
カノンさんが自分に任せてほしいと言いまして、
Canon said that... Canon told me to leave it to him, and...
それを言ったら、カノンさんはどこへ？
Speaking of which, where is Canon?
そうだカノン君は一体
That's right.
I
What in the
wonder if
world happened to
Beatrice
Canon?
also like cleaned up Cannon's blood from the ground as well. Which I would assume she did,
Yeah,
because otherwise it wouldn't be like very convincing that like he killed her and ran off.
Canon, where?
カノンさんはお嬢様と一緒にいたはずです。一体どこに？
Canon should have been with my lady. Where in the world did she go? Where did he go?
まさかやられたんじゃないだろうな
You don't think they got him?
静かに。この部屋に誰か隠れているかもしれない。
Quiet. Someone might be hiding in this room.
ベッドの下やクローゼットなどを探して。
Search under the bed and in the closet. There was a chance that Cannon's corpse had been pushed away somewhere. Roses ordered. Everyone searched throughout the room together. There wasn't a single human hiding anywhere.
Or Beato like quit his corpse.
どこにもないぜ
Good question.
まさか犯人に連れ出されたか
He's nowhere. Could the culprit have taken him out of the room?
なら早く探し出して助けないと
Then we'll have to search for him quickly and save
もた
him.
もたしてるとやばいことにな
I
るかもし
don't
れね
think
え
that's
ぞ
going to be possible.
If we're slow, something awful might happen.
ローザおさん屋敷内を捜索しよう犯人を探そう
Aunt Rosa, let's search all over the mansion. Let's search for the
カ
culprit.
ノン君を助け出そう
Let's save Cannon.
静かに
Quiet.
She's going to accuse him here.
When Aunt Rosa yelled at us, we fell silent instantly. She was probably contemplating something. However, what in the world could that be? Aunt Rosa walked around the room as though looking for something, or as though she was collecting her thoughts. Then she found something on the side table by the bed and picked it up.
誰かわかる人教えて。これは何の鍵かしら。
If anyone knows, tell me. Which key is this? Aunt Rosa showed everyone a key with a cute mascot attached to it. Judging from its cute appearance, I didn't doubt that it was Jessica's key. I had no way of knowing for sure.
おそらくこの部屋のお嬢様のお部屋の鍵でしょう。
It is probably the key to this room, to my lady's room.
After hearing that, Aunt Rosa made a show of going out of the room and checking. Without a doubt, it was the key to this room.
どうしてこんなところに置いてあるのかしら。普通大事な鍵はポケットとかにしまわないかしら。
Wonder why it was set in a place like this. Wouldn't you normally keep such an important key in your pocket?
お嬢様はご自分の部屋に施錠される習慣はただ学校に行かれる時だけは旦那様などに勝手に部屋を見られたくないと言って施錠されていたようですが。
That lady wasn't in the habit of locking her room. It seems she would only do it when she went to school because she didn't want someone like Lord Krause, to look inside her room.
Damn, dude, your kid doesn't even trust you not to go through their shit when they're not there.
Yeah.
Bruh, that is not a good
同居
sign.
してるわけじゃないから、ジェシカちゃんがここに鍵を置くのは自然なこと
I see.
ということね。
She wasn't at school, so it's natural that Jessica would set the key down
この
here.
扉を開けられる鍵はいくつあるの？
How many keys can open this door?
お嬢様がお持ちの一つだけですが。
Just the one my lady had.
あなたたちのマスターキーでは開けられないの？
Can't it be opened with your master keys?
開けられます。
They can open it.
マスターキーは何本あるの？
How many master keys are there?
使用人の人は全員持ってるの？
Are all of the servants holding them?
余剰分はある。
They're extras.
はい、私たちは全員が持っています。
Yes, we all have one.
余剰分はどうでしょう。
As for extras, I wonder.
以前は何本かありましたが、奥様に不用心だと強くお叱りを受けまして、対応が取られたはずです。
There used to be several, but Madam scolded us harshly, saying that was careless, so they should have been dealt with.
そうです。私たち使用人が一本ずつ持つのみです。
That is correct. There is only one held by each servant.
それ以外は存在しません。
There are no more.
ん？ちょいと待て。確か前回のゲームじゃマスターキーには余剰分があるって話じゃなかったのか？
Wait a sec. I think we talked about extra master keys in the last game, right?
それについてだがな、所在不明のマスターキーが何本もあっては、わらわにあまりに不利であることに気づいたのだ。
Indeed. Well, regarding that, I have noticed that having several master keys whose locations are unknown is quite disadvantageous for me.
そりゃそうだろうよ。密室で俺に魔法を信じさせたいお前にとっちゃ、想定外のマスターキーは非常に不利だろうよ。
That's probably right, since you want to make me believe in magic using closed rooms. It'd really hurt you if there were more master keys than we thought.
何しろ俺は、施錠に関するトリックが登場するたびに、過去に
Well,
放出
that's
した
probably
マスター
why
キーや、その複製を、
she did it this way, is to highlight the
対抗し
keys
ていくつもりだったからよ。
Yep.
and like left all the servants alive this time as well. Well, except for Cannon, of course.
Yep. But now there are, yeah, the keys are dealt with. Which, there were extras in the last timeline. She's affected things beyond the scope of just a day.
Interesting.
After all, every time a trick involving locks showed up, Landon resist by arguing that the culprit had a master key that someone lost in the past or a duplicate.
そうよ、その通り。だから、そこを崩す一手を打たせてもらうことにした。
Yes, that's correct. So I've decided to make a move to defeat that.
設定を変更する。
I'll update our setting.
マスターキーは使用人たちがそれぞれ持つ一本のみ。
The only master keys are the ones held by the servants, one key each.
ふざけやがって。それより、こりゃどういう手なんだ？
Messing with me? More importantly, what kind of move is this?
ローザおばさんは何を言っているんだ？
What's Aunt Rosa talking about?
Battler, you are so fucking stupid.
さあなあ。
Oh
話
my
に
god.
耳を傾けてみるがよかろう。
Who knows? You should try listening in.
ありがとう。状況が整理できたわ。
Thank you. I have the situation sorted out.
そして、ジェシカちゃんを襲った犯人、あるいはその一味の一人を特定できたわ。
I've been able to pinpoint the culprit who assaulted Jessica, or at least one of their accomplices.
なんだって？それは誰だよ？
What did you say? Who is it?
まさか、ローザおばさんはカノン君のことを言ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
Aunt Rosa, you don't mean Canon, do you?
カノン君がどうしてですか？
What? Why Canon?
この部屋は施錠されていたわ。そしてこの部屋に施錠できる鍵は使用人のみんなが持っているマスターキーとジェシカちゃんが持っているこの鍵しかない。
This room was locked, and the only keys that can unlock it are the master keys held by each servant and the key Jessica
で
had.
もジェシカちゃんの鍵はここに閉じ込められていた。
That Jessica's key was closed up in
とい
here.
うことは施錠できたのはマスターキーしかありえないの。
Which means it's only possible that one of the master keys locked this room up.
おっしゃる通りです。
It is as you say.
となれば誰かがジェシカちゃんを殺し、そして施錠したことになる。その人物はマスターキーを持っていたわ。そしてマスターキーを持っていた人物は5人しかいない。
In that case, someone killed Jessica, then locked the door. That person had a master key. There are only 5 people with master keys.
そんな、私ではありませんよ、私では。そんなことできません。
Oh my, it wasn't me, not me. No, I could never do such a thing.
熊沢さんは朝が遅かった。私たちが礼拝堂から客間に戻ってきて、それまでの間、あなたがどこで何をしていたかは証明不能。
Kumasawa got up late after
物陰から私たちを伺って
clicked
い
by
て、
mistake.
孤立したジェシカちゃんたちの後を追い、こっそり襲いかかった。
After we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we did meet you there, but it's impossible to prove where you were and what you were doing until that time. Watched us from the shadows, chased after Jessica and Cannon when they were isolated and stealthily attacked them.
私がお嬢様のところを訪れて、こんなむごいことをしたとおっしゃるのですか？
You saying I visited my lady's room and did something so horrible?
あんまりにございます。
I did no such thing.
あんまりですとも。
Yes, no such thing.
ゴーダさんだってどうです？あなたはカノン君にジェシカちゃんを任せて帰ってきたと言ったわ。
What about you, Goda? You said you left Jessica in Cannon's care and returned.
でも本当なのかしら？
I wonder if that's true.
本当は2人を殺してカノン君の死体を隠して、それで何食わぬ顔で戻ってきたんじゃないのかしら？
Honestly, Koda's probably like the only person in the group that could actually manage to do that.
Yeah.
Like physically.
Maybe you actually...
Like kill both of them, then pick one kid up and just like toss him in a bush somewhere, you know?
Maybe. I would also put Genji as impossible.
Possible, but I mean, he's old. He's real old. I don't know.
Maybe you actually killed the two of them, hid Cannon's corpse, and then came back with an innocent look on your face. The only reason I will say probably not is that, well, A, we know what happened, but B, also we know Genji was with Kinzo. And Shannon
he was
can
with
vouch.
Kinzo the entire time.
Yeah, and Shannon can vouch for that as well.
そんなことはありません。
Nothing of the sort happened.
このゴーダ、誓ってそのようなことはいたしません。
I, Goda, swear that I did not do anything like that.
Okay, normally when you swear on your name, you swear on your entire name, not just your family name.
私たち
You
は
weirdo.
親方様のご命令で
Wasn't us. We were following the master's orders and...
ええ、あなたと源氏さんについてだけは大丈夫よ。
Yes, you and Genji alone are clean.
お父様から聞いた話で、それは裏付けられてる。
That's backed up by what I heard from father.
二人はお父様の部屋でずっと筆行と立ち会いをしていた。
The two of you were in father's room the whole time, transcribing and witnessing
お
for
父
him.
様と私が保証するわ。
Father and I can guarantee that.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
こうなれば、郷田さんと熊沢さんのどちらかが怪しいという論法になると思うの。
In that case, the argument becomes who is more suspicious, Goda or Kumasawa.
私もこの部屋に入った最初はそう思った。
I thought that myself right after entering this
で
room.
もね、おかしいと思ったの。
But still, I found it
ジ
strange.
ェシカちゃんの遺体の様子を見て。
Look at the state of Jessica's body.
みんなはおかしいと思わない？
Doesn't everyone think it's strange?
おかしいと言われますと
Strange, you say?
ジェシカちゃんは背中を刺されてるの。
Jessica was struck in the back.
ほら、よく一般的に言うでしょ。
Come on, they say it all the time, right?
背中を刺された事件は顔見知りが犯人の可能性が高いって。
That in crimes where the victim is struck in the back, there's a high likelihood that the culprit was someone whose face was known to the victim. I mean, in most crimes, in most murders, the victim knew the killer.
Yeah, it's just sort of duh.
But I get what she's attempting to get at. I would have gone for like a stabbing in the back metaphor. You know, you can only stab someone in the back if they trust you.
Or, they just didn't know you were there.
I mean, that's also true. But in this case, closed room, etc., etc. She was in the middle.
Yeah.
She was in the middle of the room. There's no bloody drag marks, so she was killed afterwards, and it's very clear that she died by bleeding out. Well, bleeding out / having her lungs punctured.
Yeah, drowning in her own blood, literally.
部屋に気を許せないような人を招き入れて背中を無防備にさらしたりなんか絶対にしない。
She definitely wouldn't invite a person she didn't trust into her room and defenselessly expose her back.
まさかローザ様は
The problem with that is that Jessica absolutely would trust, like, any of the servants to do
Oh,
that.
yeah, she absolutely would have trusted any of the servants.
Of course, like, Cannon's body isn't here, so obviously.
Yep. And that's why they did it, as you pointed out, basically the minute he was made to disappear. Lady Rosa, you don't mean
それをカノン君だとおっしゃるんですか
to say that was canon, do you?
ええ、私たちは殺される直前のジェシカちゃんの様子をよく知ってる。
I do. We're all fully aware of the state Jessica was in right before she was killed.
両親の無残な遺体を
After
見
seeing her
て
parents' tragic bodies,
ジェシカちゃ
Jessica
んは
was
かなり
very
パニック
panicked.
してその後に冷静を取り戻しひどく落ち込んだだろうことは容易に想像がつく。
It's easy to imagine that after she regained her composure, she'd be in a horrible slump.
そんなジェシカちゃんが一人で部屋に閉じこもったという心理はとても理解できるの。
It'd be very understandable if Jessica's frame of mind led her to shut herself up alone in her room.
そしてこの辺りの経緯は郷田さんの話とも一致するわ。
Those particulars match with Goda's story.
一人にしてくれと言ったジェシカちゃん、そして年も近く思春期の関係もあったかもしれないカノン君が自分に任せてほしいと言った気持ち。
Jessica said to leave her alone. Then Cannon, who is of similar age and who may have some adolescent relationship with her, said to leave this matter in his hands.
本当によくわかるの。
That feeling is also very understandable.
そしてだからこそカノン君をジェシカちゃんは部屋に迎え入れたと思うの。
So, for that reason, I think Jessica welcomed Cannon into her room.
でも幸田さんや熊沢さんだったらどうかしら。部屋に入れてもらえたかしら。
But what if it had been Goda or Kumasawa? Would she have let them into her room?
私はお嬢様に信頼を得ていたと信じています。ではありますが、その
I believe that I have gained Milady's trust, but even so...
なら幸田さんもやはり容疑者の一人ね。幸田さんは多分ジェシカちゃんには好かれてないと思ってたから、ナーバスなジェシカちゃんは部屋に入れなかったと思う。
Oh, then I guess you're still a suspect after all, Goda. I assumed Jessica probably didn't like you very much, so I didn't think she would have let you into her room.
だから犯人ではありえないって思ったんだけど。
I was convinced that you couldn't possibly be the culprit, but maybe I was mistaken. Rosa, this isn't the way to question somebody. They're going to say exactly what you want to hear.
Right? Yeah, like that's why torture doesn't work.
Yeah, and this is not torture, but threats.
Yeah, like it's basically the threat of torture or death.
Yeah.
いえ、残念ながらお嬢様にはお認めいただけていなかったかもしれません。熊沢さんはどうですか？
No, I am sad to say that I may not have been accepted by my lady. What about you, Kumasawa?
私どもね、女組は年が離れすぎていて、お嬢様のような若い方の気持ちは
Yeah, far too separated by age to understand the feelings of a young person like my lady very well.
お嬢様も私たちに心は開かなかったでしょうとも。
And for the same reason, perhaps my lady never opened up her heart to us.
ねえ、ゴーダさん。
Right, Goda?
そうです。私たちではとても心を開かなかったでしょう。
Yes, that's right. It would have been quite difficult for her to open her heart to the likes of us.
長身のお嬢様が私たちを部屋に入れてくれたわけなどありません。
And it would be inconceivable for my lady to let us into her room when she was grieving. Goda and Kumasawa each rubbed their hands together, affirming each other with forced smiles on their faces. It was a truly unpleasant rondo. Myself, what the fuck that means again.
A rondo is a four-stage musical thingy. I don't know the exact definition, but it's like a basically they're saying it's an unpleasant dance.
Yeah, a musical form with a recurring leading theme. Found in the final movement of a sonata or concerto.
Yeah, recurring 4 times in the tonic with three couplets in contrasting keys.
Yeah, so
like I think Ryukishi is using rondo here specifically because like the title is also the rondo.
Oh yeah,
the witch and whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So the refrain,
the wish and reasoning. There we go.
Yeah, it contains the refrain, which alternates with one or more contrasting themes. So basically, they're working together to say neither of us did this.
昇進のジェシカちゃんが部屋に入ることを許した人物、無防備な田舎を許した人物、そしてその人物はマスターキーを持っていた。
So it was a person who might be allowed to enter Jessica's room while she was grieving, a person who might have been given access to her defenseless back, and who had a master key.
それらが示すのは一人。
That only points to one suspect.
カノン君しかありえないのよ。
It was impossible for anyone except Cannon.
待ってください。カノン君は決してそんなことは。
あら、じゃあ他に誰が？
Please wait. Cannon definitely wouldn't do something like. Oh,
Did she
is
just
there
fucking?
someone else?
Did she just fucking cock the weapon that's already loaded?
Apparently.
God damn it! I hate it when people do that because like you're just gonna dump like a perfectly good shell or bullet on the floor.
Is Goda or Kumasawa suspicious after all?
シャノンちゃんはどっちが疑わしいと思う？
Who do you think is more suspicious, Shannon? Come on.
私は
I could never.
そんな。
私ではありませんよ、シャノンさん。
Wasn't me, Shannon.
私ではありませんとも。
Okay, like
Yes,
most
it
of the
was not
servants
me.
are also kind of pathetic. Like half the servants are also kind of pathetic here. It's not just the main family. Like
Yeah, but I mean,
instead of like coming to the defense of this boy, like this child that
yeah.
they've known for like 5 years or more, they're just like, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. Well, you know Canon as well. You know it's not him either.
Yeah.
Like Rosa can do this because she's only like seen him once a year, like 5 times in total. You know, like you work with this kid for years now.
Yep. Granted,
I know it's the thing about like, you know, it's always the ones you don't expect, blah 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 blah. But
yeah, but also
Canon's
like,
just not like that.
yeah. Granted, they don't know that he's actually dead.
It's
Or-
also true, but it's just like one of those things. Like Canon absolutely did not do this, regardless. Like I cannot believe it. He would in the first place.
Yeah. Then again, people will say whatever you want if you threaten them.
I know, but I'm just like, why aren't you like protecting this kid? Like that's your whole like that's the part of like being old that you have to like deal with as you get old. You're supposed to protect children.
Yeah, but again, it's like
I have very little connection to other people and like at all, and very little compassion or empathy. But I would still protect this kid.
that's
if I was in
fair.
either of their positions.
That's fair, but also Cannon isn't in the room to protect.
I mean, that doesn't make the threat to him any less real.
I mean, true enough. It does make it less immediate than the threat to their own lives, though. I will mention
That's
that.
true. Right, but I would just be like looking at Rosie, like, okay, go ahead, shoot me then. Like, fuck you. Go ahead, commit another murder for no reason.
Yep, fair.
With no proof except for the circumstantial evidence that, like, Cannon's body just isn't here and we don't know where he is. You're just gonna accuse a young boy? Like, the kid has thinner arms than, like, my fucking, lower arms, you know? Like his biceps are thinner than my actual, like, lower arms. This kid absolutely could not do something like this. Like, not just, like, emotionally, but physically, he could not do it.
Of
course, it wasn't me either. The ones who had close relationships with my lady were Cannon, and after him, you, right?
ああ、そうだったわね。シャノンちゃんならジェシカちゃんも部屋に入れてくれるかもしれない。
Yes, isn't that right? Jessica might also let Shannon into her room.
でも、あなたはお父様のところに
You
い
were
た。
supposedly with father.
でも実は、
In
あなた
reality,
が犯人なの。
could you be the culprit?
シャノンが犯人のわけはない。おじい様のところで大切な用事をしていたとさっき言ったはず。
Shannon couldn't be the culprit. Didn't you just say she was doing some important work with grandfather?
ええ、わかってる。シャノンちゃんとゲンジさんは犯人じゃない。
Yes, I know. Neither Shannon nor Genji is the culprit.
ずっと一緒にいたとお父様も認めてる。
Father confirmed that they were together the whole time.
さて、みんなはどう考えるかしら。
Well then, what do you think, everyone? After being told that, no one could respond. Even if someone did manage to argue back, they'd then have to offer the name of a different suspect. No matter who that suspect was, it would be someone right here. No one could do something like that. Rosa glanced at everyone in turn, fingering the gun like it was a toy.
That bothers me on a fundamental level.
Yeah.
Don't finger your guns, side note, in any way you want to take that.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yeah, do not do that. You're liable to lose a finger or lose something worse. But yeah, I think the power's kind of gone to Rose's head.
Yeah, like I was just thinking, like this is like probably the worst of the siblings to have this like be in this position because she's never actually had any power before. She doesn't know how to fucking handle it in an emergency.
Yep. And
I mean, like she's not a fundamentally bad leader or anything. Like she's not displaying any qualities that can't be like learned out. But like
for this
she
situation,
just doesn't have the experience. Which, of course, is likely, like, a purposeful thing on Beatrice's part, right? Like, leave this motherfucker. If you can't get them all, leave, like, this shitty little idiot in control.
Yeah, make it more chaotic. She seems so different from the kind Aunt Rosa I knew. Now, it's probably because I'm not fully aware of the danger we're in. Maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude would seem natural if I could sense the peril surrounding us. No, you are perfectly understanding of the situation, Battler.
Yeah, like you were standing next to your cousin's dead body. She is like 2 feet away from your foot right now.
Yeah, you are understanding the dangerous situation. Like, I understand you don't want to think ill of a family member after she's the only family member you've got left other than George and Maria and Kenzo, but fuck Kenzo.
Yeah, of course. Fuck Kenzo.
You know, I mean, you know, non-biblically, you know, fuck Rosa too, but still. She's not
the biggest fucking trash fires in human history right here.
You know, she's somehow, some way, not quite as bad as Kenzo, which is still saying something. That is a low bar to clear, but she has cleared it.
Like the bar's on the floor and you still didn't manage to clear it, sort of deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it still reminds me of my favorite. I think it was on like Tumblr or something. The bar was on the floor, but here you are limbo dancing with the devil.
Yeah.
It looks like no one has an opinion, and I'll give you mine. We know what your opinion is, lady. It's just shit.
Yeah, you're just shit at this. Hi, Amber.
And also, it's not that nobody has an opinion. Nobody wants to get shot with your gun.
My cat is like laying on top of my arm and purring while staring at me with dinner plate eyes.
Excellent.
It's got the tail flip going on and everything. Nice and slow.
Of course, I can't deny the possibility that Cannon's a victim without a corpse. But until we find that corpse, I certainly can't rule Cannon out as a suspect.
At least she's like conscious enough of what's going on that she's like, yeah, they could have taken this corpse.
Yeah, like, she's not ruling it out. She's just saying, until his corpse shows up, she has to go with her most likely theory. So there is that. She's still a trash fire woman, throw her out.
Yeah, it's better than Ava in this situation, though. Because last time Ava was, like, passionately ignorant about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a chance he'll suddenly appear again, claiming to have been attacked by the culprit and confined somewhere. But take care,
find his
most
body
likely
like
there's
hanging
no
from a
doubt
tree
that
or something somewhere.
Cannon killed Jessica. Oh, hey.
私には信じられません。カノン君がお嬢様をなんて。あんまりです。
Can't believe it. Cannon did that to my lady? That's too much.
僕もシャノンに同じだよ。カノン君が犯人だと決めつけることには反対だ。
Feel the same as Shannon. I'm opposed to labeling Cannon as the culprit.
なら、ゴーダさんと熊沢さん、怪しい方を教えて。
Then is the culprit Goda or Kumasawa? Tell me who's more suspicious.
私たちではありません。
Wasn't us.
カノン君じゃなくてこの扉を施錠できるのは誰なの？
Wasn't Cannon, then who could have locked this
シャノ
door?
ンちゃん？
How about it,
ジョー
Shannon?
ジ君？
George?
ねえねえねえね
I think she's starting to break.
Little bit. Yeah. Aunt Rosa closed in on Shannon and George, laughing unpleasantly. Of course, they couldn't say anything back. One didn't believe in Cannon, but if they did, they'd have to suspect the other servants. The simplest culprit was the mystery guest Beatrice, but she was nothing more than a guest and didn't have a master key. So if Beatrice is the culprit despite lacking a master key, then do we have to accept the argument that she really is a witch who locked the door with the power of magic?
汚ね
Yeah, because the door was never locked in the first place, right?
Yeah, like she didn't generally lock her door. But someone would have to lock it upon exiting. That's a dirty argument.
汚ね汚ね
Dirty. So dirty.
Battler, she's a witch. What did you
何を
expect?
悩む。わらわのせいにしてしまえ。
What are you worried about? Make it my fault.
19人目の謎の来客のせいにすればよいではないか。
You could just make it the fault of the 19th person, the mystery guest, right?
そうすれば人間どもの醜い押し付け合いを見ずに済むぞ。
If you do, you won't have to watch this ugly battle of humans blaming each other, right?
つまりなんだよ。犯人は19人目の来客。
So then what? The culprit is the 19th person, the guest Beatrice.
こいつは魔女だから。マスターキーがなくても魔法で施錠できたと。
She's a witch, so she could lock the door without a key using magic.
そいつを認めろってのかよ。
Telling me to accept that? I mean, yes, that's the whole premise.
ふざけるな。ふざけるな、ふざけるな。
Damn it. Damn it.
前回のゲームでお前の弱点は知り尽くしているぞ。
In the last game, I learned all your weak points.
さあ、どうするどうする？
So, what will you do? What will you do?
お前はわらわを絶対に認めないのだった
Fuck's
な。
We're still good. There we go. You said you definitely would accept me, right?
ならカノンというちょうどいい生贄を使えばよい。
Then you can use Cannon as the perfect sacrifice he is.
カノンがジェシカを殺した。
Cannon killed Jessica.
ローザの説を支持すればこの場は丸く収まるぞ。
I've noticed that Beato doesn't use honorifics for anyone. Even Kinzo, when she's actually speaking, it's only in her letters that she ever does.
Ah, fair enough, yeah.
If you support Rosa's theory, everything is settled here, right?
カノンはもう死んでいるのだ。
Cannon is already dead.
死者に気遣う必要などあるまい。
There should be no need to show concern for the dead.
そしてこの場にいる誰も疑わずに済む。
And you won't have to suspect anyone in this room. It's like I can hear her demons laughing with her.
Yep.
ちくしょう。お前を認めたりはしない。
Damn it. I won't accept you.
でも、カノン君が犯人だなんて。
But Cannon being the
そんなことあり
culprit
えない。
is impossible.
私は誰も疑いたくはありません。しかし疑わしきは黒ということもあるにはあります。
I want to suspect anyone, however, at times, there's no smoke without fire, turns out to be
とに
true.
かく
Yeah, but Nanjo, that
したことはないでしょうな。
that phrase doesn't mean that just because there's a rumor, there's some truth to it. That phrase means if there's a rumor, there's a source. That's what that means. Like, whether it's because there's actually truth to the rumor or because someone's purposely spreading it, that's the point of that saying, is that if it exists, if people are saying it, there is a source to it.
Yeah.
Not that the rumor is true, you fucker.
Anyway, you can never be too cautious.
南條先生、それはどういう意味ですか？
Dr. Nanjo, what do you mean by that?
その勘違いしないでください。
Please do not misunderstand.
私はカノンさんを犯人だと決めつけたいわけじゃない。
I do not wish to label Canon as the
し
culprit.
かし、事情がわかるまで、カノンさんが犯人の可能性もあると。
However, until we understand the situation, there's a possibility that he's the culprit.
そう思っておいた方が安全だというのです。
And I believe thinking that way is safer.
そうですわね。用心はしてしすぎることはありませんもの。
Yes, that's right. You cannot be too cautious. General Consensus certainly didn't seem to find fault with Nanjo for what he said. True, no one actually thought Canon was the culprit, but unless they suspected him, they'd have to suspect one of the other servants here. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to suspect. They didn't want to be suspected.
それで正解よ。警戒してしすぎるということはない。
That's correct. We cannot be too vigilant.
それについて異論はないわね。
Take it no one objects to that, right?
いい？
Understand?
この殺人事件にはお父様の黄金伝説が関わっている可能性がとても高い。
There's a very high likelihood that these murders are connected to Father's legend of the gold.
だとすれば、数百億円の莫大な黄金を独り占めしようと企む何者かの犯行に違いない。
That means the crime must have been plotted by someone who wants to keep a vast amount of gold, worth several 10 billion yen, all for
そ
themselves.
れだけのお金が手に入れば、どこの国でも生涯遊んで暮らせるわ。
With that kind of money, you could play around for the rest of your life in any country.
そのためなの。私たちを皆殺しにすることだってあるかもしれない。
And with a motivation like that, they might even intend to kill all of us.
マスターキーを持っていないという理由で、ベアトリーチェを容疑者から外した。
Because she didn't have a master key, the 19th person, the guest Beatrice, is removed from suspicion for the murder of Jessica alone.
でも、事
Oh,
件
but
に
like
関わってない
so
とは
much
言えない。
more than play around for the rest of your life. That's nearly $500 million in USD.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, we did all this math in the first episode. So, like, if you guys want to like know exactly how much it's worth in today's money,
It's a lot.
it's a lot. Just go to Mal's channel and like watch the first episode up until the beach scene.
Yep. But we cannot conclude that she's unrelated to the crime.
何しろ莫大な黄金ですもの。
After all, it's a vast amount of gold we're talking
犯
about.
人は複数人いる可能性だって否定できない。
We can't deny the possibility that there are multiple
今
culprits.
この瞬間、この中に犯人に買収されている人間が混じっているかもしれない。
Right now, one of the people here among us might have been bought by the culprit. You know, if I wasn't lazy, I would have put the Among Us, like, audio stinger into some of these instances.
Yeah.
But I am lazy, so the best you get
Yeah.
is me editing out the...
Mentioning it, you know?
Yeah, mentioning it and not having our BRB screen be on the recording. As Aunt Rosa yelled, she looked all around, her gun still raised. Don't
Honestly, I think Rosa is the most like likely to be bought by the culprit in a mundane situation.
I could
out
see
of the
that,
people
yeah.
that are left alive.
Don't believe
Like
anyone.
maybe Goda, but like otherwise, like who the fuck is gonna like? It's just like Goda and Rosa out of the people that are left alive.
Yeah, suspect the
know.
person next to you. That's what she was saying. But no one wanted to suspect. They didn't want to suspect anyone here. That weakness in their hearts demanded an answer from those not present.
容疑者でないと信じることができるのは2つしかない。自分自身と、そして死体になったものだけよ。
There are only two ways you can be sure someone isn't a suspect. If it's yourself, or if they're already no more than a corpse.
それはカノン君も同じ。
Same thing goes for Cannon.
死体が見つからない限り、彼はジェシカちゃん殺しの最有力容疑者なのよ。
Until we catch sight of his corpse, he is the most likely suspect in Jessica's murder.
だから用心して。
But take care.
もし生きてたとしても、何かの理由を取り繕っても、絶対に信用しちゃダメよ。
Even if he's still alive, even if he smooths things over with some explanation, you definitely mustn't trust him.
いいわね。
Got it? No one gave an answer of their own initiative. However, those who met Aunt Rose's eyes had to nod their heads. Humans are beings who live by molding themselves to fit society.
That's not actually true.
Yeah.
Like, that's just a Japanese thing. That's what like Japanese people think, because it's like, so in psychology, if you were actually like educated in psychology, you'll know that there's like an impulse to rebellion and all that in human beings. We do try to fit in, but not completely. We do want to stand out from the crowd and be our own people and be our own like person and rebel when we think it's right to rebel against like stupid rules or what have you. We do it all the time. Like teenagers, like that's what the rebellious phase is. It's like kids understanding enough about the world to be like, hey, that's kind of stupid, isn't it? And then just doing what they want anyway. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong on whether that thing is stupid, but you know. Like a rebellious phase isn't like them being rebellious for the sake of being rebellious. It's because they think whatever the fuck you're telling them to do is stupid as shit.
Yeah, unfortunately, that impulse can equally bring you to climate activism or being a red-pilled asshole on the internet.
Yeah. It's just that there's the impulse to that. Like that's why like there's no perfectly ordered society, is because that just doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, it's just in Japan there is a greater stress on conformity than in some other nations. Like obviously there are European nations who have this problem. It's just very present and reaching a breaking point in Japan today, so we talk about it a lot.
Yeah, and like even in Japan, like there's still plenty of ways for people to like rebel in small ways, right? Like you hear from them all the time, like in like the various like authors like works when they're talking about it, they make these characters that will rebel in these small ways and then explain it and everything, and then like a lot of morals and like thoughts on life that manga artists and comic artists and like web novel authors and all that say like are probably really good things. I can't say objectively because like no one actually knows like what's objectively good, and if no one else knows, I certainly the fuck do not. Not with my lack of a moral compass, but like they strike me as good, but like that's not how Japanese society actually works. So like these are thoughts that they have on their own. Like there's still dozens and dozens of ways for people to rebel, even in Japan, and they do it. They're just in smaller, less overt ways than you would think. And of course, then there are the actual overt, in-your-face ways, like gyros and like fucking like acting like gangsters and so on and so forth. Like that's very common as well.
And
like, the old gyaro thing was actually like specifically meant to be like a rebellion against
conformism,
conformism and all that. So, you know, I don't know if that's still the case for like a Gyaru movement or counterculture or whatever in Japan, but it was originally for sure.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's at least some element to that still. And just like Poipel said, one of the potential reasons, or at least one of the contributing reasons, is some, an island. I wouldn't want to say small islands, but islands. Island nations. Or an island or a nation made up of islands that is
an archipelago,
limited resources, and a high number of natural disasters.
I could very easily see that being one of the reasons why that happened.
Yeah, like it's probably not the only duo of reasons. Like there's probably more.
But I think most likely we can trace that back to World War II.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
with all like the huge amounts of propaganda and like nationalism that was like put forward and like the serve the emperor thing.
Oh,
with,
yeah.
like bringing back Bushido and all that shit.
Oh, yeah, there's that. And there's the fact that, unlike, say, Germany, Japan's never really had to answer for the crimes it committed in a way that was very culturally present. It was more smoothed over.
Mm.
Like,
Uh,
Germany has...
Point pal, for that, like, it can be true. Like, both of those can be true at the same time, especially in sociology, because like humans never react exactly the same way to the same situations.
Yeah, like, obviously...
Not only is each of our brains unique, but like the cultures and situations surrounding everyone. Like, no matter how hard you try, you can never get a one-to-one copy of other people's experiences, right? So like, even if it seems like a tiny insignificant change to your life compared to someone else's life, that tiny insignificant change will affect how you react to things in the future. So like, the different cultures in the first place before these things happened in Indonesia and Japan may have created different reactions.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like, sheer fucking luck got the right leaders into positions of power for both sides for them to react that way as a culture.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like, Germany has very strict laws when it comes to depictions of Nazis, depictions of that kind of stuff. But Japan does not, and they even have memorials or temples to people lost in the war, including people that were, on the fascist side. So it's unfortunate, but it's a truth that definitely probably contributes to the conservatism.
And like, as we were talking about way earlier in the stream, it's not even necessarily that like Japanese society as a whole is conservative. It's just that the people in power are conservative.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like,
and of course, with the conformist like idea, that means like it's more difficult for the more liberal, I guess you would call it in like absolutist terms, even though like liberal over here means something entirely different now.
Yeah.
More liberal like society overall to actually affect things, because they just don't have any power. So
yeah,
that's also a problem here in the U.S., just in different ways.
Yeah, there's shifts in situations. And,
yeah, like Shinzo Abe getting like his back blown out by a dude.
Yeah.
That's a sign of things shifting.
Anyway, that's probably a little more into the weeds, so I will continue.
I don't know. That's like super interesting stuff. But that's probably also because like Nate is one of my closest friends.
Oh yeah, I mean it is absolutely interesting. I just don't want to get too much on Shinzo Abe getting his back blown out.
I love that we're calling it that instead of getting assassinated.
Yeah.
Thank you, whoever made that fucking meme post like 6 months ago or whatever. I don't know who it was. I can't remember. I don't remember what site it was on. It was probably fucking Tumblr, but I don't know. So, but thank you, whoever you are. I love you. You are amazing.
Yeah. And I don't want to talk too much about cultures based on my own assumptions without looking into some primary sources.
Like, I definitely know some Japanese people, but like all the Japanese people I know are queer, right?
Yeah.
I only have one side of the story, and I don't talk to them in depth about this sort of thing very often, just because like
you don't want to. You don't want getting interrogated about your own culture.
And talking to queer people about like how we are oppressed, like fucking sucks. All right, like I don't even talk to like other Americans who are queer about this kind of thing very often.
Yeah, like
even though it's one of my passions, but like this is just brutal.
Yeah,
like I know
if you know,
I can feel
it. You know.
Yeah, like it being. A lot of people on the internet are queer, but like not everyone who watches this channel is going to be. Like it's just because like law of large numbers sort of thing. Like not everyone who filters in is going to be like trans or gay or what have you. So like not everyone who comes in is going to know, but like it may not seem like it to cishet people, but America also fucking sucks.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
People. Like so much.
Like,
Yeah, legally we have like gay marriage and everything like that, but there's still so much more that needs to be changed on a legal and systemic level before we
not
can
to
really say we all
mention
have like equity.
the minute that got into law by, establishing, oh yeah, gay people have equal protections under the law. They're immediately the hyper conservative individuals were already plotting to remove that.
Yeah, and they also used it as a weapon against us. Like, what more could you be asking for? You already have gay marriage, etc., etc. It's like, motherfucker, that's not all there is. Marriage is not the only thing in the world.
Yeah. So it's
like we also don't get equal medical treatment. Like, and not even for like transitioning things either. Just like in general, people will tell us that we're only like we only have this illness because we're queer or whatever.
Yep.
Like, go ask a gay man like who lived through the '80s what it was like living through the fucking AIDS epidemic, and then ask that gay man what medical care is like now and whether or not the doctors always believe him whenever he says that this or that happened. Like, I'll wait for people to do that. Like, that's it's not great. It's not great here either. I'm not saying it's worse or better than it is in Japan because I simply do not know enough about that. But like, my point is talking to queer people about like conservative shit and conservative culture and conformist bullshit sucks ass, and I don't like to do it and like bring people's like moods down, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it even gets me. So if it gets me, then I know that like everyone else like has a fucking hell of a time with it. Yeah, and in a lot of places in the U.S., they're still fucking awful too. In some places, you actually have like full visitation rights, but like that depends on the state. Then there's also the fucking repeal of Roe versus Wade, or the overturning rather, not the repeal. So it was never actually written into law. Fucking like, and I just don't know enough about like Japanese legal system either to talk about that. So we're just gonna say that like we don't know enough to talk about that in detail.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot find the meme I was thinking of, but I will link you a meme I found that I quite liked.
Oh, let me see. Well, yeah, let's take a meme break. Why not? Yes. Absolutely. That's beautiful. I love it.
And just because I love you people very much, here you go.
Oh, you also put it up on screen?
Yep.
Okay, give me a second. Let me pull it over for everyone. Here you go. There. I'll stop fucking up that eventually.
Fuck. The meme I was thinking of.
Someone buy me the shit for Astrogel, please.
The meme I was thinking of had to do with someone going to the doctor because they got stabbed. You know, they're like, I got stabbed.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
With a knife. And the doctor pauses, goes, uh-huh. And they go, hey, okay, but how long have you been on HRT?
That's irrelevant, motherfucker. I got stabbed.
Oh, and of course, I'm not going to share it because it's transphobic, but of course, I see a fucking transphobic meme from Hitter.
Yeah, of course. Like, it's very frustrating that every single advancement we make is also used as a weapon against us.
Yep.
Like, our victories are turned into bullets to be fired back at us. It's very, very frustrating. I would like to say that that's just human nature, but it's not. Like, it's not even really a conspiracy. It's just like people trying to like keep their power, and they find an opportunity to get power by appealing to these hyper conservative bases.
Yeah.
So it's not a conspiracy. It's just like some rich people being like, "Hey, we can make bank off that."
Yeah.
Fucking capitalism bullshit. Fucking, it's awful. It's power politics at its best. Not how tall is Alexa, it's power politics. Power politics.
All
There
right.
we go.
And then one more just for you, but I'm not going to take the time to actually bring it over.
I will. It's super easy for me. Let's see. Yep. Yep.
Oh, actually, I am going to share this one, though. I know we're taking a meme break, but
That's fine. Meme breaks.
this one is especially important.
Yeah, here you go. You, I bequeath, I'll break to the head. An exploding car of hammers. That's what we need.
Yep.
Hammer cars that explode.
And hammers go everywhere.
You know, you're the only other non-binary friend that I have. It's just you. It's you and me.
Really?
Yep.
I'm
Well,
actually.
I mean, like Cosmo counts, but I don't know if like I know Cosmo well enough to say friend.
Cosmo considers you a
like,
friend.
Yeah, I'd say the other way around definitely, but like I have
Specifics.
again, as I keep saying, like it's difficulty with like connecting with people and like what words to use for what stuff, you know. Let's put it this way: you are the only other non-binary person I talk to on a regular basis. Because I can think of other non-binary people, just not that I talk to them like every day or whatever. I definitely don't play fucking Remnant 2 with most of them, so there's that. Everything all right there?
Yeah, no, I was looking over memes, but yeah, let's continue.
Yes. Meme break over.
In other words, from the time they're born, trusting each other is genetically imprinted on them.
That is actually true. Our brains do have like bits in them specifically for trusting other people.
Yeah, we
because
can.
We're pack animals.
Yeah, we tend to trust other people because actually, most people do just want to live their lives.
Mm-hmm.
It's unpleasant to go against that.
I think gender fluid also counts as non-binary because that's me as well. I'm gender fluid.
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
like non-binary specifically means just like not one of the two.
Yeah,
So if you're gender fluid, then you're definitely not just one of the two.
Yeah.
You might be one of the two at different times, but not just one of the two.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, gender fluid counts in the non-binary umbrella. If you don't want to use that term, that's perfectly fine. But if you
might
like
be
to use
thinking
that
of
term, androgynous,
non-binary. Yeah, might be thinking of non-binary as meaning androgynous, which that's also what I aspire to, just so I can more easily like put the
fair enough.
Like put the like the makeup and the dressing, like the dress up on the right side for whatever day I feel, you know.
Yeah, words are funny things, but I would definitely count that under the non-binary umbrella.
I mean, by literal definition, it definitely is. It's the same with like non-binary being under the trans umbrella, right? Because like trans just means not identifying with your birth sex.
Yeah, I've had.
So whatever you've got going on, if you're not cis, you're trans.
Yep. Which I've had to explain that to someone.
I actually had that explained to me because like I didn't make the fucking connections when I was like 24.
Oh yeah, when I was younger, I didn't make the connections, but I've also had to explain that to an older person.
Oh, that's fair, yeah. Like, I was just sitting there talking to one of the other people that I know that's not binary, and I was like, yeah, blah, 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 trans, blah, 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 non-binary, and like, they're like, you know those, like, non-binaries under the trans umbrella, right? And I was like, huh?
Yeah, and then
What?
it gets explained, it's like, oh yeah, that's how words work.
Yeah, there's like 5 minutes later, it's like, oh yeah, you're right. Oh shit.
Yeah, because I did that whole interview with Kimchi not knowing.
Mm.
So you
Yeah, you told me about this. And I don't know if Kimchi was just like, I'm just not explain that part to them because they'll figure it out, or if he also didn't know.
Yeah, it's very possible he didn't know either, because the whole point of the exercise was to learn, and he did a lot of that.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, so even though I don't...
the person we're talking about, by the way, is Legal Kimchi on YouTube.
Yes, Legal Kimchi.
He makes wonderful content. Go watch his stuff.
Yes.
It's a lot of like legal history and like cultural stuff to do with like D&D and gaming and shit like that.
Yes, and for like demographic information, he is a lawyer. He is mostly copyright / business, if I remember right.
He's contract. Lawyer,
that's
not
it.
Copyright or business. Yeah, I think he has a video about a copyright thing that happened relatively recently, like something to do with WotC or some shit, where he was like, okay, I'm not actually a copyright lawyer, but like this is basic shit that like any lawyer knows. So here, hold on.
Yeah, I just remember him making the crack that he always gets a little sad when Legal Eagle says, you know, your favorite copyright attorney.
That is entirely fair, Poipo. It's like you do you. Do as you do, speak as you speak, like the things that you like.
And hey, I know of at least non-binary women and non-binary lesbians. The second of which, you know, right here.
Right here. I know I don't sound like it, but that's because I haven't done my fucking voice training.
Yeah,
specifically because I live in a conservative area.
Yeah,
I don't want like to fuck up when I'm in public, you know.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
In fact, I'm gonna be deleting all of my old VODs
once you do the voice training.
Yeah.
We'll have to redo Slay the Princess, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Especially with Bad Brain, we might forget some of the finer details anyway.
I have already forgotten most of the finer details.
That's fair.
Like, all I got is that I struggled very hard not to kill the princess at any point, and I was still forced to at one point.
Yep.
Because the narrator's an asshole. And I really, really like the princess a lot.
Yeah.
She has no business being that smooth and charming. And the fucked up part about that is that what she said was just like normal romantic shit that just affirms who you are. And then that she cares about you anyway. And it's like, fuck, why does that seem so smooth to me?
Yeah, we could stop with the gendering of clothes and shit.
Yeah, like I personally don't like skirts or dresses, but that's just me personally.
Yeah.
Like I don't give a shit. Like if you want to wear a dress, go ahead. I don't care who you are, what you got between your legs. If you like clothes, just wear them.
Yeah, right now I'm just working on the transition goals, basically. And then I'll wear a lot more of what I want, because I'll look more like what I want.
That's fair. Like, what I want is what my avatar is wearing right now. That's what I want to wear literally every day. I just don't have that many button-down shirts. I can't actually wear that every day.
That is fair.
I've only got like 3, so like I need to stock up on more.
Granted,
like the t-shirts are just for like throwing on when I need to go out to the fucking like trash bin or something real quick.
Granted, you are a lucky mutant that does not have much body hair.
This is true. Yeah. And I also shave what little I have.
Exactly.
I make damn sure that I ain't got anything left. Although, I don't shave all the way to the skin, at least on my legs, because for whatever fucking reason, and I think it has to do with my raving, when I was young. I really like the prickly feeling of fresh cut hair. I really, really like it. Like the short, fresh cut hair. So like whenever I shave my legs, I just like put on the smallest guard I have on my razor, and just go poof, and then just run my hands along it for the next 3 days.
Fair.
It's so nice. I like it so much.
Fair, not fair.
Did it get it this time? Yes.
Kinda.
Well, I mean, it didn't get the bear this time, but hey. Close enough, I guess.
Yeah, and tailored suits do look great.
That is my goal in life, is to have enough money to have, like, tailored suits and vests.
Yes.
That's what I want. Like, I want to have enough money to have that, and then fill my closet with nothing but that, and just have it be all the same style. So I can be like one of those fucking cartoon characters that never changes their clothes. It just wears the same outfit every fucking day.
Yeah.
And like everyone looking on is just like, do you have any other clothes? And I can just go, no. And it's everything I've ever wished for.
Yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to wearing more cute clothes, but I want to, be closer to the body I'd be comfortable in wearing those.
Yeah. The other thing that I would really want is like 9 rings. I want 9 unique rings that all fit well on my fingers. I don't care what they are. I just want them all to look nice and be like well fitting, so I can do that again. Because I used to have 9 rings, and I only have like 2 of them now. I lost all of them over the years somehow, some way. Like I'd set them down on the counter, and then they get knocked off in some crevice somewhere, and I'd never find them again, or what have you.
That's fair.
I want my rings back.
For me,
I want to be one of those motherfuckers that's like dressed really well, and then you just look at their extremities, and it's just covered in jewelry.
Yeah, that makes sense for you. For me, I actually find jewelry quite distracting, as far as like on my body. Like I find jewelry very beautiful to look at. It's just on my body. I'm like, I know there's a thing on me that isn't clothing.
That's fair. Yeah. I want to look like a goth business person. All right. That's what I want.
Which is definitely an aesthetic.
Which I've got most of it. I need the jewelry and waistcoats or vests or whatever the fuck you want to call them. That's what I need. I need my jewelry back. Ray yourself, fucker.
They never want to suspect someone, but if they're forced to suspect someone, they find it safest to choose someone who isn't present at that moment. For the purpose of safety and nothing more, they half-heartedly chose Canon to be the sacrifice.
Get your claws out of my stomach, you fucker. You can be in my lap, you just have to keep your claws out of my belly button, alright?
That's ridiculous. I definitely don't want to believe that Canon is the culprit.
I want it all like iron and silver.
I'd heard it from George just now, but not only were those two close in age, they also had that kind of adolescent relationship Aunt Rosa had mentioned. It may be a little late now, but yes, they really did have that kind of air about them. After seeing her parents' tragic corpses,
most of my necklaces.
Jessica bearing deep wounds in her heart would only have trusted Canon. It was very easy to imagine. That's why I don't like it. Canon was the only one she trusted, so she wouldn't have let anyone but Canon in. Canon was the only one who could have killed Jessica? Can't accept that kind of argument.
わかった。カノン君がもし現れても油断しないで。カノン君の無実を証明できない限り、私たちはジェシカちゃん殺しの犯人をカノン君だと仮定します。
Understand? Even if Canon appears, don't let your guards down. As long as we cannot prove Canon's innocence, we will assume that Canon is the culprit who killed Jessica. That was Aunt Rosa's claim. By using the vague word assume, she managed to convince everyone in the end. Everyone nodded weakly, and with the excuse that they were just assuming it for the time being, they concluded that Canon was the culprit who had killed Jessica.
That's fucking stupid.
Wonder what the dead Jessica and Canon would think if they could hear this exchange.
Well, we know Jessica would be very, very fucking loud about it.
Jessica was crying. She was crying into the chest of the person who had put his life on the line to fight for her canon. It's frustrating.
Because, like,
so
she fucking yelled at a Great Witch and a demon about it before, so you can bet your fucking ass she'd yell at a human about it.
Yep.
Even if that human had a gun.
Yeah, in this case, she's frustrated crying, which is definitely a thing as well.
Oh, yeah. Like, I fucking, I used to actually be able to express my emotions a little bit more freely than I do now. It's still not as much as, like, a normal person, but, like, definitely more than now. And, I would get, like, relentlessly bullied as a child for, crying when I got angry. And now I just can't anymore, so, womp womp.
So frustrating it felt like her chest would explode. She grieved and resented how far the dignity of the dead had been trampled. How can those guys treat Canon like the culprit?
Because there's no corpse.
How can they treat you like the culprit just because there's no corpse? Risked your life to fight for me, right? That witch erased the corpse for fun. For them to call you the culprit after that, it's horrible. It's too horrible.
It's okay. I wasn't able to protect you in the end. But I was able to be of use to you in our final moments.
Why doesn't everyone understand that? Stop it, Aunt Rosa. Don't call Canon the culprit with that messed up logic.
I was able to be abused to you in our final moments. Damn, Captioner. Trying to make out fucking Canon to be an evil little shit. She isn't saying I'm the culprit, she's just saying I'm suspicious. No, she's saying to be careful.
She is saying it. These people are saying you're the culprit so they can stop thinking. They aren't thinking about who the culprit who killed me is anymore. They aren't thinking of the possibility that you aren't the culprit. And after this, every time something happens, they'll use the excuse that Canon did it since we don't know where he is. I can't stand that.
Is this just like all in Battler's head right now?
I'm
like,
not sure.
Is this man just like hallucinating a whole ass conversation between these two dead people? I think it'd be funnier if it was, so I'm just gonna assume it is.
He's running a Ouija board.
Yeah, he changed the chessboard over to a Ouija board. It's okay. At least you know the truth.
Only I know the truth. That's pointless. I know it after dying.
They don't care.
Truth belongs to living humans. The truth doesn't remain. The dead won't be rewarded. They won't know what Canon risked his life for.
Yeah, maybe it is literally their spirits.
Yeah, it might just be.
Truly a splendid sight.
死者の嘆きほど甘い蜜も珍しい。
You hardly ever find a sweeter honey than the laments of the dead. Not landmines, laments.
嘆け。
Oh, whatever.
そなたがいくら嘆
Laments,
こう
laments.
とも死者の声は決して聖者には届かぬ。
No matter how much you lament, the voices of the dead never reach the living.
Yeah, Beta's VA does do a good cackle.
What do you want?
Damn it, damn it. Doesn't matter who. Hear my voice. Cannon isn't the culprit. Cannon's corpse was just erased. Why? Why don't you understand that?
お嬢様
My lady.
I can't
Too much
stand
Ralph.
this. It's too sad. I hate it. This way it's like Cannon died for nothing, right?
Yeah, that is like a cool thing. Point pal. Like I think that's I think it's very funny when that gets to happen.
The honor of the dead means nothing unless it's acknowledged by the living. Doesn't matter who. Notice it. Notice it, please. Cannon isn't the culprit. Don't go. Don't go, everyone. Please don't let it end like this. Don't go. Don't go. Rosa announced that this room would be sealed until the police came. Rest didn't want to suspect each other, so they happily accepted that. But now they accepted that Cannon was the culprit. Without even imagining how much disgrace that gave to the dead, they accepted it.
お嬢様もういいんです
My lady, you've done enough.
ありがとう
Thank you.
Don't go. Don't go, everyone. I'm begging you, come back. Don't leave us behind like this.
Yeah, they're fettered to the room because that's where they died. And that's where their bodies are. Well, are.
Yeah.
In quotes.
Keep treating Cannon as the culprit.
It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach. I wonder if they can hear her.
I do wonder, yeah.
You make me laugh. Yes, that face of yours makes me laugh. Did you think your voice would reach them? It won't reach, will it, Jessica?
It's all useless.
え、バトラー君、何か言った
Huh? Battler, did you say something?
ああ、ダメだ。
Yeah, it's useless.
全然ダメ
It's
だ。
all useless. Just as everyone who was about to leave the room, Battler stood alone with his back to them, still looking down at
Battler's
Jessica's
theme
corpse.
starts playing like this is a fucking shonen battle
どういう
anime.
こと
What do you mean it's all useless?
何か異論でもあるの
You have some objection?
警戒しようって話にだけは賛成する。だが、カノン君が犯人ってことにしようって話は。
I agree that we've got to stay on our guards. But sorry, I'm not buying all that about Cannon being the culprit. Oh yeah, like, again, if I sell you on the first case, you'll see Phoenix Wright does much the same.
Like the fucking shonen battle anime music for their character themes.
Yeah. Yeah, just very epic music because, I mean, it's centered around that kind of stuff, so revealing the truth kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't have anything for you, Ember. There are no treats over here.
ここで食いついてくるとは。カノンが犯人ではなく、しかもわらわの仕業でもないならば、このジェシカの部屋の密室をどう説明する?
So you're speaking up at a time like this. If Cannon wasn't the culprit, and it wasn't my doing, how do you explain this closed room that Jessica's room has become?
実を言うと、それについてはお手上げだ。
I do love that he faded in from his, like, background character.
Yeah, his avatar.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't even have a clue on that point.
俺はどうして全然ダメだなんて言っちまったんだ。
Seriously, why'd I have to go and say it's all useless?
自分の言動には責任を持たねえとな。
Guess I'd better take responsibility for my own words.
理論武装ゼロの都市空間。
I'm empty-handed with zero weapons to argue with.
だがな、俺はこれ以上指を加えてないぜ、ベアトリーチェ。
But I'm not gonna sit around on the sidelines anymore, Beatrice.
バトラ様。
カノン君が犯人ではないという証拠でもあるのかい?
Is there some proof that Cannon isn't the culprit? The expression that rose to those two faces was definitely one of anticipation. You don't want to believe that Cannon was the culprit. Really believed in Cannon. Though they were expectant because they wanted me to strengthen their belief in him even more.
なら、バトラ君は他の使用人の誰を疑うの? ゴーダさん? それとも、熊沢さん?
And Battler, which of the other servants do you suspect? Goda, or is it Kumasawa?
よせよ、ローザおばさん。俺は熊沢のばあちゃんという人をよく知ってる。
Waited Aunt Rosa. I know the person called Kumasawa well.
たまに仕事をサボってたりするが、いつだって人を楽しくさせようとする人だ。
She'll sometimes slack off while on the job, but she always makes things fun for people.
たとえ金に目がくらんだとしても、殺しだけはする人じゃねえ。
Even if her eyes were dazzled by money, she isn't the kind of person who'd kill for it.
わ、バトラさん。
そしてゴーダさんとは俺は昨日会ったばかりだ。正直この人のことはまだよく理解していない。
I just met Goda yesterday. Honestly, I still don't really understand him.
だが分かったことがある。
But there is something I do understand.
私は
こんなに楽しそうに飯を作る人を俺は見たことがない。
I've never seen anyone
That's true.
who
He did
cooks as
visit the
happily
kitchen a
as he
couple
does.
times. It's true. Like Battler has visited the kitchen a couple times while Goda was in there, right?
Yeah, he's visited the kitchen, plus he sees how much love Goda puts into presenting his food.
Mm-hmm. Although I don't know if he's visited the kitchen this loop.
I don't... Maybe not, but he's at least seen that Goda loves his cooking.
Hmm.
He's the same.
熊沢のばあちゃんと同じだ。
The same as
ゴーダ
Kumasawa.
さんは人を喜ばせるのが好きな人なんだ。
Goda likes to make people happy.
そんな人が自分の飯をうまいと褒めてくれた人、たとえ金を積まれたって殺すもんか。
As if a person like that
This is
could
what we
kill
call
those-
like a character witness,
Yeah. As if
which
a-
aren't really like super permissible in court. But hey, if it's enough to convince the people in this situation, that's all you need.
Yeah. As if a person like that could kill those who praise his own food as delicious, even if money was piled up in front of him.
なら、バトラ君は誰がジェシカちゃんを殺したというの?
Then who do you think killed Jessica Battler?
マスターキーでしか施錠できないこの部屋に、誰がジェシカちゃんを閉じ込めたというの?
Who do you think shut Jessica up in a room that could only be locked by their master key?
待ちな。それを論じる前に俺ははっきりさせておく。誰々が犯人でないなら誰々が犯人という話がしたいんじゃない。
Wait, before I argue about that, there's something I want to make clear. I don't want to talk about if so-and-so is not the culprit, then so-and-so must be the
俺は
culprit.
単に カノン君が犯人だということは断じてありえない。
I just want to talk about how it's completely impossible for Canon to be guilty.
犯人がカノンではないということをどうやって
You say you can prove that Canon isn't the culprit. How?
実に簡単なことさ。危うく見落とすところだったぜ。
It's actually simple, and it's something I almost overlooked.
ベアト。
Beato.
副賞要求。
Repeat it.
言えるもんなら言ってみろ。カノン君はマスターキーを持っていた。
If you can say it, try saying it. Canon had a master key on him.
ほう。
カノン君がマスターキーを持っていない？どうしてそんなことがわかるの？
Canon doesn't have a master key on him? How could you possibly know that? Completely fucking forgot that.
So yeah, the Avatar and the real version at the game board can interact to some extent.
カノン君と別れる直前、ジェシカが貴賓室に殴り込みに行ったってあたりの話だ。
A short while ago, I heard from Goda about what happened, about how Jessica went to raid the VIP room right before she and Canon went off on their own.
ゴーダさん、
They left the key, didn't they?
あんたはちゃんと覚えてたよ。
Goda, you did a good job remembering it.
カノン君の
Protect
名
the
誉
Canon's honor.
私がですか？
I did?
Hold on, what?
同じ話は僕も聞いてたよ。でも僕にはよくわからなかった。説明してくれるかい、バトラ君。
I heard him say the same thing, but I don't really understand. Could you explain it, Battler?
そうさ。ジェシカは貴賓室の鍵を開けるとき、カノン君に鍵を借りたが、
That's
返
right.
さなかった。
When Jessica unlocked the VIP room, she borrowed the key from Canon, but didn't give it back.
だからカノン君はマスターキーを持っていないんだ。
So Canon doesn't have a master key on him.
それはどうかな。
Is that really so?
確かにゴーダの記憶上ではマスターキーをカノンに返してはいない。
True, Goda has no recollection of the Master Key being returned to Canon.
しかしゴーダが見ていないところで返したかもしれない。
However, she might have returned it when Goda wasn't looking.
それが絶対になかったとどう証明する？
She also could have left it in the fucking lock and then Canon picked it up afterwards. So, there's a lot of different options here. How does that prove it definitely didn't happen?
Check the body.
Hmm?
You check the body.
Yep, yeah, that's why I was doing the thing.
Ah, gotcha.
カノンの死体のポケットを調べればそれは立証できるだろうがそれはできない。
You don't have to check Canon's pocket. We check Jessica's.
Yep. If you could just search the pocket of Canon's corpse, you'd be able to say for sure, but you can't. Or you could also just go check the fucking door of the VIP room. It's impossible to prove. If you don't find it on Jessica's body, you can always just go check the VIP room door.
簡単なことじゃねえか。
It's all useless. It's actually pretty simple, isn't it?
そんな、それじゃあカノン君は鍵を持ってなかったというの？
No way. So you're saying that's why Canon didn't have a key on him?
ああ。そしてその証拠はジェシカを調べればわかるはずだ。ジェシカのポケットにカノン君のマスターキーが入ってるはず。
Yeah, and to prove it, all you have to do is search Jessica. Canon's key, master key, could be in Jessica's pocket.
南條先生、調べてくれるか？
Dr. Nanjo, would you check for us?
Does he have, gloves on him?
He does have his medical kit. So yes, probably.
Okay, so he should be using that then, for sure.
Yeah, so he probably, obviously his avatar doesn't have it, but we can say, for sake of our sanity, that he has gloves
Yeah,
on.
he's got his gloves, yeah. Because, it's never gonna get to the point of a police investigation in this stuff, that'll be in the epilogues of each of the loops, but, Just for our own brain.
Anjo dashed up to Jessica and searched in her jacket pocket. Everyone was expectant. Please, be there.
ありましたぞ。これですかな。
Here it is. Is this it?
はい。それがマスターキーです。
Yes, that is a master key.
間違いありません。
Without a doubt.
At Genji's statement, there was a small oh of joyful voices.
それがカノン君のマスターキーだ。
That's Canon's master key.
もう一度言うぜ。
I'll say it again.
カノン君はマスターキーを持っていない。
Canon doesn't have a master key on him.
だから施錠できたわけがないんだ。
So there's no way he could have locked the door.
確かにそのようね。
Certainly does.
Like, now
appear
everyone
that way.
else, turn out your pockets, check if, like, show us your keys just to make sure that none of them's missing.
カノン君がジェシカちゃんに会った最後の人物なのよ。疑わしいことに変わりはないわ。
But Canon was the last person to meet Jessica. The fact that he's suspicious hasn't changed.
予想ぜ。そういうの。
Let's give that stuff a rest.
人間ってのは本来信じ合う生き物のはずだ。
Fundamentally, humans are supposed to be creatures that trust each other.
なのに世知辛い世の中を生きるために疑り深さを覚えちまう。
But because we live in a tough world, we learn how to be deeply suspicious.
I don't want to agree with Battler, but he's right.
So
Damn
we
it.
suspect everything.
俺たちは悲しい生き
We're
物だ。
sad creatures.
その差がを俺は否定しね
I won't deny that's our nature.
え。だが証拠なき断定だけは許さない。
But the one thing I won't let you do is reach conclusions without proof.
疑わしきは黒じゃねえ。白だ。
If someone looks suspicious, that doesn't make them guilty, it makes them innocent.
もちろん世の中は狼だらけさ。
Of course the world is filled with wolves.
人を不用心に全て信じろとは言わね
I'm not saying you should carelessly believe everyone.
え。だが黒だと断定するならば完全な証拠を用意しろ。
But if you're gonna conclude that someone's guilty, you'd better have some perfect evidence.
それができない限り絶対に憶測で人を黒だなんて言うんじゃねえ。
Unless you do, don't go around accusing them based on speculation.
それは
That's...
疑わしきは黒は私の発言ですな。
So, let me just, like, take a small aside here to explain what circumstantial evidence is, and because, like, cop shows and, like, just fucking stuff in general, media in general, fake stuff in general, will just tell you that circumstantial evidence is not permissible in court. It absolutely is. You just need to have, like, a lot of it, right? It's the same thing with anecdotal evidence, right? Like, you need a shit ton of it before it'll become data. So circumstantial evidence, what it actually is stuff where someone was not witnessed or proven to be in a place directly, right? Or doing something directly. Like, if you're trying to investigate a murder and someone died in a building and you have CCTV footage of a person going out into that building and then coming out covered in blood, that is circumstantial evidence. Because it's not directly witnessing the fact, like, the murder, right? Or the assault, or, like, carrying the body, whatever the hell happened. All you have is that they have blood on them and they were in that building during the time of death. That's all you got. Of course, that seems pretty hard cut right there, right? But 1,000 different things could have happened in there. Like, someone else could have assaulted the person and then they just ran out covered in blood after, like, trying to help the person to go get, like, you know, if they didn't have a phone on them or whatever, to go get, like, someone to call the police for help. Just because you have that doesn't mean they did kill the person, so you need more than just that one piece of circumstantial evidence.
Yes, and anecdotal can be anything including, I saw a document that said X. Criminal thing happened. And you can produce that document, but that document's still anecdotal.
Yeah, because it's not any actual evidence. It's words on a piece of paper that says something happened. Anyone can write those words in any order they want. That's the beauty of language.
Yes. And
that's not even circumstantial evidence. That's just anecdotal.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I said. It's anecdotal evidence.
I know, I'm just saying, like, the emphasis there was, like, not even and just.
Gotcha.
Like, so, like, anecdotal is even lower than, like, circumstantial.
Yes. And that could still be, it could even be signed, and that's still anecdotal evidence. Very good anecdotal
because,
evidence, but it's about a thing that occurred, not being directly from the mouth of someone who was there.
Yeah, it's not even witness stuff. Like, that's just like something someone saw that wasn't even directly related.
Yep. So you could say, I don't know, fudged financial records, for example, is a good one. And you could go, hey, I've seen our actual ledgers, and our actual ledgers don't add up to that. And you can produce the actual ledger, but the ledger itself is anecdotal.
Yeah, you still need to track that money somehow.
Yes. But that is, that's still supporting evidence. So it is permissible in many cases in court.
Mm-hmm. It's just not enough by itself to get a conviction or what have you.
I was the one who brought up there's no smoke without fire. That was careless of me. I apologize.
バトラ様。
見事な推理だよ。
Wonderful reasoning, Battler.
ゴーダさんもありがとう。
Thank you too, Goda.
あなたが覚えていてくれたから、カノ君の疑いが晴らせました。
Because of what you remember, Cannon's been cleared from suspicion.
Yeah.
No, just take the W, man.
Yeah, take the dub, buddy. Take it. It's the only one you're getting. Clap, clap, clap.
It was the crisp sound of the witch applauding.
お見事、お見事。
Well done, well done.
なかなかやるではないか。
Not a bad job.
やべえな。まんまと餌ごまに引っかかっちゃった。
At least he's smart enough to figure that out.
Yeah. He gets when he's getting the golf clap.
Yeah. because like it's sort of like, yeah, her thing here isn't to get you to suspect anyone else, it's to get you to admit that she's a witch. That's what's going on. She's not trying to trick you like she would be trying to trick the police if she were human. She's trying to get you to see the truth. Or what she thinks is the truth, at least.
Yeah, but also she can create chaos to make that more likely. And basically he kind of, at least sort of derailed the chaos that Rosa was causing by being so persistent. Crap, did I fall for that bait piece just like you wanted?
そなたは見事。カノンにだけはこの部屋の扉を施錠できなかったことを証明した。
You magnificently proved that Cannon at least couldn't lock the door to this room.
使用人は全員マスターキーを持つはず。
The servants should all have had master keys.
それが根拠となり、カノンが犯人扱いとなっていたのだから、少なくともその疑いは見事に晴らせたな。
With that as proof, Cannon was treated as the culprit, but you've at least managed to clear away that suspicion.
となると、ジェシカを殺した犯人はどうやって扉を施錠したのか。
In that case, how did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door?
そういう問題になっちまうわけだな。
I mean, you saw the magic circle.
That's the problem we have now.
まんまと思い通りの展開に引き込まれちまったぜ。
Got drawn into exactly the flow you wanted.
かかったな。
I got you, didn't I?
しかもそなたは他の使用人たちを誰も疑わないなどと大それたことを言ってしまった。
Furthermore, you said something outrageous about not doubting any of the other servants.
さーて、どう言い作ろうのか見ものよ。
Well then, I can't wait to see how you try to smooth that over.
うるせえぜ。早速始めるぞ。
Shut up. Let's start right away.
どうせがっつり否定されちまうんだろうが、先にこの部屋が密室であることの定義を 確認させてもらうぜ。
You'll probably just deny it anyway, but first let's check the definition of this room as a closed room.
よかろう。まず隠し扉の類は一切ない。
I love the sound effect when it starts as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like that sharp, that sharp sort of
bladed sound, because she will describe it as a blade later.
Yeah, it's very much like a sharp cut almost. And then there's the hissing wind in the background afterwards. Like, that's so good. That's a great sound effect for this. Very well. First, there are absolutely no types of hidden doors.
出入りはこの扉からだけだ。
This door is the only way in or out.
扉の施錠はジェシカの鍵が1本と使用人たちが1本ずつ持つ
And it does it for every sentence as well.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. The only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by each servant.
2階ではあるが窓から出入りすることも可能だろう。
It is on the second floor, but it is probably possible to enter or leave through the window.
しかし窓は内側から施錠されている。
Yeah. However, the window is locked from the inside.
いきなりチェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。多分扉がどうこう施錠がどうこうって論法から入るのはお前の手のひらから出ない。
Spin the chessboard around already. If I start by arguing about the door and the lock, I'll probably be stuck dancing on the palm of your hand.
好きにするがよい。さて
Do as you like.
何を復唱すればよいのやら。
Well then, what should I repeat?
復唱要求。カノン君はこの部屋で殺された。
Repeat it. Cannon was killed in this room.
うん。カノンはこの部屋で殺された。
Cannon was killed in this room.
死体はわらわが魔法で消したがな。
But I erased his corpse with magic, right?
続けて復唱要求。カノン君の死体はこの部屋にある。
Again, repeat it. Cannon's corpse is in this room.
拒否する。復
I
唱はでき
refuse. I can't repeat it.
なぜなら死体はわらわが魔法で消したからだ。
Because I erased the corpse with magic. So she didn't actually leave the body anywhere.
そこにどうせ秘密があるに決まってるんだ。
Yeah, figures you wouldn't say that. There's gotta be a secret hidden in there somewhere.
謎の論点はどこなんだ。
Where's the mysterious point I've gotta
マ
find?
スターキーもなく施錠したことなのか。
Did they lock it without the master
施
key?
錠された室内にいる二人をどうやって殺したかなのか。
They somehow killed those two while they were inside the room and it was locked.
それとも二人を殺し
Did they kill those two and then somehow escape?
悔しい
I'm gonna repeat what I said on a different
外堀から
stream,
埋めてくしかない
but you absolutely can unlock and lock a window from the outside, especially this latch type that you can see over there on the thing.
Hate to say it, but I'll have
Like
to
that.
cover up the moat first.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
So modern windows have a sort of rotating lock, right? Like this half moon sort of crescent lock. This one here, this type probably has a similar type, but it's vertical instead of horizontal.
Yeah.
So you can very easily just hook a piece of wire through the thing around it and just pull it back into place from the outside, and then just slip the wire back through.
I hate to say it, but I'll have to cover up the moat first. Repeat it. The last time it was locked was due to a master key.
これも拒否する。
I also refuse that.
その拒否ってやつがどうも曖昧だな。復唱不能だから拒否なのか。本当は復唱できるのにわざと拒否してるのかがわからねえ。
This refusing thing is really vague. I don't know if you refuse because it's impossible to repeat or whether you can repeat it and you're refusing on purpose.
礼拝堂の鍵の時はそなたにすっかり逆手に取られてしまった。
Back when discussing the lock to the chapel, you completely turned the tables on me.
わらわが有利なうちはわざわざリスクのある赤を使って発言する必要がない。
when I have an advantage, there's no need to go out of my way to use red when it might be risky.
ただそれだけのことよ。
That's all it is.
そうなんだよな。
I guess that makes sense.
本来、赤ってのは、俺の陳説をあんたが封じるときに使うもんだったんだよな。
Originally, the point of the red was to counter my strange theories.
わらわが有利になるように使うのは当然のこと。
Naturally, I'll use it in a way that works to my advantage.
上げ足を取られるリスクが分かっている以上、無駄には使わぬ。
Now that I know I've got to worry about you twisting it around, I won't use it pointlessly. You
さ
fuck.
て、次はどういう手で来る？
I got it though. Well then, what move will you use next?
ゴーダや熊沢を疑う手がおそらく一番使いやすいぞ。
I imagine a move placing suspicion on Goda or Kumasawa will be easiest, yes?
くそ、誘導されているようでムカつくぜ。
Damn, it feels like you're leading me by the nose and it pisses me off.
しばらく黙ってろ。考える。
Stay quiet a bit, I'm thinking.
もちろん、この扉は礼拝堂の時と同じだ。
Of course, this door is the same as the chapel.
施錠時にはいかなる方法をもってしても、出入りはできぬ。
When locked, it does not permit any form of entry.
さらに言うと、
Yeah, there definitely definitely would not be a wicket gate or anything like that on like a household door like that.
Yeah.
I'll say more. No trick could have no trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key.
Well, that fucks him up, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, that also gets her avoids the idea of, you know, sometimes you have a shitty door and you can just kind of jiggle the handle and get the lock to shift just enough.
Yep. There's a few doors I can think of that working on.
Yeah.
頼まれてねえ時にばかり赤を乱発しやがって。
Damn you for always using red when I don't ask for it. Time to step back to square one.
Damn it, I didn't catch the chip that time.
For now, I've just got to think. Lay out everything I know. First, there are two victims. Jessica and Cannon. Cannon's corpse isn't here, but Beatrice admitted in Pred that Cannon was killed. So even without a corpse, he's included as a victim. There are a few questionable points. Depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. First, after the culprit committed murder in this room, how did they lock it? We assume the culprit's someone with a master key. It's extremely simple, but I'd like to avoid that if I can. So I'd have to suspect Goda or Kumasawa or maybe even Shannon and Genji. Here, I noticed something. Contradicting myself. Strangling my own neck. Want to deny Beatrice no matter what. Want to erase the existence of that brutal, fickle, ridiculous witch. So I have to explain everything with humans, not magic. But that also means suspecting some human. Don't want to suspect anyone. Of course, if there's some clear proof, I'll have to believe that the person in question is the culprit. But until that happens, I don't want to suspect people. Am I just naive? Am I just a kid who doesn't want to have my feelings betrayed? And those feelings tell me that this person, at least, could never commit murder? I want to deny that a witch did it, and I also want to deny that a human did it. I don't even know what I'm doing right now.
そもそもそなたとわらわのゲームは、わらわの存在を否定できるかどうかだけが勝利の条件だった。
In the first place, the only victory condition in our game was whether or not you could deny my existence.
それだけでもそなたに不利なゲームなのに、そなたは勝手に勝利条件を増やし、自ら勝利を困難なものとしてしまっている。
Even though that alone put you at a disadvantage, you've increased the number of victory conditions all by yourself, making your own victory harder.
It's just as she says. If I just argued that someone with a master key did it, this closed room can be broken easily. However, the number of keys that can open this door is limited. And since it's clearly known who has them, using that argument means I'd be suspecting someone I know well. In fact, have I just been averting my eyes from the truth? Even while attacking that closed room trick in the chapel, which was exhilarating to destroy, I proposed that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. That theory's right, and the question becomes who could have stolen the key from her handbag. Maria's handbag was probably most guarded while she slept. In that case, in addition to me, George and Jessica are also suspects. So George or Jessica is the culprit? Or maybe an accomplice? All of our parents have been killed, right? Yet one of us consented to that and assisted with the crime? We all lamented more and shed tears together in the chapel. Yet one among us was lying?
そなたの例の手提げから抜き出し戻したという説はいとこたちを色濃く疑うものであったのだぞ。
That theory of yours about taking the key out of the handbag and putting it back cast a pronounced suspicion on the cousins, did it not?
にもかかわらず、それに気づかないふりをして。
And despite that, you acted like you didn't even notice.
よくもあれだけの説をシャーシャーとのたまえたものよ。
Announcing a theory like that so happily.
Damn it.
だからって親族や使用人の誰かが犯人だって保証はね。
That doesn't guarantee that one of the family or the servants is the
お前
culprit.
が例えば段ボール箱にでも隠れながらコソコソと近づいてきて
Metal Gear. If you snuck up on us while hiding in a cardboard box, for example.
熟睡してる俺たちの部屋に忍び込んで鍵を奪った可能性だって十分あるじゃねえか。
There's a good chance you could have slunk into our room when we were fast asleep and stolen the key, right?
それについてはそれでもよかろう。
Perhaps that will do for that situation.
19人目の来客であるわらわを疑うことで彼らに疑いをかけずに済む。
By suspecting the guest, the 19th person, you won't have to suspect the others.
ならば
Yourself, shut up.
ジェシカの部屋の施錠はどうする？
In that case, how was Jessica's room locked?
わらわは魔法で鍵を開けることは造作もないが、さすがにマスターキーは持たぬ。
It's no trouble at all for me to open the lock with magic, but of course I don't have a master key.
わらわの魔法を否定するならば、わらわを疑うことも否定せねばならんぞ。
If you deny my magic, you also have to deny that I'm a suspect, correct?
そしてそれはつまり、そなたら18人の中の誰かを疑うことよ。
So, in other words, that means suspecting one of the 18.
親切にありがとうよ。
Oh yeah, thanks for the help.
少し整理できたぜ。
Managed to sort things out a bit.
Oh god, I just found the joke drawing of Kraus as a crypto bro. Oh.
ベアトリーチェがどうやって犯行に及んだかに迫ることだ。
The goal is to figure out how the 19th person, the human guest Beatrice, committed the crimes.
そうすれば誰も疑わずに済む。
If I do that, I won't have to suspect anyone.
それができればな。愚かな男よ。
If you can do that, foolish man.
こんな部屋、本来は密室でも何でもない。
This wasn't a closed room from the beginning.
何しろ、開けることのできる鍵は合計で6本もあるのだからな。
After all, there are a total of 6 keys that can open it.
そしてそれらの所有者は何人もいる。
And several people possess such keys.
誰でも疑える。
You can suspect any of them.
疑い放題よ。
Suspect as much as you like.
なのにお前はわざわざそれらを全て否定し、自分で密室を作ってしまった。
But you went to all the trouble of denying all of them, making it a closed room yourself.
わかるか？
Understand?
これはお前の思考的矛盾が生み出した密室なのよ。
This is a closed room born from your mental contradiction.
他の誰でもない。
Get fucked, asshole.
そなた自身が扉を閉ざ
You
して
and
い
no
る。
one else sealed that door.
魔女が魔法で開けたことを認めるか、俺の知る誰かが犯人であることを認めるかの二択だって言いたいんだな。
So you're trying to say that I've got two options: accept that a witch opened it with magic, or accept that someone I know is the culprit.
くそ。大手飛車取りのつもりかよ。
Are you trying to fork the rook?
こういう指し手もあると披露したかったまで。
I just wanted to show you that moves such as this can exist as well.
さて、どうする後ろ宮バトラー。
So, what will you do, Ushiromiya Battler?
I do love how she puts the sauce on his name.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that because
Oh yeah, no.
that's a Japanese specific sauce.
Yeah, like, I don't expect you to, but still.
実に簡単な話じゃ
That's
な
some
い
fucking
か。
dashi right there. Isn't it actually simple?
あの自意識過剰な料理男と死に損ないのクソババアをちょいと生贄に仕立て上げるだけじゃない。
Don't you just have to make sacrifices of that overly self-confident cook and that hag who wouldn't be a loss if she died? Again! The fuck I can fix her. I can make her worse.
久保田さんと熊沢さんを疑えばそれでいいのか。
Damn it, if I suspect Goda and Kumasawa, everything will be
ダメ
fine.
だ。
That's useless.
俺は郷田さんが犯人だとは思えない。
Can't think of Goda as the culprit.
熊沢さんが犯人だとは思えない。
Can't think of Kumasawa as the culprit.
だがお前は認めな
But
い。
I won't accept you,
絶対だ。
no matter what.
ならば魔法もマスターキーも使わずにこの部屋に入り、
In that case, they'd have to enter the room without using magic or a master key.
ジェシカとカノンを殺し、しかもカノンの死体を魔法を使わずに消失させねばならない。
Kill Jessica and Ken, and even erase Kennon's corpse without using magic.
どうやって行う？
I wonder if the word she's using there isn't erase, but remove.
Probably. I could see that.
Because erase, like, means something very different than remove.
Yeah.
Or rather, like, they look the same on the surface, right? If you remove text from a thing, you're also erasing the text from the thing.
Oh, yeah, actually, I'm thinking about this because I remember, and this is going to be a weird place to take this, but there is a side quest in Yakuza 0 where you have to fill in for a director.
Mm.
And they bring up the concept of erasables, which are objects which can be removed from the scene, often food. So it's probably a word like they did with erasables, where it can be removed or literally erased.
Yeah, like, it might be like a specific word choice to make it vague.
Yes.
But I think in English it would be better to use remove for that purpose, because erase does not have the secondary meaning of pull away from, like moving out of the place.
Yeah.
Erase just has erase. It's like delete, you know? Like, there is no secondary meaning to delete. You just fucking get rid of it. It's gone. Period. How could it be done?
わらわを否定しつつ誰も疑わずにどうやって行うのか。
How could it be done so that you can deny me while still not suspecting anyone else?
Resign だ。
I resign.
Okay, so we've got to resign from both of them in both. Okay, yeah, right. I thought okay, I thought I was going a little bit fucking lose my shit a little when he brought up the key in both like planes, I guess, at the same time, like they were interacting. But then like he mentioned that like Goda had said blah 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 about it before. But this absolutely does prove that they do interact to some extent.
バトラ君、今なんて。
Huh? Battler, what did you say?
降参だよ。
I give up.
俺はカノン君にこの扉が施錠できないことは証明できた。
I was able to prove that Cannon couldn't have locked this door.
だからといってジェシカを誰が殺したのかを特定できたわけじゃない。
That doesn't mean I've managed to figure out who killed Jessica.
いえ、十分です。
No, that's more than enough.
そのカノン君のために
Yeah, Battler, easy, I did it.
ありがとうございます。
For Cannon's sake, thank you very much.
礼なんかいらねえ。
No need to thank me.
それはつまりシャノンちゃんも疑ってるってことなんだからよ。
After all, this means you're under suspicion too, Shannon.
ローザおばさんもごめん。別に反抗したかったわけじゃない。
I'm sorry, Aunt Rosa. It's not like I wanted to resist you.
俺も死にたくないし、親父たちの本当の仇を見つけ出したい。
I don't want to die, and I want to find Dad and the rest's true enemy.
協調性のないこと言って悪かったぜ。
Sorry for saying something that wasn't cooperative.
ううん、いいの。
No, it's okay.
私も少し軽率だったわ。
I was also a little rash. A little? You were waving that gun around and fingering it like it was a toy.
And that's a quote from the narration, so like...
仲直りしましょう。
I was also a little rash. Let's make up.
おばとおい同士、仲良くしないと。
As an aunt and nephew, we have to stay on good terms. Right? Aunt Rosa shifted the gun to one hand, held out her other. Reached out, and for the time being, we shook hands. Aunt Rosa's gaze was sharp.
Someone needs to get that fucking gun away from her.
Yeah, a little bit. In order to deny the witch, she would sacrifice anyone. That's what her eyes told me. And me? Denied the witch. But I wasn't prepared to lose anything. Probably the one who seemed to be fighting the most, and yet the one who was most separated from reality. Alright, we're gonna call it here.
Yep. Because it is 2:14 in the morning for me.
Yep.
I've been live for 10 hours. We are done.
Yep. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us.
Yes, if you